On September 17th, 1992, a 14-year-old girl named Misty Copsey went to the Washington State Fair with her best friend. By 10 p.m., she had vanished into thin air, never to be seen again. More than 30 years later, no one knows what happened to Misty that night. From ID and ARC Media, I'm Sarah Cailean, and this is Who Took Misty Copsey? Every fall since the year 1900, the Washington State Fair roars to life in Puyallup, Washington. Puyallup sits 10 miles southeast of Tacoma. In the other direction lie thousands of acres of dense forest and mountains, with Mount Rainier looming on the horizon, the whole region resting under its watchful eye. During the fair, the city of about 40,000 swells to many times that size as kids, families, and visitors from all over flock to the area. When Diana Smith drops off her 14-year-old daughter Misty and Misty's best friend Trina at the fair's gates on a Thursday afternoon in September 1992, it feels like any other night. Misty and Trina are giddy with excitement, two young teenagers getting their first taste of independence. This is the first time Diana let them go somewhere like this without her or another adult. Diana told the story in a news segment.
I told her she wasn't going to go because I was a caregiver, and I took care of an elderly lady all night long, and I wouldn't be able to pick her up. Her and her friend Trina got on the phone and figured out the bus routes and the times and stuff, and she said, "Mom, I'm 14, I'm responsible, let me go." And I said, "Okay." I said, "I'll let you go. You better get that bus home." And I said, last thing I said to her when I dropped her off, I said, "Misty, I love you." She goes, "I love you, Mommy." I said, "And if you screw up," I said, "you won't do anything like this again." She said, "I know, Mom." "Okay, bye." And she was walking away. She just looked so little and vulnerable and stuff. Oh God. Just like I just felt like something was going to happen. I wanted to grab her, and I should have.
Diana starts up her car to head to her job as an overnight caregiver and takes one last look at Misty as she walks into the fairgrounds. Misty is wearing a pair of Diana's stone-washed jeans. They're baggy on her, just the look she's going for. Hours later, around 8:45 p.m., Diana gets a call at work. It's from Misty. She says she's missed the bus home. Diana is upset. Misty, always a responsible, well-behaved kid, had promised to catch the bus. She knew Diana took care of an elderly patient with Alzheimer's and could not leave to pick her up. Diana and Misty lived in a town called Spanaway, about 11 miles from the fair, much too far for Misty to walk home. As the minutes tick by, the last of twilight fades into darkness. Misty tells Diana she can get a ride home with a friend, an 18-year-old named Reuben Schmidt. Here again is Diana describing this moment.
I told her I didn't want her to ride with him, to call Grandma or somebody else and call me back and let me know how she was going to get home. She said, "Okay, Mom." And I said, "Promise me." She said, "I promise." And I never heard from her again.
Diana tells Misty to call her back and let her know for sure that she has a ride home. Misty promises that she'll call. Diana waits by the phone. An hour passes, then 2. But Misty never calls. Diana tells herself that Misty must have gotten a ride home and forgotten to call. She calls their house, but no one answers. Diana tells herself that when she gets home in the morning, she'll find Misty asleep in her bed. She's sure of it. Diana's shift ends early the next morning. She heads straight home, hoping that, like most days, she'll see Misty before Misty leaves for school. Years later, in a news report, Diana describes that day.
I figured when I got home, she'd be there, thinking she's in trouble. And when I opened the door and no one was there, my heart just dropped. I just knew.
Misty's room is untouched from how she had left it the day before. Diana starts making calls. Diana calls 911. According to a local newspaper report, the dispatcher tells her this sounds like a case of a runaway. Call back if she's still missing in 30 days. 30 days. The dispatcher says nothing can be done for 30 days. Luckily, Diana doesn't listen to the dispatcher. She calls the Pierce County Sheriff's Office, which handles runaway cases for the county. The person who takes the call tells Diana that the 911 dispatcher had been mistaken, that there is no reason to wait 30 days, and that this is not standard protocol. Diana files a missing persons report with the Pierce County Sheriff's Office. The timestamp on the report is 1:42 p.m., according to a local newspaper. She calls Trina, Misty's best friend, who was with her at the fair. There's no answer. Trina is at school, so Diana leaves a frantic message on the answering machine. Years later, Diana would have a hard time remembering who else she called. She may have called Misty's school and Trina's school. She calls Ruben, the friend Misty had said she could call for a ride. He says Misty called, but he didn't have enough gas to go pick her up. Diana's last resort, the person who was going to potentially pick up Misty, didn't. Misty's best friend who was with her hasn't gotten in touch with Diana. Everything she tries leads to a dead end. Diana goes to Trina's and leaves a note. Finally, at the end of the school day, Trina calls back. The last time she saw Misty, Misty was at a bus stop, hoping to catch a later bus home. Again, Diana calls Ruben. This time, Ruben's roommate picks up, and the roommate has a different story. Yes, he says, Ruben did go to pick up Misty. Diana calls again later. Ruben answers. He says his roommate was confused, that he did leave the house, but only to go to a party. It wasn't to pick up Misty, and he didn't pick her up. A person from the sheriff's department speaks with Diana and assigns a deputy to the case. Days pass with no sign of Misty. Diana's 14-year-old daughter is still missing. 6 days in, Diana calls and files a report with the Puyallup Police Department. Diana also tracks down a bus driver. She shows him a photo of Misty, who at 14 years old was already 5 foot 9 inches tall with shoulder-length blonde hair. He says he's seen her. He tells Diana that around 9:20 p.m. last Thursday night, a tall blonde girl had asked him about the next bus to Spanaway. The driver says he told the girl that there were no more buses to Spanaway that night. He started to tell her to take a bus to Tacoma and transfer to another route, but the girl wasn't interested. She started walking away before he finished explaining the route. To this day, that bus driver is the last known person to see Misty Copsey alive.
Detectives never found Misty's remains or any evidence to any suspect.
It's been almost 20 years since a teen girl got the okay to go to the Puyallup Fair, but she never came back.
32 years, that's how long it's been since 14-year-old Misty Copsey disappeared while attending the Washington State Fair.
I first entered law enforcement in 1998, eventually settling in as a patrol officer with a department in a suburb of Columbus, Ohio. I left uniform and cruiser police work in 2011 to pursue a master's degree in criminal behavior with a concentration on serial predation. But in 1992, I was a teenager, just a few years older than Misty. So much of what I've read and heard about her could just as easily have been about me or countless other teenage girls in the late 80s and early 90s. I've heard that the night of the fair, Misty was in those stonewashed jeans of Diana's and had paired them with a baggy blue sweatshirt and oversized bunchy blue socks. I know those types of socks. I had those socks. I've heard her favorite music that year was all Vanilla Ice and New Kids on the Block. Same, Misty. Same. So when I first heard about Misty's case more than 5 years ago, I couldn't get her story out of my head, nor could I stop thinking about her mom. Here's how Diana described Misty in an episode of a show called Crime Stoppers.
She got great grades, mostly A's, into sports. She loved baseball, volleyball. She broke both of her arms one time playing volleyball.
Diana told Misty's story at every opportunity. Here she is again in several news clips.
She walked across the street. She had on my pair of jeans, and they were baggy on her. I told her if something goes wrong, I wouldn't let her do anything like that again. This was agonizing, just not knowing where she was. She needs to come home. She's been gone 24 years. Just have her home so I could go be with her and comfort her, and that means the world to me. That would be, all I could ask. I know there's a few people that know what happened that night, and this is their perfect opportunity to unburden themselves and call in anonymously and tell what happened so we can bring Misty home.
Diana worked tirelessly to find her daughter, or to at least find out what happened to her, for 28 years, right up until the day she died. In 2020, Diana passed away in her sleep. No one in local law enforcement, as far as I can tell, really took her seriously. And when she died, Diana's son, Colton Smith, would carry the torch, vowing to not let the search for the truth end before someone, at long last, takes their family tragedy seriously and runs a proper investigation. In January 2025, I spoke with Colton Smith. I always try to start any case I work by talking to the victim's family and loved ones. With cold cases in particular, there is an inherent risk of ripping open wounds covered over with only the thinnest layer of scar tissue. No matter how hard I try or how long I stick with it, I can never promise a case will definitely be solved. So before I start really digging into it, I want to make sure they know what's involved and what it might take. In this case, I know of two close relatives of Misty's. Her father, Paul Copsey, who goes by Buck, and her half-brother, Colton Smith. Diana and Misty's dad separated when Misty was still a baby. In everything I've read and heard about the case, it seemed that Buck asked the investigators years ago to respect his privacy, to update him only if there was a major development. Misty's brother Colton seemed to have more actively carried the torch after Diana passed away. I reached out to Colton on Facebook in late 2024 and heard back just a few days later. He was clearly cautious about saying too much, but did say that he'd be happy to have at least one conversation on the phone or over Zoom. When we had our first in-depth talk in early January 2025, he gave me a significantly clearer understanding of the case, his mom's efforts to solve it, and how Diana was treated along the way.
For years, my mom felt like people thought she was crazy.
Colton is 27, but he seems wise and mature far beyond his years. Professionally, this holds true as well. He heads up a whole team of logistics and fulfillment crew for a major grocery chain. He was born several years after Misty's disappearance, so he didn't know his sister personally. But her memory loomed large over his childhood as his mother Diana continued her fight to find out what happened to Misty.
I mean, every time she would even talk to the Puyallup Police Department, it was like, you guys think I'm crazy, and I'm not crazy. And to grow up with that and then have her explain everything to me, it's like, you're making so much sense. I don't understand how you're being perceived this way, but You can see it.
It's true. reading about the case, you can see that investigators treated Diana like she was overreacting or even lying from day one. From the moment she arrived home, the morning after Misty went to the fair, all of Diana's instincts told her that something had gone terribly wrong. Misty wouldn't just take off into the night. Diana knew it. She insisted that she and her daughter had a great relationship. Police insisted Misty had run away. And that would go on for months, years even. A battle began between Diana and the local police officers who, for reasons I can't yet understand, seemed completely unwilling to consider the possibility that Misty was anything other than a runaway. This all started with that very first phone call in which the 911 dispatcher told Diana the police couldn't take action on Misty's disappearance for 30 days, which, as I expressed to Colton, strikes me as utterly insane. I wasn't a cop yet in 1992, but I would go through my first academy just 6 years later, and I did not believe that was true even then. I've since asked some of the people I know who were in law enforcement at the time, in departments from different parts of the country, and every single one of them said the same thing. No way. It just wasn't possible that it was a real policy.
The thing that boggles the mind is, okay, but even if they're a runaway, this is still a child in danger. You have to go find them.
100%, yeah.
I mean, I went into law enforcement in 98, and certainly everything I was trained from jump was a missing child. There's no 24 hours, there's no 5 minutes. It becomes all hands on deck immediately, regardless of the circumstances, and it remains that way until a child is located. Like, I truly don't understand.
It's difficult to nail down numbers on teen disappearances in any window of time, but especially during this era we're focused on here. A number of studies have been done, and there are some interesting statistics separating out true runaways from what are known as, quote, missing, lost, or discarded. They are also compared to data on the number of kids abducted by family members. And of course, we do ultimately end up with numbers of young children and teens who are victims of homicide if their remains are eventually recovered. But when attempting to understand how often kids were classified by police as runaways, but later determined to have been abducted or murdered, we have only anecdotal evidence, the terrible stories that made the headlines. Thankfully, in Misty's case, the county sheriff's department corrected this 30 days nonsense. The person who took the call also took a report from Diana and then advised her to file a missing person report with the Puyallup Police Department because Misty was last seen in Puyallup. The sheriff's department assigned a deputy who often handled runaway cases. The deputy reached out to Misty's friend Trina and said something along the lines of, "If you hear from her, let us know. You won't get in trouble." 6 days after Misty's disappearance, Diana calls and files the report with the Puyallup Police Department. I don't know why she waited 6 days, but we know she was following her own leads during that time, calling Trina, Ruben, and anyone else who she thought might know something. Once she files the report with the Puyallup PD, Diana keeps calling, begging for help. According to a local newspaper, Pierce County reaches out to Puyallup PD with the following personal note, quote, "This is one of those just don't feel right reports. There is nothing here that points positively to foul play. It just don't feel right. It's been a week and nobody has heard from the girl. Mom is contacting the media complaining that the cops aren't doing anything." End quote. Mom is complaining with good reason. With every minute that passes, memories start to fade, and the more likely it is that evidence can be hidden or destroyed, disappear permanently. Puyallup assigns a detective, but things don't move any more quickly than they had beforehand. Luckily, Colton tells me, Diana refuses to sit back and do nothing.
She waits a couple days, starts to do her own investigation. She goes down to the fair. She asks everybody she can, have you seen Misty? She somehow finds the bus driver.
The bus driver, the last known person to see Misty alive. Remember, it wasn't a police officer who tracked down that bus driver. It was Diana.
I gotta tell you what, man, the moms are always literally the best detectives I've ever met.
I agree.
Colton tells me that a few years ago, Puyallup PD released an age progression photo showing what Misty would look like as an adult. Diana was still alive at that point, and Colton remembers that she was furious. After 25 years, the police were still suggesting that Misty was simply a runaway. A woman now in her 40s, living under a fake identity somewhere else.
I asked them, like, why are we still labeling her a missing person after I understand there's no remains, but why can't we bump this up to like a no-body homicide? I mean, it's pretty evident she's not coming back.
But the police said they couldn't reclassify the case.
Since your mom passed, how communicative have they been with you?
Here and there. They didn't reach out to me, I want to say, for the first 2 years. And then actually the tribe that we're a part of, Cowlitz Indian tribe.
Wait, what's the tribe?
Cowlitz.
This is a part of Misty's story I hadn't heard before, in large part because Misty presents very Caucasian, with blonde curls, blue eyes, and fair skin. But Colton tells me that he, Misty, and Diana are all members of the Cowlitz Indian tribe in Western Washington. I don't know if that got much recognition in the original case, but in recent years, the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls has gained a lot of awareness, especially in areas out west. Some states have started designating significant resources to unsolved cases of missing and murdered Native American women. Cases that have historically been overlooked or even outright dismissed. Today, Washington is one of those states.
The tribe wanted her to be labeled as both Caucasian and Native American. And they explained it to me, hey, you know, we've got people from Washington State Patrol that can help, and we can use these resources because she is Native American.
Yeah.
Would you be interested in that? And I said, absolutely. Anything helps, you know.
The police's response?
Well, we don't want to label her Native American because it could be misleading if we find her. You know, we can't label her as both Caucasian and Native American. We can't.
Sure you can.
Yeah, exactly.
I reached out to PPD to confirm, and they insisted that they had worked with the tribe and thought labeling her Native American may have made it harder to identify her because of her Caucasian looks. I also found a 2022 report on Washington missing and murdered Indigenous women and people, and it includes Misty. So at some point, this was updated. Still, for now, all Colton can hope is that Puyallup PD will somehow stumble into an answer. But based on his experience with the PPD detective he's been talking to, a guy named Ken Lewis, Colton's not holding his breath.
The current detective on her case, it almost seems like he's so open-minded, he's closed-minded. It's got to be some mystery suspect that's out there lurking in the shadows somewhere. It couldn't be anybody she knew. It's got to be a deathbed confession. It's got to be, I mean, these are all things he's told me. And it's just like, I don't think it's that complicated.
I don't either. I mean, statistically, overwhelmingly, people are unfortunately killed by people they know, you know, and while Western Washington in the 80s and 90s did seem to have its own flavor of offenders that were kind of running rampant, and that absolutely can't be ruled out. I think both things can be true.
According to the Department of Justice, a significant number, 54%, of all homicide victims are killed by someone they know. A friend, a lover, a neighbor, a coworker. But when we isolate the victim pool to women and girls, the figures jump dramatically. Nearly 90% of women and girls killed in the United States are murdered by someone they knew. This makes it that much more important to really get to know a victim, to understand what her everyday life looked like and who the people in it were. But there is another factor that would be impossible to ignore in the context of Misty's disappearance and likely death. The time and the location combine to paint us a blurry, rain-soaked image of a special breed of monster. One devouring its prey in the Pacific Northwest of the 80s and 90s with a staggering rate of what can only be called success. The sheer number of unapprehended offenders committing rape and murder in this area, specifically those targeting little girls, teens, and young women, made it a uniquely dangerous time to be Misty Copsey alone on that September night. Of course, two things can be true at the same time. Someone she knew and trusted could also have been one of these monsters, hiding in plain sight, while at the same time lurking in the fog and the evergreens. With what I've learned from Colton already, I think there's a lot I can do to start unraveling the knots in Misty's case.
I don't think it's impossible. I think it's probably the hardest one I've tackled in a while.
Really?
Well, without remains or a scene. And of course, like everybody else, just from my cursory looks, I have some thoughts. I have like my instincts go one way, but I'm always very open to those instincts being completely wrong.
Now that I've spoken with Colton and he has given his blessing to me in taking on his sister's case, I want to get a grip on what's been reported in the case so far. I believe every cold case should be reinvestigated from square one. I dive in as though no one has ever worked it before. But knowing what the early days looked like, what has and hasn't been done in previous iterations of the investigation, is still helpful in establishing a baseline. Whenever I take on a new case, I like to keep an open mind. To that end, the first thing I need to examine is the possibility that Misty was a runaway, if for no other reason than to put it to bed once and for all. I mean, the police were clearly convinced that Misty had taken off deliberately and on her own. My question is, why? This case is different from any other I've worked in the last 6 years. I don't have access to the police's case files. Unlike my cases in Mobile, Alabama, and Baxter Springs, Kansas, I don't have an existing relationship with any local detectives or sheriffs. I've reached out to Puyallup PD, and I'm going to work on them. I hope I can get them to at least talk to me. But for now, I'm working only with what's out in the public record. Fortunately, in 2009, a local reporter named Sean Robinson published a very thorough account of this case for Tacoma's News Tribune. It paints a detailed picture of the case and even of Misty and Diana's life. In May 1992, Misty and Diana moved from a trailer park in Puyallup to a duplex in nearby Spanaway. Diana had separated from Misty's father when Misty was a baby, and though Misty still saw her dad regularly, she lived with Diana. By all accounts, Misty and Diana had a great relationship. They were super close. Misty was in 8th grade, and though she was very popular, she was known as a bit of a goody two-shoes. She didn't smoke or drink, and she definitely didn't have sex. She was a class clown, too. And like most of the rest of us in the early 90s, she loved 90210. Among her teen heartthrob posters was, of course, Jason Priestley. I, myself, was more of a Dylan girl than a Brandon, but I certainly recognize and respect the impulse. Everything I've read makes it sound like Misty was a pretty happy, well-adjusted 14-year-old. Absolutely nothing fits the profile of a kid likely to pack up and take off without telling anyone, never returning or ever even making contact again. Here's the most generous explanation I can come up with for the police's insistence that Misty was a runaway. According to Sean Robinson's reporting, something slightly odd, or at least oddly coincidental, had happened about a month before Misty disappeared. According to a newspaper report from the time, on August 24th, 1992, Diana and Misty got into an argument. Diana went out. When she came back, Misty didn't seem to be there. I asked Colton about this. He said that Misty was home, but Diana didn't see her. He added that their mom suffered from pretty severe anxiety. In her panic, she had filed the missing persons report. After filing the report, Diana found Misty, safe and sound in her bedroom. Colton told me that Diana had been too embarrassed to call the police and revoke her missing persons report. So when Diana calls the police again a month later, that previous so-called runaway report is still showing up in their system. Here's the thing with these runaway reports I don't understand. If the police were never notified it was a false alarm and the report remained on file, then that means they also never once followed up or attempted to locate the child. The missing child. And yet, when she goes missing again, they blame the mother for not following up previously. But what were they doing? How were they working to bring this girl home safely? Doesn't seem like they were, as far as I can tell. So that means we're left with Misty's last reported sighting, the bus driver who told her there were no more buses to Spanaway around 9:20 p.m. At least that was Misty's last confirmed sighting. There actually was another person who claimed to see Misty the night of her disappearance. A few months after Misty's disappearance, another possibility arises when Diana goes on a local call-in TV show to see if they can generate any tips.
We're talking about the unsolved case of Misty Copsey.
During the show, a woman calls in.
Hi.
Hi.
My name's Tammy.
The woman never gives a last name, but she claims that on the night Misty disappeared, she saw a girl matching Misty's description around 10 p.m. outside a 7-Eleven on Puyallup's main thoroughfare, Meridian Avenue, almost directly across from the fairgrounds and just 300 yards from the on-ramp to a major state highway.
She just looked totally distressed. You know, like she was in trouble. She looked like she was crying.
In the footage from the network, we see Diana as she was in those first few months after Misty vanished. Her hair is sandy blonde, big curls, big feathered bangs. She's put together beautifully in a crisp white top, light-colored jeans, bright white sneakers to go with her blouse. You can see how mother and daughter both loved the fashion of the day. And though she's seated, you can also see where Misty got her height. Diana sits up tall, her long legs crossed at the knees. We also see Diana's face close up as the caller is speaking. She is calm, but clearly focused on every word this mysterious Tammy is sharing, as though Diana knows this will be her only chance. Unfortunately, it is her only chance. Producers try to keep the caller on the line, but the line disconnects before Tammy speaks to police or gives her contact information. It's very difficult to determine what, if anything, should be done with tips like these. Singular, anonymous, no way of verifying or dismissing their authenticity. The caller sounds sincere. There's nothing to grab hold of that might lead me to believe it's a prank or even a misdirect. But my skepticism of eyewitness accounts of anything holds me back from just straightforwardly accepting this information as a building block for the investigation. If I can get on the ground, if I can see the 7-Eleven, see the highways and the bus stops, see the entrance to the fairgrounds, maybe I can begin to piece together a picture of what that window of time might have looked like and what might have happened to Misty there on Meridian. There's another thing that stands out to me from the News Tribune series. Some excerpts from Diana's journal that she gave Sean Robinson permission to publish. In an entry from 1996, she writes, "I was cleaning an apartment. It was evening. I got done cleaning the bathroom and turned the corner to go to the living room. It was pretty dark, but I saw someone sitting on the couch. As soon as I saw her, I knew it was Misty. She opened her arms and said, 'Mommy.' I grabbed her and just held her forever." In another entry, grief. "I never thought the pain would go away or get any less. And when it started to lessen, I felt overwhelming guilt, as if I were a cold, uncaring person, a really bad mother, as if I were being untrue to Misty's memory. To keep getting by in this mortal life, I had to put that memory in a very special spot in my soul and hold it dear. Because it's not supposed to stay foremost while I am still living. It needs to be kept in that special spot to be protected. I love you, Misty. Mom." Reading these entries, these deeply personal thoughts of Diana's, doesn't bring me a lot of actionable information or give me leads to chase down. But it drives home something else I've learned. This sort of intimate, up-close view of the very specific kind of pain and loss felt by loved ones who have never been given an answer, an explanation, or even any real hope of an end to their suffering. This brings with it a unique responsibility borne by the investigators, a commitment that doesn't just end when it gets hard or when other distractions come along. I'm keenly aware that Diana Smith never felt her daughter's case was treated with that kind of devotion. She may have been right at times. In fact, it seems pretty clear that there was nothing but callous disregard in the beginning. And she may have been mistaken at points in the process, as there are times in the history of this case that some detectives took the case to heart, tried to treat it accordingly, and have never really let it go. But I'm in it now, for the long haul, whatever that looks like. And so with Colton's blessing, I make another call to the person who first told me about Misty Copsey.
I mean, the problem with this is she could be anywhere, and you don't have anything. You have a bunch of weirdos, but there's bottom feeders all over that area.
A million years ago, you told me about the Misty Copsey.
Yeah.
I call Cloyd Steiger in December 2024, right as I start on the case. Cloyd's a retired Seattle homicide detective who reviewed the case a few years back for the Attorney General's office. I first met Cloyd years back through a colleague who was working on a Ted Bundy project. She'd been in touch with him, and when I told her I was interested in examining cases from the 80s and 90s in the Pacific Northwest, she connected me with Cloyd. The first time we spoke, he pointed me to Misty's case, saying he thought I might be able to bring some much-needed fresh eyes to it.
It's kind of funny you mentioned, because I just got called from a friend of mine at the Attorney General's office last week. Hey, what do you know about the Misty Copsey case? I said, you did a thing on it.
Well, that's interesting. Sounds like there might be some wheels turning on this case in the background. If so, I'd like to understand why. And more importantly, why now?
Just a small world, though, because I just got that call and then boom, there you are.
Boom, there I was. For now, my main reason for calling Cloyd is to get the lay of the land. I ask about other cases in the area and if they offer any clues.
Yeah, there was one that was very similar that disappeared from up by the river. which is the opposite side of town but Puyallup not a big town. So when I say the opposite side of town, I mean 3 miles away. Yeah. They were looking at that one really hard too.
Were they?
Yeah. And then there's others in the region.
It's like shooting fish in a barrel to find serial sexual offenders in Washington.
Oh, it is. Yeah, no kidding.
Early 90s.
And the other thing is, it's right by Puyallup. It's very close up to the mountains and the deep forest and stuff. And you could hide a body very easily.
Okay.
And it may never be found. I mean, unless a hunter comes across a skeleton or something.
So we've got, figuratively speaking, a dark forest full of predators. And we've got, quite literally, a heavily wooded area where it's all too easy to dispose of a body and leave behind very little evidence. I asked Cloyd if anything stood out to him when he reviewed the case files a few years ago. Any tips or leads that seem worth pursuing?
Well, there was a report of her being seen possibly getting into a car down by the fairgrounds. And that's the Western Washington State Fair, so it's a big event. It attracts hundreds of thousands of people. It's not a little town fair.
Yeah.
During fair season, there's a lot of traffic in that area, a lot of people. And there were some reports of her possibly getting into a car, and I forgot what the car looked like. But, you never know those.
It's true. You don't. But as an investigator, you should run down every remotely credible tip. Unfortunately, it doesn't sound like the original investigators did. So this reported sighting of Misty getting into a car, it's unverified, but it's certainly intriguing. I write it down as a thread to tug on later. What did the car look like? Did the person who reported that tip give a description of the driver? Then Cloyd says something that prompts another line of questions in my head.
He was actually last seen alive at the Puyallup police station.
What?
Yeah.
I thought the bus driver saw her.
The bus driver saw her, but he was the stop is right by the police station. Okay. It's right there.
Would it be remotely possible that an officer might have offered her a ride home and we've got a Michelle Boucher situation where the cop
anything's possible, but I don't know.
In the spring of 1980, an 18-year-old Texan girl named Michelle Boucher was traveling the country when she disappeared. She'd last been spotted walking along an interstate in Minnesota by a state trooper. Years later, it would come to light that trooper had picked Michelle up, then raped and tortured her before strangling her to death, all while on duty. Michelle Boucher is on my mind as Cloyd is speaking. Mainly, could something similar have happened to Misty? Cloyd tells me he doesn't suspect it.
The Puyallup Police Department would be incredibly busy during this time.
Okay.
I mean, they bring all the other regional officers in.
So they're not giving kids rides home because...
No, they're not giving kids rides home.
This is a double-edged sword. Of course, what he's saying makes sense, that they're all so busy, no one would have offered or agreed to give a teenager a ride home. But the fact that the cops are so busy working the fair could also be seen as just as much an argument that a wolf in sheep's uniform could pounce on just such an opportunity to snatch a trusting girl off the street. It's worth noting, I have not heard any suggestion of corruption or nefarious activity in the Puyallup Police Department. There is nothing to suggest this is what happened. But at this stage, I'm considering all possibilities. And if it wasn't a cop, the general chaos of this massive state fair and the local police having all their attention turned towards the hundreds of thousands of people flooding the town, well, it sure sounds like the perfect opportunity for someone to do so.
There's a couple of people around here that were involved in child abduction type stuff or suspected. Some of them sound good for this, but I don't know.
Without a body, it's awfully hard to know anything. But not impossible. I asked Cloyd about someone who was high on my list of potential suspects, Reuben Schmidt, the 18-year-old friend who Misty called for a ride home.
That was hinky. I mean, he could be the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was weird, and he was a kind of a freakish guy too. He was supposedly asleep in the apartment or something. I don't remember
Cloyd's memory of the details is, understandably, not 100%. It's been years since he reviewed the case. But I've definitely got some leads to pursue. The call is certainly useful, but at this point, I've done about as much advanced research on Misty's case as I can. It's time to put boots on the ground. I tell him I'll be out in the Tacoma area for 2 weeks in January, and I'd love to take him to dinner to talk more about this case.
Let me know. I'll be glad to help you.
I feel certain this will be one of the hardest cases I've ever worked. For starters, there is so little physical evidence, maybe even none at all. What does exist was found in February 1993, when a group of volunteers joined Misty's mom, Diana, to search along Highway 410, about a half-hour drive from Puyallup, deep in the mountains outside the little logging town of Enumclaw. The search party made a shocking and devastating discovery. A pair of jeans with socks and underwear stuffed into one of the pant legs. According to Sean Robinson's reporting, Diana burst into tears, her face contorted in a way everyone struggled to describe. Staring at the jeans, Diana realized they were her own. They're the ones Misty borrowed to wear to the fair. To date, this clothing is the only physical evidence ever recovered in this case. King County Sheriff's Department officers arrived at the scene by 3:30 p.m. The light was already fading, and the officers decided it would be best to come back the next day with search dogs. Everyone knew the significance of the location. A few hundred yards away, the bodies of 2 teenage girls have been found within the last 4 years, murdered and dumped in a small clearing in the woods. Teenage girls who were last seen in downtown Puyallup, just down the street from where Misty vanished the night of the fair. 3 girls, all about the same age, all disappeared from the same main drag in Puyallup. Evidence of their disappearance found in the same patch of woods, down Highway 410, about 25 miles from town. This was the dumping ground, the territory of an active killer. Could Misty have died at the hands of a serial killer? Previously on Who Took Misty Copsey.
32 years, that's how long it's been since 14-year-old Misty Copsey disappeared while attending the Washington State Fair.
For years, my mom felt like people thought she was crazy. Every time she would even talk to the Puyallup Police Department, it was like, you guys think I'm crazy, and I'm not crazy.
The problem with this is she could be anywhere, and you don't have anything. You have a bunch of weirdos, but there's bottom feeders all over that area.
She just looked totally distressed. Like she was in trouble. She looked like she was crying.
From ID and ARC Media, I'm Sarah Cailean, and this is Who Took Misty Copsey. When I book my flight to Washington, I deliberately choose a window seat. I usually prefer the aisle, but I've never been to the Pacific Northwest, and I have a feeling I'll want to see the view. As we approach the Seattle-Tacoma airport, I slide open the window blind, and honestly, I gasp out loud. Mount Rainier looms over everything as far as I can see, even from that high up. It's January, the mountain is completely white, and against an unusually bright blue sky, the stark contrast is truly like nothing I've ever seen. An hour later, as I head out to I-5, Mount Rainier's presence seems even more intense. It's just there everywhere I look, reigning over a sea of evergreens. We're in the Pacific Northwest now, baby, that's for sure. It strikes me that this is how it would have looked in 1992 when Misty Copsey went missing. Misty's mom, Diana, searched through this landscape for nearly 30 years until she passed in 2020. In some of these woods, and in the shadow of Mount Rainier, a pair of jeans was found along Highway 410, the only evidence ever recovered in this very cold case. I spend my first afternoon exploring the area. Gray skies and patchy fog roll in, mist snaking between the Douglas fir and red cedar trees. This is the atmosphere, so bound up in all the legends and myths of the Pacific Northwest. I will come to understand much more deeply how this area could feel like a hunting ground for anyone or anything that prefers to hide in the shadows. With a setting like this, I can't help wondering, is this really the serial killer capital of the world? We outsiders are certainly not the only ones who think this.
It was funny, after I got your message yesterday, I started just running through cases in my head from that time frame, both solved and unsolved. And basically what I have come to the conclusion of is that Western Washington was a veritable killing field for young women. Like, I don't think people can even wrap their brains around how many serial rapists and predators were out running around. It's insane.
This is Lindsay Wade. She grew up in Tacoma, Washington. She worked with the Tacoma Police Department for 21 years, first as a patrol officer and then as a homicide detective. By the time she retired, she was in charge of the department's cold case unit, and she did some incredible work in that role. I originally met Lindsay through a mutual colleague and quickly realized we have almost parallel histories. On my first full day in Tacoma, I head over to see Lindsay. I need a lay of the land, and I need real context. She's the perfect person to help me sort fact from fiction.
Hi. How are you?
How are you?
Lindsay opens the door wearing a sweatshirt with a picture of a 70s-style van and the words, "Vans are creepy," on it. Now I'm sure that we're kindred spirits. We settle on some couches in Lindsay's office and get right down to business.
So just to give you some context, in the 1970s, when Ted Bundy was operating in Western Washington, there were several other serial killers operating at the same time. You had Bundy, who was abducting young women, but at that same time, there was a guy named Warren Forrest, who was also abducting and killing young women in Washington State and picking them up in his creepy van and then disposing of them.
Now that sweatshirt is starting to make even more sense.
And then you fast forward to the 80s and then you get into Green River. You know, I think pretty much everybody's heard of the Green River Killer.
Pretty much. But for those who haven't, in July of 1982, the body of a missing 16-year-old girl was found in the Green River in Kent, Washington, about midway between Seattle and Tacoma. Over the next 3 months, 4 more bodies were found in almost the exact same place, and a 5th was found near the airport. Investigators believed all 6 had been killed by the same offender. Authorities formed the Green River Task Force. The FBI, the King County Sheriff's Office, Washington State Patrol, Seattle and Kent police departments, and Port of Seattle authorities all working together to try to stop this predator. Over the next 19 years, more than 40 girls and women vanished, only to turn up murdered, seemingly by the same killer. The task force interviewed countless suspects. Even Ted Bundy was contacted to advise the investigation. Careers were started and finished in the time the Green River Killer stalked the streets of Seattle and Tacoma, callously dumping the remains of at least 49 girls and women all over Western Washington, including a spot off Highway 410 in the woods just east of a little town called Enumclaw. In 2001, authorities identified the Green River Killer as Gary Ridgway. I've often wondered if he could be responsible for Misty's disappearance as well. I have the same question about many other murderers who have been convicted in this region. Lindsay and I are less than a year apart in age. Like me, and like Misty, she was a teen in the early 90s with the Green River Killer looming over her childhood. I've never seen a region where there are so many active within the same era, specifically targeting girls and young women. I mean, like underage women, like little kids and teenage girls. That, I think, might be special to this region. Mm-hmm. That's what feels different here.
Yeah, and I don't know why that is. I've had people ask me, like, what's the causal factor? You know, like, there's not just one. There are lots of things that people speculate about. One of those has been the weather and the fact that it's gloomy and gray here. And, you know, is there like a seasonal affective disorder or lack of sun psychosis? I don't know. But, you know, there's that discussion about the weather.
There are a few other potential factors. Port cities with quick access to entry and exit points are appealing locales for serial offenders. These cities are often transient. They offer anonymity, the ability to strike and disappear quickly. Lindsay lists a few more potential explanations.
Military bases, mental health facilities, that back in the 80s especially, it was not uncommon for a lot of these guys to walk away from mental health facilities and just sort of be out and about and unsupervised.
Not to mention the landscape. Heavily populated cities and towns full of potential victims, surrounded by miles of woodlands in 3 directions and an ocean of water in the 4th. Then, of course, there's the timing. The 1980s and 1990s were quite simply a different time.
I mean, today it would be absurd for a young girl to be seen walking down the street hitchhiking, or for a van to pull up and a woman to say, yeah, I'll take a ride with you, you know. But at that time, that was normal. It was commonplace. And so I just think there was so much more of an opportunity for predators to come across victims.
And so many more reasons why a person might trust a stranger, or at least take a chance on trusting a stranger. With Misty, for example, if a stranger offered her a ride, could it have seemed like a better option than walking the 11 miles home? I don't know if anyone offered her a ride. I don't know of anyone seeing her after a bus driver near the fairgrounds who told her she'd missed the last bus to Spanaway. But I do know that if Misty missed the last bus, she couldn't have pulled out a smartphone and requested an Uber. She couldn't text a bunch of friends. She'd have to have made a call from a payphone. I know she called her mom and told her mom she'd call a friend for a ride. Could she have instead taken a ride from a stranger? Maybe even the Green River Killer himself?
I think it's so hard to try to even make sense, you know, looking at a lot of the unsolved cases, because there are so many predators to choose from. There's like a whole list of serial killers who were operating. You know, I've got a friend who's also in this business, and we joke that there's like the B-list serial killers that no one's ever heard of because they got eliminated on the big serial killer case, and they got kicked to the side because they weren't the guy. They didn't turn out to be the Green River Killer, or they didn't turn out to be Ted Bundy. So they got kicked to the side because the detectives had to move on to continue with the investigation on their current series. However, those guys were in the case file for a reason. They were in the file because they did something really bad.
It's important to note things have changed in Washington state. In 1990, the state legislature passed the Community Protection Act. This created one of the first sex offender registries in the country. The act also offered new sentencing guidelines for violent sex offenses, and this worked to curtail predatory behavior in the area. It seems to have made a lasting change in the area. With the help of modern technology and improved investigative techniques, it's also harder to get away with murder. Perpetrators have less of an opportunity to become serial killers because they are caught and convicted before they have a chance to strike repeatedly. They serve longer sentences and are often beyond the age of peak criminality by the time they are released, if ever. So, yes, things have changed. Washington state's reputation as a killing field is becoming outdated. But in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, it was accurate. And that's what makes me wonder if the Green River Killer, or maybe one of these so-called B-list serial offenders, is responsible for Misty's disappearance. There is so little evidence in her case. If a well-known killer is responsible here, it's possible we just don't know it because no one has been able to link him to any evidence. If Misty is an unknown victim of one of these killers, her case is certainly not the only one that remains to be solved.
There are a lot. There are a lot of, still today, unsolved cases, whether they be abduction, rape cases, or murder cases, or just missing. They're just gone, right? Nobody knows what happened to them. Young girls and young women. And I think people would be shocked if they knew that number and they knew how many of those cases exist, especially from that time frame.
Lindsay's work on these cases is one of the primary reasons I wanted to speak with her. In 2012, Lindsay was the one staring at a cold case file, hoping to find shreds of evidence that might help her solve the murder of 2 young girls.
Everybody knew about the girls in the parks.
The girls in the parks. Jennifer Bastian and Michelle Welch.
Those 2 girls were murdered in 1986, actually in that park that you can see right there.
Lindsay gestures towards Point Defiance Park, visible through her office window. It's a city park in that it's within the city limits of Tacoma. But this is Washington State, so even a city park is actually a 700-acre, densely wooded area with dramatic sheer cliffs jutting into Puget Sound. It's gorgeous, even from here, but it's also a little scary.
I'm sorry, Jennifer was killed in the park here. Michelle was killed in another park not too far from here. And the cases were so similar, a 12-year-old and a 13-year-old, 4.5 months apart, out riding their bicycles, broad daylight, just what every kid would do. What I did, what we all did. And they both ended up being abducted. Michelle was found the same day that she went missing, and she had been brutally sexually assaulted and murdered. Jennifer, who went missing 4.5 months later, she was not found for 24 days.
Lindsay again points towards the park.
It is a forest. It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack, basically.
When searchers found Jennifer's body, they learned that she too had been sexually assaulted and murdered.
And because of the similarities, it was just sort of almost like a no-brainer. Like, of course it's the same guy, because this is very unusual.
Lindsay was just a kid, but she remembers these cases clearly.
They really were cases that affected me as a child. I mean, they were close by. I can think back to having to walk to school and walking by this gulch area and, crossing the street to the other side because I was thinking, gosh, is some guy going to jump out of there and grab me?
As Lindsay tells me the details of the story, I'm thinking of Misty. She's around the same age as these girls. She lived within a half hour. They were all bubbly, bright students, known to be friendly, clever, and kind. The biggest difference in these cases is that investigators ultimately found the bodies of Michelle and Jennifer. There is no proof that Misty was sexually assaulted, except that her underwear was found balled up in the jeans found by the side of Highway 410. And yet, my instinct tells me these cases could all be connected. The question is, how? Investigators handled the deaths of Michelle and Jennifer with appropriate gravity. And still, despite thorough investigations, both cases eventually went cold. The looming threat of this unknown killer, along with many other serial predators operating in the area throughout her childhood, inspired Lindsay to pursue a career as a detective. She wanted to solve murders. Lindsay joins the Tacoma PD in 1997 and gets promoted to detective in 2003. In her new role, she decides to take a fresh look at the case that haunted her childhood. She meets with Michelle and Jennifer's families. In the case files, she sees that detectives had been able to get a DNA profile from Michelle's case, but never in Jennifer's. And then, in 2013...
My former partner, who was the cold case detective before me, he actually was able to obtain a DNA profile from the suspect in Jennifer's case for the very first time. It was entered into the DNA database, and it was not the same offender as the offender in Michela's case.
Despite the similarities in the cases and the long-held belief that a single culprit had abducted, assaulted, and killed both girls, DNA evidence revealed that law enforcement had the case all wrong.
So it really kind of completely turned these two cases on their sides, because all this time, for about 28 years, the two cases were investigated as if they were the work of the same serial offender. Now, all of a sudden, we had to go back to the drawing board.
People who had previously been eliminated from the suspect pool because they were not available for both attacks, they were back on the table.
I had over 2,300 guys to go through. It was like, okay, well, this is a lot of work.
As a former cop, I can assure you that plenty of detectives would have looked at that list of 2,300 names and said, well, we tried, but not Lindsay Wade. She starts whittling down the list, eliminating people who couldn't have committed either crime. It's slow going. Then, in 2015, she hears about detectives in Arizona solving a case using genetic genealogy.
And so I was like, really? Because I have DNA in my cases. Let me have the phone number for this genealogist. I'm going to call her.
Based on the DNA profiles, the genealogist gives Lindsay a handful of potential last names for the perpetrators in both cases. One of the names stood out.
The last name was Washburn.
There was one man, a Robert Washburn. But oddly, his name didn't come up in Jennifer's case file. He was in Michela's. And not a suspect either, but just one of many people who'd called in a tip before Jennifer was killed.
I read it and I was like, okay, well, that's interesting. I'll add him to my list of people to get DNA from.
In 2016, Lindsay gives a press conference sharing details about both cases publicly for the very first time. Tips start streaming in.
And then while we were getting new information coming in on the cases, we were sending groups of FBI agents and detectives out to go collect voluntary DNA samples from those guys on our list. I mean, I literally would show up at somebody's door, knock on their door, and be like, hey, I'm investigating a cold case. I want to eliminate you. Will you give me your DNA? I mean, I was finding people living in a van down by the river, carnies at the Puyallup Fair. I mean, you name it, we did it. It was insane.
She ends up with 160 DNA samples, including a sample from Robert Washburn. She starts sending them to the state crime lab in batches of about 20 at a time. Everything comes back negative. She sends the final batch of 18 samples to the lab in January 2018. A few months later, Lindsay retires from the Tacoma Police Department and takes a job with the Attorney General's office.
And 25 days later, I got a phone call from the detective who replaced me in the cold case unit. And he said, are you sitting down? I said, yes. And he said, we have a match on Jennifer Bastian. And I was just stunned. And I asked who the name was. And he said, it's Robert Washburn.
The name Lindsay had gotten from the genetic genealogist. Tacoma PD officers start preparing to head to Illinois, where Washburn was then living, to take him into custody.
We were having conversations about, should I go for the arrest, which I really wanted to. But then, it's like, well, but you're not a detective anymore. You're not commissioned anymore. And someone needs to tell Patty, Jennifer's mom. And I honestly would have rather been the person to tell her that there was an arrest in the case. So as soon as he was in handcuffs, I went from the police station to her house and knocked on her door at 8 o'clock in the morning and woke her up and got to share the news with her that she'd been waiting for almost 32 years by that point. And I'd run through all these things I was going to say to her. And of course, I'd get there and I was just like a deer in the headlights. I couldn't remember anything. I was just a hot mess, and she knew. I mean, as soon as she saw me on her doorstep, what are you doing on my doorstep at 8 o'clock in the morning? And who is this tall police officer in a uniform that I'd never seen before? It was one of the assistant chiefs that was with me. And it was amazing. It was the most amazing day of my career.
I cannot express how much I wish I could give Misty's mom, Diana, this moment. I didn't get here in time, but at the very least, I'm hoping to be able to solve this case for her brother, Colton, and for all those who love and miss her. In June 2018, authorities got a match on the DNA profile in Michela's case, a man named Gary Hartman. Again, Lindsay offered the family resolution.
I think with a lot of cases that I've worked on, sometimes it was more important for like a victim to just know that somebody hadn't forgotten them and that they actually cared and were trying to do something. Even if I never solved the case or arrested somebody, there were certainly times where, a victim would just be so thankful that they hadn't been basically just left behind. Like somebody actually cares about what happened to you and is trying to do something about it.
This I know I will provide to Misty's loved ones. Building a relationship with the loved ones of a victim is, to me, one of the most important elements of cold case investigation. It's important for many reasons, including investigative purposes. For my entire career, I've studied and trained in the school of thought first pioneered in the 1960s and 70s by Dr. Ann Burgess. Dr. Burgess introduced the idea that solutions to violent crime are more often than not bound up in knowing and deeply understanding who the victim was as a person. Not just the bullet points, not just where they worked, how old they were, or what they were wearing when they disappeared or died. But what books did they like? Were they early risers or night owls? What secrets did they share with their closest friends? These types of questions can only be answered by those who knew and loved them best. This is why it was so important to me to reach out to Misty's brother Colton before ever setting foot in the Pacific Northwest. I'm planning to see him shortly after meeting with Lindsay. First, I want to gather anything else I can on Misty's case. I want to bring Colton new information or have specific questions to ask him when we meet. And I'm hoping Lindsay can help me answer others before I turn to Colton. Given the similar ages between Misty, Michela, and Jennifer, I can't stop wondering if there is any chance that Gary Hartman or Robert Washburn could have abducted Misty the night she disappeared. Gary Hartman and Robert Washburn have been convicted and are serving more than 25-year sentences for the respective murders of Michela and Jennifer. Neither has been charged with another crime, but based on the brutality of their attacks on Michela and Jennifer, I think it's highly possible that either or both of these men are serial predators. However, the more Lindsay and I discuss the details of those cases, I realize that the odds of either of these men having abducted Misty are low. The way the girls' bodies were disposed of, and the fact that Misty's body was never found, paint pictures of different criminal minds. Jennifer and Michela's killers disposed of the girls' bodies in essentially the same place where they attacked them. This indicates the killers acted on impulse. Misty's body has never been found, which at the very least indicates that a potential killer made an effort to hide her body, and that what happened to her was likely an escalation of violence rather than an impulse to kill. So again, these cases are different. Without having a crime scene to review in Misty's case, though, I can't completely rule out the possibility that Hartman or Washburn could have abducted Misty. Neither was in prison when Misty disappeared. Lindsay Wade would help close those cases years later. And even if neither is responsible in this case, I can't rule out the possibility that Misty's disappearance and likely death is the work of a known murderer, a known serial killer, such as the Green River Killer, or even an unknown serial killer. Misty's jeans were found close to the location where the bodies of Anna Chebetnoy and Kim DeLang, two girls close to Misty's age, were found in the 4 years before Misty disappeared. And the entire region really was just crawling with serial rapists and killers, targeting very young girls. So many more than most people have ever heard of. So many more than even I knew before getting here. Lindsay is familiar with Misty's case, but not on more than a surface level. She has never read the case files or spent time on the case. And the day I met with her was her first official day in a new role as an investigator with the Pierce County Prosecuting Attorney's Office. It's an exciting role for her, but unfortunate for me, because it means Lindsay can't discuss any active investigations, including Misty's. She can't discuss any details at all, because if an arrest is ever made, this office will be responsible for the prosecution. So I can't get Lindsay's investigative thoughts on the case. But there is someone who used to be in law enforcement who I can try to connect with again. Cloyd Steiger, the man who first told me about this case, who has offered to help in any way he can. He has been generous with his time so far, but since landing in Tacoma, I've been wrestling with something. Cloyd is a former Seattle Police Department homicide detective. After leaving Seattle PD, he became the chief criminal investigator with the Attorney General's homicide investigation tracking system. Cloyd is no longer in law enforcement because of a very public event. In 2020, in the midst of Black Lives Matter protests across the country, Cloyd made a scene at a local restaurant. The waiter was wearing a BLM pin, and on his receipt, Cloyd wrote, quote, "BLM button equals no tip," end quote. When the media called him out, he doubled down on his views. Soon after, he was put on administrative leave, and in October 2020, he was fired from his position at the Attorney General's office. I learned the full details of this only after arriving in Tacoma. I now have no interest in meeting with him. But I'm still waiting to hear back from Puyallup PD. That means Cloyd is currently the only law enforcement official who has both looked at the case and is willing to speak with me. I'm an outsider here. Access is everything in cold cases, and Misty is my priority. So I need to get whatever information I can out of whoever I can. I set aside Cloyd's personal political views and arrange a meeting. And ultimately, it's a good thing, because Cloyd would soon make me question the one thing I thought I knew solidly about the case. In 2018, Cloyd was working as the lead investigator for the AG's office. Part of his job was reviewing unsolved cases from smaller jurisdictions, seeing if he might be able to help local police by bringing in some outside expertise. The Misty Copsey case came across his desk.
It's the biggest case in Puyallup. I mean, that's what they consider their biggest case. A little 14-year-old just disappears, never seen again, and that's a serious case.
By the time Cloyd got Puyallup's case file, the case had been unsolved for 26 years. But it wasn't dormant.
I mean, it wasn't like it hadn't been touched in 10 years. No, it was like within 2 months, or they'd done this or done that, or talked to this person, talked to that person. But the problem is they had very little to go on. Some rumor would come up, they'd chase it down. But it's like swinging at ghosts. That's the problem.
I asked Cloyd about some of the key suspects I'm interested in, starting with Green River Killer. But Cloyd doesn't think that checks out.
First of all, I don't think he'd have been down in the Puyallup area during the fair with so many people around, you know. And the other thing is, he was soliciting prostitutes. Would he mistake her for a prostitute? Maybe, but I doubt it. Could it be him? Yes. But I don't know that either. That's the thing. You have no evidence to point one way or the other. And that's the problem with this.
The first time I ever spoke with Cloyd, this was the case he suggested, without hesitation. But with the total lack of evidence or direction, I'm kind of at a loss as to why. What exactly am I supposed to do with it?
She did call a friend of hers and asked him to pick her up. And he said, I can't, I don't have any gas. But he did leave and then came back. And so people were looking at him. Did he go get her and do something to her? I don't know. And I don't know.
This friend Cloyd's remembering is Reuben Schmidt. Reuben is the friend Misty told her mom she could call to ask for a ride home. The friend that Diana wasn't a big fan of and told Misty to get a ride from someone else. Reuben met Misty through a mutual friend at her school before she and her mom moved to Spanaway. According to a 2009 investigative series in the News Tribune, Diana once picked up the home phone and overheard 18-year-old Reuben telling her 14-year-old daughter, quote, I get horny just looking at you, Misty. I reached out to Reuben to verify this. He did not respond. According to Colton and Sean Robinson, the reporter who wrote the investigative series, when Diana couldn't find Misty the morning after the fair, she called Reuben. He said that Misty had called him looking for a ride home, but he didn't have enough gas in his car, so he told Misty he couldn't pick her up. At the time, Reuben was staying with the family of one of his friends. Diana called the house again a few hours after she spoke to Reuben. This time, the friend answered. He told Diana that Reuben had gone to pick up Misty. Diana called a third time. This time she spoke to Reuben. He said that he had gone out, but not to pick up Misty. He'd gone to a party. It seemed that Reuben couldn't get his story straight, mere hours after Misty went missing. I haven't had a chance to read the complete case file, but Cloyd has. And more than 30 years after the initial investigation, Cloyd says Reuben struck him as a solid suspect.
He had a criminal history. He was just your typical lowlife.
Ultimately, the police have largely dismissed Reuben as a suspect. Cloyd stands by their work, so he doesn't think highly of Reuben, but he is not saying Reuben is responsible. And after thoroughly reviewing the police case files, Cloyd felt he had a pretty good guess about what most likely happened to Misty that night.
Somebody who happens to be a sexual predator sees this little girl looking lost, offers her a ride. She's desperate. She gets in the car with him, and then he does what he is going to do, and then he kills her. I mean, yeah, that happens all the time. I think that's the most likely answer to this, is that it was just some person that came across her randomly, and then he dumps her body. You know, there's mountains all over here. You put a body out in the mountains, the animals are going to scatter it, and you never ever find it. From Puyallup, if you left where the fair is, in 40 minutes, you'd be in the middle of the forest.
I ask what he thinks are the odds Misty's case will ever be solved.
I would say like 15%. It's pretty low. But you never know. Something could come up. You know, you never know what will pop out. And then this whole thing about finding the clothes out by the Mud Mountain Dam. What are the odds? What are the odds? They're infinitesimal that you would just be walking in some rural area out in the woods and come across, oh, look, here they are. You know, but no body there. I don't believe she was wearing those clothes.
By the clothes, Cloyd means the jeans and the socks and underpants stuffed inside them. The only pieces of physical evidence in the case. And he's telling me that he thinks they actually have no connection whatsoever to Misty or her disappearance.
No. These were like size 16 clothes, and Misty was like a size 4.
This doesn't make sense to me. Up to this point, my understanding has been that the clothes were found about 5 months after Misty vanished. In February 1993, a small civilian-led search party found a pair of stonewashed jeans balled up in a ditch near mile marker 30 on Highway 410. Diana said they were definitely the jeans she had bought herself and loaned Misty to wear to the fair. She also recognized the socks and underwear stuffed in the pant leg as her daughter's. Now, to be clear, Cloyd isn't suggesting that Diana was lying. Maybe something more like wishful thinking.
She was desperate to find anything, and she just glommed onto that and was convinced, again, that that was Misty's clothing, even though Misty was a very small girl, and these were like size 16 clothing. And the other thing is, if you're going to kill her, why would you take her clothes and put them? You could throw her clothes in a dumpster. They will never be seen again. One of the things I suggested to the Puyallup people is MVAC the clothing and see if Misty's or her mother's DNA is on it. If it's not hers.
The MVAC is basically a microscopic wet vac used to suck up tiny bits of touch DNA off almost any surface. The MVAC really started to revolutionize criminal and cold case investigations around 2016. Question is, has Puyallup ever MVAC'd those clothes? As far as you know, they did not respond immediately with that, or in the years that you were there, you never heard?
I don't think so. I don't know for a fact. And we talked about those clothes and how unlikely they were to be hers. I don't know if they ever submitted them. I mean, Washington State has 8 MVACs now. They could do it.
I ask for clarification because I want to be completely certain I'm understanding correctly. I ask him, are you saying the Puyallup police did not believe these jeans were Misty's?
Yes, I know that because we talked about that.
This bombshell from Cloyd is really throwing me. I'm just barely starting my investigation on the ground here, and it feels like the rug was just pulled out from under me. I don't have access to the files. There's no crime scene to analyze. And now, maybe the only place we could possibly have started is vanishing into the mist. My head is spinning. Cloyd pulls me back to reality.
A reporter for the Tacoma News Tribune newspaper made a public disclosure request to the Puyallup Police Department for the case file about Misty Copsey. And the city attorney at the time for Puyallup, I don't know where the hell he got his law degree, but he said they had to release it. They released the entire case file.
I actually understand Cloyd's frustration here. I don't begrudge a journalist for trying to get access to as much as possible, but I think there's a significant risk of compromising any investigation or potential prosecution if you allow every single piece of information into the public discourse. Still, I'm not as frustrated as Cloyd.
The detectives that I talked to were very upset that that was released. And I said, I couldn't believe that. I've never heard that in my life. I mean, what the hell?
His eyes still get big when he talks about it. I get it. But me, right now in this situation, I'm delighted by the decision. The city granted journalist Sean Robinson 8 hours to review the file in its entirety. He published the stories that have helped me so far, and now I'm hoping he'll help me in a bigger way. Maybe, just maybe, Sean Robinson will let me see that case file. Previously on Who Took Misty Copsey.
Detectives never found Misty's remains, and they have not been able to tie those jeans or any evidence to any suspect.
This whole thing about finding the clothes out by the Mud Mountain Dam, what are the odds? I don't believe she was wearing those clothes.
I think it's so hard to try to even make sense of looking at a lot of the unsolved cases because there are so many predators to choose from.
A reporter for the Tacoma News Tribune newspaper made a public disclosure request to the Puyallup Police Department for the case file about Misty Copsey. They released the entire case file.
From ID and ARC Media, I'm Sarah Cailean, and this is Who Took Misty Copsey. I've been on the ground in Washington for about 4 days, and already the mysteries surrounding Misty Copsey seem to be morphing and evolving. It's one thing to start a case trying to figure out what happened. It's another to arrive on the scene and learn that the only known evidence may not actually be related to the case. A week ago, I thought I knew one thing for certain. That the only physical evidence ever discovered in Misty's case was a pair of baggy, stonewashed jeans with a pair of socks and underwear in one leg, found in a ditch along the side of Highway 410 about 5 months after she disappeared. But now, the person who first told me about this case, former Detective Cloyd Steiger, has told me he doesn't think those were Misty's genes. I need to get to the root of this. It's crucial for me to move forward. That's why I'm heading to meet with local journalist Sean Robinson. In 2009, Sean published an investigative series on Misty's case with unprecedented access to the Puyallup Police Department's entire case file. Cloyd was shocked that the city gave Sean that access. He feels like putting so much info into the public eye compromised any future investigative efforts into the case. On the other hand, the case was 17 years old when Sean published his story. And while the police repeatedly said it was an open investigation, they had done shockingly little to advance it in all those years. So, personally, I'm on Sean's side here. And I cannot wait to find out what he knows. My producer, Tessa, and I hop in the car and head south to meet Sean at a local university in the Tacoma area where he teaches journalism. I'm starting to get pretty familiar with the network of highways that connects Tacoma, where I'm staying, with the surrounding areas.
Hi, I'm Sarah. Nice to meet you. Thanks so much for doing this.
Sean greets us outside, wearing a baseball cap and a bulky fishing vest with dozens of pockets, though apparently he's not much of a fisherman.
I hung out with photographers for a long time, and they would always wear these, and I'm like, well, this is good, and it's because I can put my chucket here and walk the dog and do that. I have extra pockets.
Just handy.
Yeah, my wife hates it.
As a devoted dog mom myself, I appreciate this commitment. In addition to teaching, Sean still works at the News Tribune in Tacoma. He's been there about 25 years. He spent 20 of those as an investigative reporter. Nowadays, he's an editor. In all those years, Sean tells me, the longest thing he ever published was The Stolen Child, a 3-part series diving into the case of Misty Copsey, a case that had gained almost mythical status at the Tribune offices.
It was kind of newsroom lore. Other reporters, other colleagues of mine, had worked on it from time to time because it was this lingering missing persons case that had never been solved.
In 2007, Sean decides to take a swing at it. He makes a public records request for the Puyallup PD's case file and manages to make a virtually unprecedented deal.
So they basically allowed me brief access to the entire investigative file. And they were willing to do it in part because they just had gotten nowhere.
The case is 15 years old at this point. At first, Puyallup denies Sean's request, claiming that Misty's case is an active investigation. But Sean keeps pushing, and finally, city officials veto the police department's denial. They grant Sean exactly 8 hours to sit in a room and look through the entire Puyallup PD case file and pick which documents he wants copies of. Then Sean gets to work. In May of 2009, he publishes his explosive series.
The story I wrote was not meant to say, here's the killer. That's not what I was doing. What I was doing was saying, what happened and why couldn't they solve it? And here are some things that these files reveal about what they did at the time and the decisions they made, which in hindsight, at times they look bad. They look bad. They made some bad assumptions. They waited too long, and a lot of information that could have been gathered was lost because they didn't believe it.
Didn't believe that Misty was anything more than a runaway. Sean's story details some major failures in the original investigation, which we'll come back to soon. But Sean says the story was about a lot more than that.
Part of the problem of that story was habeas corpus, right? There's no body. They have never found her. And so it's a story without an ending. Even with hints about possibilities, you still do not have the body, so you cannot be sure.
Instead, Sean focused on the part of the story he was sure of, Misty's mother, Diana.
This is what this is about. It's not about you cops. It's not about serial killers. It's about this person and this person's grief that will not stop.
Sean developed a close working relationship with Diana.
I talked with her for a year. Almost every day we would talk. And I drove around with Diana, talked to her on the phone. I went to all these kinds of places with her, all the key spots. I went to the place where the jeans were.
On one of these many trips, he and Diana stopped for a coffee.
And we're sitting there in the parking lot, and I looked at her and I said, "Do you ever drink until you cry?" And she nodded. And that was my lead sentence. Sometimes Diana Smith drinks until she cries. And then she calls up the Puyallup Police Department and tells them what she thinks of them, which she did. But that was where I wanted to locate that story at the center of her. This grieving mom whose daughter is gone and who latches on to anything she can find, and in the process of desperation, latches on to someone who is both energetic but toxic.
That person was Corey Bober. As Sean explains, Corey plays a critical and complicated role in Misty's case. Specifically, a huge role in why and how those jeans were found in the first place. So, understanding Corey Bober himself is the first step to determining the validity of that evidence. Sean spoke with Corey Bober at length.
Over and over and over and over and over again. Lots and lots and lots of times.
In the early 90s, Corey Bober is sort of an OG armchair detective. A guy in his mid-20s, a contract subscription salesman for the News Tribune, living with his mother in Puyallup. He had a few run-ins with the law for drug charges, even spent a bit of time in jail. He's an analog web sleuth, a true crime junkie before that was really a thing. He once told Sean that he had, quote, a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder, not full-blown, but there, end quote. Something that was apparently noted in some of his drug charges. He'd fixate on stories in the local news, especially about crime. As of 1992, the thing in the local news that he is deeply obsessed with is the Green River Killer, a faceless serial killer active and at large in Western Washington.
Corey had a long-standing theory that he would propound over and over and over again to anyone who would listen, from reporters to public officials all the way up to state officials, about who he thought the killer was.
Corey thought the Green River Killer was a guy named Randy Oxiger. Randy was apparently an acquaintance of Corey, and when Corey decided Randy was the Green River Killer, he would not let it go. He gave mountains of what he claimed was evidence to the Green River Task Force. And they listened. They looked at Randy Oxiger pretty intensely, but in the end eliminated him from the suspect pool. Corey still wouldn't let it go. Even fast forwarding to 2001, when the Green River Killer is definitively identified as a man named Gary Ridgway, Corey continues to insist they got the wrong guy. He is obsessive like that, like a dog with a bone once he gets an idea in his head. And a lot of the time, there is really no merit to his obsessions. Still, no one can completely dismiss Corey and his theories.
Corey, in spite of his erroneous thing about who the Green River Killer was just really good at ferreting information out of people. He did things that were just, you couldn't believe it. And the reason you would keep listening to him on the phone and taking him seriously was because he'd get something right. He wasn't always right, but sometimes you're like, God, he's right about that. I can't, damn, he's right about that.
As a quick example, Sean tells me that one time, through his uncanny ability to, quote, ferret information out of people, Corey uncovered a shocking scandal involving an elephant at the local zoo.
He discovered that the zoo people had inadvertently sent the remains of Cindy the elephant to the landfill. And they had to apologize, and it was an embarrassment, and Corey found it. Corey was right. So he would have little triumphs like that, where you're like, okay, I can't not listen to you because, damn.
To be clear, Corey had no investigative background, no law enforcement experience whatsoever. And as far as I know, no connection to the zoo. He just had a knack for digging up weird, hidden nuggets of information, sometimes important ones. Question is, does Corey have legitimate detective skills? Or is this the kind of thing where even a blind squirrel finds a nut once in a while? Maybe the distinction doesn't really matter, because either way, sometimes Corey gets onto something, and sometimes he's just right. Again, in 1992, the thing he's fixated on is the Green River Killer. Specifically, 2 Puyallup girls who Corey is convinced are among the Green River Killer's victims.
There's 2 sets of remains in the area where Misty's jeans were discovered on Highway 410. DeLange and Chebetnoy.
15-year-old Kim DeLange and 14-year-old Anna Chebetnoy.
Both young women, both killed, both found very near each other in an area off of Highway 410. Highway 410 is this long, straight strip, and you come to these different areas that are owned by a timber company. Some of those areas even now are blocked off by these kind of metal gates. And 410, in addition to DeLange and Chebetnoy, was a place where there were other confirmed Green River victims dumped.
Corey believes that the Green River Killer must be responsible for Kim and Anna's deaths. He points out that both girls disappeared from the Hi-Ho shopping center in Puyallup, both found about 24 miles away, in the same clearing off Highway 410. Then Corey notices something about the timing of their cases. Kim disappeared in July of 1988. Anna in August of 1990, 2 years and 1 month apart. Based on this, Corey predicts that another girl will go missing from Puyallup in September of 1992. Corey wrote about this in his journal in November 1992. Sean included several journal entries in his reporting. One says, I was looking at and comparing the victims, checking where they were last seen, when they were last seen, where they were found, when they were found. I thought, oh my God, I'm sure he's going to kill soon. He killed in July 88 and in August 1990, and both girls came out of Puyallup. It was time, September 92. Another girl will disappear from Puyallup, and maybe he'll put her too on the same highway, 410, near the other 2 girls as a clue in forming a 3-person pattern. He wrote this entry 2 months after Misty disappeared, but Corey claims he had called in a tip as soon as he made the connection. He says he warned authorities that a girl might go missing, and then Misty did.
So he had that theory in his mind before Misty disappeared. And then when she disappears, he's like, I have it, proof, eureka. And then he tells Misty's mom, while the Puyallup cops are dismissing her and saying, nah, she's just a runaway, she's just a runaway, and they were wrong. That's how Corey meets Diana, is he calls her up and says, I think I know what happened to your daughter.
Unfortunately, serial predation is not this straightforward. Serial killers operate in cycles, but their cycles of violence and cool down don't move this way. And I've never heard of someone killing on a strict schedule dictated only by the calendar. Even if someone did, no one can really draw a pattern from 2 points. I know this after years of studying serial predators. But for Misty's mother, Diana, who hasn't studied serial predation, someone who is desperate for any help in finding her missing daughter, I can see why she took Corey's theory seriously. According to Sean, Diana was initially skeptical of Corey. Sean writes that Diana ultimately formed a, quote, uneasy alliance with Corey. He would call her and spout his theories for hours.
And she would fall asleep talking to him on the phone, and she'd just be like, phone on her chest, cordless phone on her chest, and he's just still going and going and going.
Corey journaled about the moment he heard about Misty. On October 4th, about 2.5 weeks after Misty disappeared, Corey's mom told him she'd seen a flyer in the window of a downtown Puyallup 7-Eleven. He reached out to Diana, and from there, he just didn't quit. With the police ignoring her, it's hard to blame Diana for turning to the only person who seemed to take her seriously. To be clear, Corey had no previous connection to Misty or Diana. There have been rumors over the years about Corey and Diana having a romantic relationship, but she denied that, and there seems to be no basis for it, other than his obsession with her daughter's case. The only connection is Corey's theory that because of the timing, 2 years and 1 month apart, Misty must have been killed by the same person who abducted and killed Kim DeLange and Anna Chibetnoy. And that leads him to believe that Misty's remains must also be near where Kim and Anna's remains were found, out on Highway 410, about 25 miles from the fairgrounds in Puyallup.
And so he was leading Diana, who again was getting no traction from the cops at this time. I'm going to help you find your daughter, and I'm going to help you find your daughter's remains. He took, the killer took her out here to 410. Let's go. Let's take a group to this particular gate by this particular dirt road along Highway 410.
In November of 1992, Corey organizes 2 search parties along the north side of Highway 410. The search parties don't find anything. Afterwards, Corey realizes Kim and Anna's bodies were found on the south side of the highway. So he plans another search, this time on the south side. In February of 1993, 5 months after Misty's disappearance, Corey, Diana, her sister, and about a dozen volunteers gather at a spot along Highway 410, just about a half mile from where Kim and Anna's remains were found, at the intersection with a dirt road around mile marker 30. One of the searchers starts poking around in a ditch along the side of the road, and suddenly, everything changes. Diana later describes the moment in a series of news segments.
This kid, Boy Scout, was digging through the ditch with a stick, and he caught hold of something and he flipped it up on the road, and I looked at it and it was her jeans. I really didn't expect to find anything, And
what did you find?
her pants, her socks and her underpants. I held out hope until we found her jeans up on Highway 410.
Diana says she is sure these clothes belong to Misty. This discovery of a pair of jeans, underwear, and a pair of navy blue socks marks a massive turning point in the case. Misty's mother, Diana, seems to recognize the significance of the jeans found crumpled in a ditch right by the side of Highway 410.
King County comes out, the sheriff's office, Green River Task Force, the key Green River detective, Jim Doyne, comes out. And that's really when the true, more substantive investigation begins.
It is this discovery that finally pushes investigators to look into Misty's disappearance as anything but a runaway case. This clothing, the jeans, socks, and underwear, is, to date, the only physical evidence that has ever been found in Misty's case. This is why these jeans are so key to everything we know about Misty's disappearance. Unless, of course, they are not Misty's jeans at all. Retired Detective Cloyd Steiger says the pants were the wrong size. that he believes Misty was a size 4 and the jeans found were a size 16. He may have been rounding, but either way, he felt the size discrepancy was significant. I disagree. For starters, I don't believe he has any idea what size Misty was. Not because he's ignoring anything, but because, in my experience, the average man wouldn't know how the sizing of women's clothing works and likely could not guess a girl or woman's accurate size. I don't mean it as an insult, but women's sizing is wild and it can fluctuate drastically between brands. Even we can barely make sense of it a lot of the time. Besides the size discrepancy, Cloyd also questioned why the killer would toss them on the side of the road. Why not put them in a dumpster or bury them with the body? I can see some scenarios that might explain this, but Sean Robinson raises an even more troubling idea.
There's some not unwarranted speculation. Corey planted the jeans to try to get people to react.
Corey Bober easily could have known what Misty wore to the fair, based on his many conversations with Diana. So I have to consider the possibility that Corey might have planted this evidence. An act of a man desperate for people to take seriously his theory that Misty was taken by the same person who killed Kim DeLange and Anna Chibetnoy. There is also speculation that Corey was actually involved in Misty's disappearance. Even Diana was suspicious of Corey, as Sean described in his investigative series. Well, Sean says that the police did briefly consider Corey a suspect, but ruled him out. No one seems to think Corey is a physically dangerous person, and for his part, Sean doesn't think there's any chance Corey was involved.
I do not. I have spoken with him so many times, and I know a lot about how he thinks and works. I don't think Corey is a killer. I don't think Corey ever killed anybody. And I always thought that was sort of ridiculous. Here's this obsessive guy who has an idea, who has the wrong idea, but his energy and his indefatigability and stubbornness keeps this thing alive when it would not have been. And in that sense, he did a good thing.
But as Sean's story made all too clear, Corey's contributions were not all good.
I called that thing The Stolen Child as a reference to an old poem by William Butler Yeats, actually. Come away, O human child, to the waters and the wild, for the world's more full of weeping than you can understand. And in stealing the case and stealing it from the mom, he made Misty his case instead of hers and stole it from her, which I always thought was pretty sad. And she just wanted someone to care.
I've spent a lot of time trying to decide what to make of Corey, and more importantly, what to make of the clothes that were found on a search that Corey organized. Sean spent a lot of time with Corey. I trust his judgment and his belief that Corey is not a killer. Based on what I've read and heard about him, I don't think he is either. I can't disagree with Cloyd Steiger's skepticism that Corey would be the one to stumble upon the only piece of evidence ever found in Misty's case. As Cloyd said, what are the odds? It all brings me back to the same questions. Is that evidence legit? Are those Misty's jeans?
The jeans are like a metaphorical crossroads. If they're hers, then it's something. If they're not, what is it?
If the jeans are not Misty's, then all we know is that Misty was last seen by a Puyallup bus driver around 9:20 p.m. From there, she vanished into thin air. But if they are Misty's, then I've got questions. Like, is Misty's case connected to those of Kim DeLange and Anna Chibetnoy? Also, Who would know this network of roads well enough to know that this remote stretch of Highway 410 is a good place to dump some evidence? Throw a rock from the Puyallup Fairgrounds and you'll most likely hit dense forest land of some kind. Who would have a reason to be all the way out in that particular direction? And another question, why the jeans, underwear, and socks? Why nothing else? What happened that night that led to these items being separated from any other evidence? I need to get out there and see for myself. My producer Tessa and I get in the car and plug in the pinpoint on the map where the jeans were found. Sean gave us a handy Google Maps tour of the area before we departed. It's about an hour away. As we drive, we discuss the cases of Kim DeLange and Anna Chebetnoy. Their remains were found almost practically on top of each other, which does make you think it's like two women who go missing from the same place, but it's a mall, so that could be a coincidence. Two bodies who get disposed of in the same place, but it's in the middle of nowhere in the Pacific Northwest. That could be a coincidence. But both? That feels like a pattern.
And, I mean, dumping bodies almost on top of each other when there's so much remote.
When there's so much,
like,
yes.
What are the odds?
What are the odds? And we also know that serials love a dumping ground. Serial killers love a dumping ground, for lack of a more delicate way to state it. A huge part of the pathology in serial predation involves a significant aspect of fantasy. There is a lot of fantasizing about the sadistic desires and plans before an act is committed, and also revisiting what they have done in fantasy after a killing, through the memories of it. This is why we see so many serial killers collect souvenirs. The souvenirs are a way for them to relive the experience more viscerally, with something they can see and touch. For some, it means actually going back to the bodies to heighten that visceral experience. And for some, like the Green River Killer, that includes acts of necrophilia. Spending time with remains like this is critical to many of them. So having a safe place where they know they can go back again, sometimes over and over, without being detected, makes it simply logical to use the same location repeatedly. Tessa brings up something we noticed on Sean's map.
The fact that these girls and Misty's jeans were found on 410, where when you look at a map of Ridgeway victims, it's like right there.
Yeah, there's a good handful of confirmed and presumed victims of Ridgeway on 410, like in the woods off of 410 south of Enumclaw. I mean, the exact same area. Looking at the map, the spot where the jeans were found is almost due east of the fairgrounds, ever so slightly south on Highway 410. When I compare this to a map of the Green River victims, 4 points land along the 410 route. These points are east and west of the jeans. 2 of them are in the woods, directly north of the jeans.
Yeah, I mean, feels like you can't count him out as a suspect.
No, I don't think you can. With my understanding of the significance of dumping grounds, and knowing that a number of proven Green River Killer victims were found nearby in the 1980s, I am not willing to exclude him until I have something more concrete than simply, she doesn't seem like one of his victims. About 20 miles east of Puyallup, where the fairgrounds are, we pass through a string of small towns. Buckley, then Enumclaw. Are we still on 410?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, we are. Past Enumclaw, the landscape starts to change. The road narrows to a 2-lane highway, and small towns give way to dense, dark woods.
Yeah, it's pretty thick woods out here. I mean, this is far.
It is far. It feels like we're way out now, way out in the opposite direction of Misty's house in Spanaway, which makes me realize something. If Misty did catch a ride from someone who offered to take her home,
it would be very clear they're going in the wrong direction. Like, you wouldn't have to go very far out of Puyallup to know, like, wait, we're not going near Spanaway, we're going the other way. So I feel like you could not drive with her, like, fighting this whole way. And so whatever happened, it feels like she's either unconscious or already dead when they're coming down 410.
It's unpleasant to talk about or even think about, but it helps me paint a picture of what might have been happening in the hours after Misty's last known interaction.
28, okay. 2 more miles, okay.
Finally, we hit mile marker 30 and the intersection with the dirt road where the jeans were found. We pull over and get out of the car.
Okay, so these are timber roads? Is that what he was saying?
If you look at it on a map, Highway 410 cuts a narrow trench into the woods with many gravel access roads branching off it. In the early 90s, these access roads and much of the land around them were owned by the Weyerhaeuser Logging Company. They allowed the company's trucks to transport massive tree trunks out of the woods. Anyone who lives around here would know about these access roads. They'd know that 410 itself is too busy a road to discreetly dump a body, but no one pays much mind to these cutouts. They fly right past, going wherever they're going. In this particular cutout, set back a little further from the road is a locked gate. I haven't been able to confirm if the roads were gated in the early 1990s. Regardless, when I first researched this case, I saw posts online suggesting that someone connected to Weyerhaeuser might have killed Kim and Anna. This theory was based on the idea that only Weyerhaeuser employees had keys to the gates on these access roads. How else would their killer or killers have accessed the roads? But again, I have not confirmed that there were gates in the early 1990s. Plus, some recreational permit holders have access. So a connection to a Weyerhaeuser employee seems far-fetched. Still, it's on my mind as we drive down the access road where the jeans were found. We park the car. There's not a lot of distance between us and the cars rushing past when we get out, but we want to look closer at the ditch we've heard so much about.
So yeah, it's just like right off this road. Like really feels like you could just throw something out of a car.
Yeah, exactly.
You know? I mean, clearly people have thrown some garbage out here.
There are some food bags and crumpled cans littered in the ditch. Seeing this in person, I feel even more sure the clothes were hastily chucked out a passing car window. Sean had photos of the jeans from when they were found before police collected them. The jeans were kind of balled up, like they'd been taken off in a hurry. One of the legs is pulled half inside out, and the socks and underwear are caught up in a pant leg.
There's like something about it that's bugging me, like the way it was like one leg pulled inside out, the underwear's in there, there's a sock. I mean, this feels like jeans at the scene of a sexual assault. The way it's all pulled, like just kind of stuffed in there and stuff, and that you would just throw the whole thing out and it would stay exactly like that.
Stuffed is probably not the best word. The socks aren't in the pants, they're just kind of caught up with them. Like they were definitely all together, not just two separate incidents of random clothes dropped in this spot. When it comes to the question of whether the jeans may have been planted, I really don't think so. It's unlikely someone like Corey Bober would have had the foresight to plant them looking just like that. It's too specific.
You would never think that way.
Right. So then it's like they're either hers or they're another sexual.
Or somebody else's.
But I don't think they're somebody else's.
Yeah, I think they were hers.
Unfortunately, despite Misty's mom, Diana, identifying the jeans as belonging to her, the investigators didn't reach the same conclusion. Shortly after the jeans were found, authorities decided they were most likely not Misty's. Puyallup PD Detective Herm Carver was asked about the discovery of the jeans, socks, and underwear on a news segment. He said, quote, "It was not helpful," end quote. Authorities solidified this position in the wake of Sean's reporting. Even today, they maintain that
they can't prove that the jeans were hers because they could never find any verifiable traces. They could never establish conclusively that the jeans were on Misty's body.
In 2009, after Sean published The Stolen Child, Puyallup PD ran DNA tests on hairs found on the jeans. The results showed that the hairs were not a match with either Misty or Diana. And as of 2011, according to local newspaper reports, there were no matches within DNA databases. Cloyd told me he recommended MVACing the jeans, the latest and greatest in DNA technology. It allows investigators to pull the smallest quantity touch DNA samples off old evidence. MVACing the jeans might reveal a suspect DNA profile or determine if the jeans are actually Misty's. This would tell us more than testing hairs. Did the Puyallup PD follow Cloyd's recommendation? I don't know. They have never discussed it publicly. If they didn't, it's a major failure. Without conclusive testing for touch DNA on all three items, of course, I can't 100% say they are Misty's. But despite what Cloyd Steiger and the Puyallup PD may think, I feel strongly that these jeans were the ones Misty wore to the fair that night. I came out here in the hopes that seeing this part of 410, where the clothing was found, would help me determine the likelihood that they were Misty's. And it has. I think these are Misty's jeans, socks, and underwear. Is there any chance Diana wanted answers badly enough to misidentify the jeans? Not intentionally, but out of desperation? Yes. But I don't think Diana misidentified them. Diana was able to say where and when she purchased the jeans. She said she bought them the summer before Misty disappeared at a store on Pearl Street in Tacoma, a busy thoroughfare running north from the heart of Tacoma directly into Point Defiance Park. The police cataloged the jeans. The catalog lists a brand called Ethics. According to what I found, at least one store in the area sold Ethics jeans in the early 1990s. It's called JC Jeans, and back then, it was on Pearl Street in Tacoma. This makes me further inclined to believe Diana. So why were investigators so quick to dismiss Diana, who was saying this from day one? It has to be about more than the DNA. Now that I've seen a photo and the location of the jeans for myself, I'm much more certain the jeans were the ones Misty wore to the fair. I believe Misty's mother, Diana, who told police those were her jeans, which Misty borrowed, and Misty's socks and underwear, which Diana had purchased for her 14-year-old daughter. So why do the Puyallup cops think otherwise? Why did they question Diana's identification of the jeans? Sean said something in our conversation that could help explain this. It came up when he was telling me about preparing to release his 2009 series on Misty's case.
Before we published that series, we brought them in, meaning the Puyallup cops, to let them read it pre-publication. And if there are any factual errors here, we'll fix them. If there's things you question here, we'll fix them. And basically, for the most part, they kind of sat there looking grim because we had it. We had everything in there. And some of it did make them look bad because some of the things they did were not good. That's how that went.
Some of them were deeply fucked up.
Do you want me to go there?
Yeah.
Part of the problem was, I'm going to say, class-based, in the sense that they looked at Diana and they said, okay, well, you're a trailer park mom, you're not a good parent, and your kid probably ran away because that's what happens most of the time. We're just going to wait for her to turn up and blah, blah, blah. That was the first mistake. At a time, contextually, in this region, when we had scores of missing young women. Now, Misty was not a sex worker. She went to the fair, missed the bus, and never came home. That's what happened. She didn't run away. That was not the case. And they didn't look, and they didn't check. And they made some assumptions about Mom that were just bogus. And they didn't go down the really obvious roads that they should have gone down right away, and lost access to potential evidence permanently at the beginning that could have been the answer. I'm not saying it was the answer, but they lost it.
It is infuriating to hear what the Puyallup police did, or more accurately, did not do in the days, weeks, and months following Misty's disappearance. And it's gut-wrenching to imagine what that time must have been like for Diana. Broad, sweeping failures to act by the only people who could have acted, that could mean those missing answers are lost to time. The first 48 is a giant cliche, but sometimes cliches are based in reality. The steam you can gather at the very beginning is now lost forever. The police did not try to speak to a single witness for almost 6 months. Not one person. Not until the jeans were found in February of 1993. Only then do they interview Misty's best friend, Trina, with whom she had gone to the fair. When police finally talked to Trina, Trina says that Misty called her friend Ruben Schmidt for a ride. She says Misty started calling him around 8 p.m. and called about 5 times.
She calls him from this phone booth. Trina was there and heard her make the call. And Ruben says he can't come because he doesn't have enough gas, because he never had enough gas in his shitty car. There's a back and forth.
Misty tries to convince him. And according to Trina, Misty even tells Ruben how to break into her house to get some money from her piggy bank to pay for gas.
Diana always had a problem with this, and she would get mad when I would raise this point, that Misty gave Ruben directions to her house to go get the money from her piggy bank money stash or whatever so he could buy gas for his car. And Diana was like, no, Misty wouldn't do that. Misty was perfect and pure. It's like, no, I think she did do this because she was desperate. Here are the directions to my house to get my money.
Trina says that even this information didn't change Ruben's mind. He insisted that no, he couldn't come pick them up.
Trina offered to have her boyfriend come and pick them both up, and that was Michael Reiner.
Trina was 15 years old. Her so-called boyfriend is 22-year-old Michael Reiner.
Hanging out with 14-year-olds.
Now, Trina tells the cops she and Michael were just friends, that they were not involved. Sean has a different impression. Whatever the nature of their relationship, a 22-year-old man hanging around with 15-year-old Trina is a giant red flag for me. But according to Trina's statement to the police, when she calls Michael to ask him to pick her up, her call gets disconnected. Misty and Trina then walk to the bus stop. Misty calls Diana from a payphone. Misty says they have missed the bus. Diana is upset, so Misty says she'll figure it out. She'll either get a ride from her friend Ruben or take the bus later. This is all tricky. What Trina says to police is slightly different than what Diana told Sean Robinson. Diana said the girls planned to get the 8:40 p.m. bus. Knowing how I was as a teenager, I'm inclined to think Trina knew more details. It sounds like they might have had a plan that they never shared with Diana, And when it fell through, they fell back on the bus story. Either way, according to Trina's statement, when Misty calls Diana, Misty doesn't seem to mention the earlier calls to Ruben. She says she'll call Ruben, and if Ruben can't pick her up, she'll take a bus. Diana gets upset, but says, okay, as long as Misty gets home. In reality, Misty and Trina are stranded. Misty lives about 11 miles southwest in Spanaway, much too far to walk. Trina lives closer, though not close, about 3 miles east. With darkness descending, the two girls sit on a bench and come up with a plan. Trina tells the police, quote, "At that time, I made my decision of walking home, and she said she would take the bus. The last words that I said to her were, 'Be careful.' And she turned around and told me the same, and we walked off in different directions." Trina's statement raises so many questions for me. What if Misty tried Ruben again and he changed his mind? What if Michael Reiner got Trina's calls and came to get them after all? In a later statement, Trina adds more details. She says that when she called Michael, Misty didn't approve.
So Misty's like, I don't like Michael. I know what you and Michael are going to do.
In that second statement, Trina also tells police that she left Michael an angry message, and that as she was walking home, Michael showed up and gave her a ride. So if she left those details out the first time, I have to wonder, what if Trina isn't telling the whole truth?
I tried many times in many ways to reach Trina. I didn't stalk her, hound her, or anything. I tried to reach out via standard forms of contact, and she did not want to do it. And I understand, because I think she feels enormous guilt and enormous sadness, and probably unfairly blames herself for something someone else did. And I understand that, and I don't think it's her fault.
As he says this, Sean leans in towards the microphone, almost as if he's trying to speak directly to Trina. Unfortunately, I'm not sure I'll ever be able to ask Trina my litany of questions. Trina has never spoken to anyone in the media, including Sean. Trying to talk to her seems like a long shot, but one I absolutely have to take. She is one of the first people I tried to find when I started working on this case, but I can't seem to track her down, like anywhere. She's kind of vanished. While I'm in Washington, I decide to ask Misty's brother Colton if he has had any contact with Trina. He has not, but he's willing to help us try to find her, and we set a time to meet. We'll discuss the case, and we'll try to find Trina, because ultimately, we all have the same question. What does Trina know? Previously on Who Took Misty Copsey.
Western Washington was a veritable killing field for young women. I don't think people can even wrap their brains around how many serial rapists and, predators were out running around. It's insane.
The problem is they had very little to go on. Some rumor would come up, they'd chase it down. But it's like swinging at ghosts. That's the problem.
They looked at Diana and they said, okay, well, you're a trailer park mom, you're not a good parent, and your kid probably ran away because that's what happens most of the time. And they didn't look and they didn't check. And they made some assumptions about mom that were just bogus. And they didn't go down the really obvious roads that they should have gone down right away.
For years, my mom felt like people thought she was crazy. I mean, every time she would even talk to the Puyallup Police Department, it was like, you guys think I'm crazy, and I'm not crazy.
From ID and ARC Media, I'm Sarah Cailean, and this is Who Took Misty Copsey. I want to gather new information before I sit down with Misty Copsey's brother, Colton Smith. After about a week in Washington, I decide it's time. Even then, it's hard to find a time to meet for a few reasons. First, Colton works third shift, meaning overnight. Having worked nights as a cop, I really sympathize with how tough that schedule is. Plus, Colton's a little nervous about meeting in person. Being the one carrying the torch for Misty since their mother Diana's death in 2020, it's a role he's still getting comfortable with. It's a slightly unusual one, too, because Colton was born after Misty disappeared. He never got the chance to know his sister personally. Still, I'm fairly certain he'll be able to fill in a few gaps in what I know so far and help me develop a clearer picture of his mom, the sister he never got to meet, and the investigation into her disappearance. In the time I've been looking at this case, I have only had two-dimensional understandings of both Misty and Diana. Misty was the perfect child, and Diana was the distraught, angry mother. But people are never that simple. Even if both of these portraits were completely true, there's still going to be a lot more in the nuance that can help me see their world as it was. And that is critical if there's going to be any chance of solving Misty's disappearance. We meet at a burger spot in Tacoma, and as soon as he walks in, I see the family resemblance. Colton's an intimidating figure at first. He's more than 6'4", but his smile is shy and sweet, with a calm demeanor. Colton tells me he and his mom, Diana, were close.
It was just me and her against the world.
For a long time, he didn't know he'd ever had a sister. Looking back, though, there were hints.
My mom would tell me, like, I wish I could give you a sibling. I wish you had a sibling. I know you're an only child, and that's rough sometimes. Like, I wish you had a sibling.
I asked Colton when he learned from Diana about what had happened to Misty.
I would be in bed, and my bed was always close to the living room, and I remember she would talk to her friends about it, like, hey, this is what's going on with my daughter's case, and I wasn't asleep like she thought I was. So eventually I just kind of pieced it together, and the more I heard her talk about it, the more I was like, this is a real thing. Like, this is my family that we're talking about, not just like a TV story or something like that. This is real.
Once Colton was old enough, Diana told him the full story. They went to events for families with missing children. He remembers Diana putting on a car wash to raise money for Misty's case and says that Diana had a picture photoshopped of the three of them, Diana, Colton, and Misty, which she framed on the wall. Colton still has it on his mantle. The fact that Diana framed this imagined reality in which her family was whole and she got to live with her two children kind of breaks my heart. As hard as she worked to keep Misty's memory alive and to try to solve what happened, Colton says it never felt like he had to compete for her love or anything of the sort.
My mom never made me feel like she took Misty's case as priority over me. She always made me feel equally as loved as a parent should. Anything I did, anything I had interest in, even if it was just one of those things that you could tell as a kid was just a phase, my mom was like, if that's what you want to do, you go ahead and do it. And I believe you can do it. That was my mom. I personally feel that that's what she was put on earth to do, was to be a mom. And I think I wanted to exemplify what it meant to be a good mom.
Colton was only 21 years old when his mom died. At first, he didn't realize he'd sort of become the last hope of carrying on his mom's lifelong mission to figure out what happened to Misty. Then one day, it just kind of hit him.
If I don't do it, who's gonna do it? I just can't. I owe it to my mom to make sure that at least I try to bring her home. Because, my mom had always said, like, after I pass away, the Puyallup police is gonna get what they want, and that'll be it.
Colton felt he owed it to Misty and Diana to make sure this didn't happen.
My mom had always said, closer when she passed away, at this point, I don't care if somebody is charged. I don't care if they're held responsible. I just want my daughter home. And that's how I feel too. There's pretty much no idea in my mind that she's still alive out there somewhere. It doesn't add up to me. But yeah, if we could bring her home and lay her to rest, that would mean the absolute world to me.
I want to do this for Diana and for Colton.
I could have had that older sibling to help guide me through things, to help me learn things, and I didn't have that, and it was really frustrating. On top of the fact that you see how it affects your mother, and it's just like, this is not right. how could this happen?
I can only imagine how painful it must have been for him and how his hurt intensified as he started to understand the way the police treated his mom from the moment Misty disappeared. I've started to gather a better understanding myself, and I have a list of questions for him. There's always been this thinly veiled accusation that Misty really might have run away because home was unbearable, because Diana drank too much, because they fought all the time, that sort of thing. It seems to have originated with the police statements then printed or broadcast by the news media. The police seem to write Diana off as too difficult to deal with, as though that's why they fumbled the ball so badly. I asked Colton how much of this rings true.
I know that she had always had a little bit of depression and anxiety, even as a kid, but I just can only imagine how much that intensified after this happened. It just ruined her.
As we all do, she had her demons and battles. He confirms that Diana struggled with alcohol.
You know, occasionally, like anybody who was in this situation, my mom would drink occasionally, and it probably didn't numb the pain, obviously.
This was something Diana struggled with even before Misty's disappearance. Not saying this caused her to drink, but it may have intensified after losing Misty. Reporter Sean Robinson told me that Diana sometimes called him late at night, quote, half in the bag. She'd do the same thing with the police, calling to rage at them for doing nothing about her missing girl. Now, the fact that a victim or a victim's family member drinks alcohol, even in excess, is no excuse to treat their case any differently. But to be extremely clear, the police's inaction preceded any angry, alcohol-fueled calls Diana may have made. The thing is this, even if Diana had been awful straight out of the gate, that should have no bearing on how the police treat Misty. Misty was a whole separate person, and by any objective view, she was the victim of a crime. Period. To essentially punish her in order to punish Diana for what amounts to, at the very worst, bad manners is beyond the pale. I'm sure they didn't see it that way, but I've seen it up close before. Incidents in which police used someone's emotions, even a victim's emotions, as an excuse to justify dismissing their concerns. And in my experience, those someones were always women. Always. I tell Colton that the way the police initially mishandled Misty's case is some of the worst police work I have ever heard about in my entire career. We talked about this in our first phone call, but I have a deeper understanding now, thanks to Sean and Colton. So allow me to share. It starts the moment Diana gets home from her overnight shift on the morning of September 18th, 1992, and finds the house empty. As Diana would later tell Colton, she knew right away that something was awry. He can still hear her saying it.
I just knew something was wrong. I could just feel it. It wasn't right. There was just something not right.
Diana takes the logical first step. She calls 911. The dispatcher tells her it sounds like a runaway and she has to wait 30 days. This is total BS. And luckily, when Diana calls the Pierce County Sheriff's Office later that day, this gets corrected. The Sheriff's Office takes a report, but that's about it. They assign a deputy to the case. He speaks to Misty's friends and tells them to, quote, just call if she calls. 6 days later, with no sign of Misty, Diana files a report with Puyallup PD. The Puyallup PD slowly start making moves, assigning Detective Herm Carver to the case. 12 days after Misty disappears, Carver takes the first meaningful step. He goes to Misty's school with Diana to talk to some of Misty's classmates. Specifically, they talk to 2 girls in Misty's class.
A couple girls that didn't even know Misty.
These were not close friends, just barely acquaintances. One of the girls claims to have seen Misty at a concert a few days after Misty's disappearance. The other says she'd gotten a call from someone she thinks was Misty the week before, also after Misty's disappearance. But when Diana pressed for any details to corroborate these stories, the girls had nothing.
My mom is fighting to get these answers out of these girls. Like, how do you know? Are you sure about this? Like, they couldn't get a clear answer out of these two girls, and they leave.
These stories scream of what I call main character energy, a common phenomenon in a case like this, especially when the witnesses you're talking to are kids or teens. People want to feel helpful and important and insert themselves into a case without any basis. Sometimes it comes from a genuine place, other times not. It's hard to say here. Either way, these are 8th grade kids we're talking about. So the point is not about whether these girls should have said what they said. The point is that the detective in the room should have corroborated these stories. Unfortunately, he doesn't. From what I've reviewed and what was previously reported, it doesn't appear he spoke to a single teacher or faculty member either. Instead, he tells Diana, case closed.
And my mom is told, well, we're taking her off NCIC now because it's very clear that she's alive and well. These two girls wouldn't just say that.
He removes Misty from the national database where missing persons are listed. To add insult to injury, the detective goes on a local radio show the next day and basically tells the public the same thing. He announces that Misty is, quote, alive and well, and adds that Diana knows where her daughter is.
He went on a radio show even and said that, hey, don't even look for Misty. She knows where she's at. This is just a misunderstanding. And she's fine. She knows where she's at.
By telling the media that she's been located, they've turned off that switch in the public's mind that might have led people to come forward with more tips in those critical first hours and days. According to reporter Sean Robinson's article, this is seemingly the extent of the police investigation for the next 2 months. At some point, there's a reported sighting of Misty at a truck stop about 2.5 hours from Puyallup. Sean found this in the case files when the city granted him access. He learned that police didn't investigate this tip. Diana goes to the truck stop and asks if anyone recognizes Misty, but it leads nowhere. Then a new case catches everyone's attention. 4 months after Misty's disappearance, a man named Robert Leslie Hickey snatches a 15-year-old girl off the main street in Puyallup near the fairgrounds. He rapes her, then throws her down a ravine, presuming her to be dead. But she survives. The police catch him. The location and the age of the girl would seem like reasons to ask this perpetrator about Misty. But as far as we know, no one questions him about Misty and whether he might have been involved. Could he have attacked more than once? Could he be a serial predator? The brutality of his attack indicates he is. Most first-time rapists do not murder. That is usually an escalation. Or they accidentally kill their victim and their behavior escalates thereafter. The night that he abducted and raped the 15-year-old girl, Robert Hickey reportedly told her that he had to push her off the cliff because, quote, you'll tell like the rest of them. Even if that was conjecture or grandstanding, he later proved himself to be a serial predator. In 2001, he attacked a woman in her mid-20s in a very similar fashion, even throwing her down a steep hill. She escaped, and he went back to prison. Back in 1993, less than 2 weeks after Robert Hickey is caught, police get, and fail to pursue, yet another possible lead. Diana goes on a local TV show to talk about Misty's case. A woman named Tammy calls in saying she saw a girl matching Misty's description walking past a 7-Eleven toward the highway around 10 p.m. that night. A detective is part of the show. No one from law enforcement speaks with the woman after the show. A few weeks after that is when they find the jeans on the side of Highway 410. Only then do police begin to actually interview potential witnesses and suspects. They are starting at square one, 5 months after Misty disappeared. 5 months. And they're still not even pursuing every possible lead. A tip is called into the News Tribune in March 1993. Sean Robinson describes it years later. In short, a man calls a reporter at the Tribune and says he saw Misty get into a car, a yellow Chrysler Cordoba, with a man. He wasn't sure exactly when he saw this, but he believed it was around the time Misty disappeared. The caller gives the man's name and says this man works at a local auto detailing shop. The tipster is a customer at the shop, so he had recognized the man. The tipster says he waited until March to call this in because he didn't know anything about the case until recently. He had left for Alaska sometime after the fair, and upon returning from Alaska, he heard about Misty's case. He doesn't give his name or contact info. According to Sean, the tipster says he's, quote, 98% certain of what he had seen. The reporter who spoke with the tipster calls the King County Sheriff's Office. A detective writes up a report. He writes, quote, the informant said that when the girl he believes was Misty approached the Cordoba, she leaned in to talk, but then got a startled look, looked around, and then got in the car. Sean reported that King County detectives looked into the background of the man named by the tipster. He was a 33-year-old local man with a concerning record. In 1990, 2 years before Misty disappeared, the man was convicted of sexually assaulting a 13-year-old relative. The King County Sheriff's Office passed the tip on to Puyallup Police. As far as I can tell, none of the original investigators contacted or attempted to speak with the man in question. Sean left the man's name out of his story because the man has never been linked to Misty's disappearance in any official capacity. Of course, there's one person who hasn't been sitting idly by throughout all this time: Diana. Beginning the day after the fair, Diana goes into high gear. Colton retraces Diana's steps for me in more detail than I'd previously known. Among her first phone calls is one to the 18-year-old friend who Misty had said she could call for a ride, Reuben Schmidt.
She called Reuben, said, hey, my daughter told me you were the last person she was going to contact to get a ride. I told her no, but is there any chance that she called you? And he says, yeah, she called me, but I didn't have gas, so I didn't go get her.
Next, Diana tries Trina's house. No answer. She leaves a message on the machine.
That's when she goes, okay, I'm going to go to Trina's. I'm going to knock on the door.
Trina is at school, so Diana leaves a note asking her to call as soon as she gets home.
Trina eventually made it home from school, called. My mom asked her, where is my daughter? Do you know where my daughter is? And she says, I don't know.
Diana calls Reuben again. This time, Reuben is out, but someone else answers. His roommate, James Tinsley.
Reuben's roommate, who claims that he did, in fact, go pick Misty up that night with his uncle.
Diana calls again later that day. Reuben picks up. He clarifies, okay, yes, I did go out, but not to pick up Misty.
He left to go, he claims, to a party.
Reuben's story keeps changing. Definitely fishy. But hang on a sec. What about this uncle? I've seen mention of an uncle in Sean Robinson's reporting. It was a vague reference, and according to records I've found, Reuben has several uncles. Did she specify which uncle she believed he had left with?
So she never specified. That was a big source of contention in her own mind for a long time. She couldn't figure that out. She didn't know a name. She didn't know who it was.
This could be a significant piece of the puzzle. If I can narrow down which uncle from the rather sizable pool of them, it could go a long way towards excluding Reuben, or further implication. Either way, it would force some movement. Reporter Sean Robinson told me that through his conversations with Diana, Diana would change her mind about who she felt was responsible for Misty's disappearance. But all this conflicting info from Reuben and the roommate made Diana very suspicious of Reuben. Colton shares notes that Diana wrote in a notebook. She says Ruben stopped by her house several times in the days after Misty disappeared. He was always with friends, and he never asked about Misty. He only asked if the cops knew anything yet. Then, a few months after Misty disappeared, Diana actually ran into Ruben at a corner store and confronted him.
Like, where is my daughter? I know you know where my daughter is. Where is my daughter? And she said that he just panicked, said, I don't know, man. I don't know. And he just booked it out of that corner store. And he ran out to an orange pickup truck. There was an older man inside the truck that was driving. Ruben explained who my mom was. And I guess his eyes just widened and they just peeled out of there.
So she runs into Ruben by chance. But when she tries to talk to him, he completely panics. He runs out of the place, has a conversation animated enough to be obvious from where Diana is in the store, with an older guy who, it appears, knows at least something about what Ruben is saying. They take off in a hurry in an orange pickup truck. This feels like yet another piece the detectives should have at least run down. Was the man in the orange pickup truck Ruben's uncle? If so, which one? Is this who Ruben supposedly left with that night, according to what Ruben's roommate told Diana? What was so important that when Diana saw Ruben at the store, he so quickly left with this man? What were they talking about? Diana kept all of her work in a giant binder. Colton has it with him. My producer and I start looking through.
So these are mostly newspaper articles that she clipped.
It's brimming over with documents, photos, newspaper articles, all related to Misty.
Oh, is that a drawing of Misty's?
Yeah.
Oh my God. May 1981. So she would be like 3.
Yeah.
And this is a missing poster.
This is one of the originals.
Were you at the Puyallup Fair on Thursday? Oh, so this must have been like right after. It's like, and do you think that's Misty's like school photo from that year?
I believe that's like one of the last photos she had taken.
We're looking at a black and white printed page, one of the original missing posters that Diana had printed, made within hours of Misty disappearing. At the top, it reads, "Were you at the Puyallup Fair on Thursday?" Below that, Misty's school photo and a description of Misty. Blonde hair, blue-green eyes, 5'9". At the very bottom of the page, it reads, "Last seen Puyallup Fairgrounds, wearing baggy light blue jeans, navy blue sweatshirt, brown suede shoes." Baggy light blue jeans.
It's really interesting to, and a little bit chilling to see she's describing exactly the jeans that would be found.
Yep, exactly.
This poster is printed immediately after Misty's disappearance, months before the jeans are found. This is another indication that Diana accurately remembered exactly what Misty was wearing the night of the fair. Not some wishful thinking or false memory created out of desperation months later when they found the jeans, socks, and underwear crumpled up on Highway 410. I come across a letter addressed to Diana. "Dear Unsolved Mysteries viewer, please accept our apologies for the delay in responding to your story submission. Here at Unsolved Mysteries, we do our best to carefully review each story that our viewers submit through the mail to our offices. Unfortunately, we will be unable to pursue your story as requested." There are several letters like this, correspondence between Diana and media organizations trying to get attention for Misty's case. Unsolved Mysteries, America's Most Wanted. It's clear Diana was trying desperately to get someone to pay attention.
This idea that she's, sitting in an apartment drinking herself to death and yelling at cops is just fucking insane.
Pardon my language, but I get worked up about this. There has been a lot of media around this case over the years in which the police repeatedly disparaged Diana. Sean Robinson's reporting was the only coverage I've seen that was consistently, truly empathetic about Diana's experience in all this. There are a number of reasons, both in the case investigation and in how we tell the story here, that we keep coming back to Sean's work. It was thorough and it was humane. Looking through the notebook, my producer turns to a photo of a young girl, not Misty. A girl with dark brown hair, a mischievous grin on her face.
Is that Trina?
Yep.
Trina. Misty's best friend, with whom she went to the fair the night she disappeared. The one who said that she left Misty waiting for a bus while Trina walked all the way home.
It comes out later that that's actually not what happened. The actual story is Michael Reiner came and picked her up and took her home.
Trina added this detail in her second statement to police. So that means the only two people whose stories are crucial to understand have both changed those stories. We have to talk to Trina. Have to. This all has to be cleared up and nailed down once and for all. I asked Colton if he's ever tried to contact Trina.
It doesn't seem that she wants to talk to me. She's not. I think she's trying to move along.
Did your mom have the sense that Trina's reluctance to speak was rooted in hiding something or in feeling a sense of responsibility and not being able to deal with it well?
I don't know specifically what it was, but I do know that my mom would say from time to time, she knows more than what she's telling us. I know she knows more than what she's saying.
Colton says he's reached out to her via Facebook and she didn't respond to him. She cooperated with the cops, but other than a short quote given to a newspaper in December 1992, she's never spoken to the media. Sean Robinson tried to speak with her. She twice agreed to an interview, but then backed out. To be honest, I'm highly doubtful that she'll talk to us, but I'm determined to try. After our meeting, Colton sends me Trina's Facebook profile. My producer Tessa and I pull it up. Her name has changed. There she is, Trina.
Oh, wow.
I type her new name into a database I use to find people.
I think this is her with actually a different last name, but yeah, it's her, Trina. Okay.
There are a few phone numbers, an email address, and an address about 50 miles north. I consider calling or emailing. Instead, I decide to just go knock on her door. I don't want to ambush her, but I have so little time on the ground here. You never know if people will even get an email or a voicemail, and so few people answer the phone from strange numbers anymore. I won't push her. If she asks me to go, I'll go. But I think in person is the best option right now. My producer Tessa and I pack up our gear and get in the car. An hour and a half later, we pull off the highway and drive a few blocks to her street.
Oh, shit, we're turning soon.
As we're approaching her house, a car goes by us.
I think she just drove by us.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not kidding you.
Shit.
A woman who looks just like Trina drives past in the opposite direction. When we reach her house seconds later, there's no car in the driveway and no one answers the door. We're certain we've just missed her. We regroup, go to plan B. We try calling the numbers we'd found.
I think that's probably not.
None of them work. Slightly defeated, we drive all the way back to Tacoma where we're staying, and we resort to plan C.
I'm just formulating the second paragraph of this email. All right, it is sent.
Now we wait.
And now we wait. I hate waiting. So Tessa and I decide to do something I've wanted to do since we arrived. We decide to retrace Misty and Trina's last known steps the night of the fair.
So this is Blue Gate, which does kind of appear to be the main entrance.
So this is, I guess, where Diana dropped them off?
I think so.
It's on the main street, Meridian. There are huge metal gates. They're closed right now. Diana dropped Misty and Trina in this spot around 3:30 p.m. Apparently, Diana had agreed to fib to Trina's guardian, saying she would pick them up later that night and take Trina home. So Diana was trusting these two girls to catch the bus and get home safely. From there, Trina and Misty skipped off into the fairgrounds.
You can picture it like when it's in full swing.
Oh, yeah,
like the
absolutely.
sounds and the lights.
We don't really know what Misty and Trina did at the fair. The next thing we know is that around 8:45 p.m., Misty calls Diana from a payphone, saying that she missed the bus home. That phone booth, according to reporter Sean Robinson, is right near the police station.
He said the phone booth is like across the street from the police station.
Okay.
The phone booth, as I understand it, is also right near the bus stop where Misty was supposed to catch an 8:40 bus home. We head that direction. The map says it's a solid 10-minute walk away.
So there's Puyallup Police. I don't know if that was really 10 minutes from where we were.
It was not close.
It's not close, yeah.
Maybe Misty also underestimated just how far that walk was, and that's why she missed it. At least as I understand it now, it's from this area that she calls Diana, though whatever payphone she used is long gone. And I believe it's from here that Trina and Misty start calling friends, looking for a ride, and near here that Trina leaves Misty. The next confirmed sighting is here, at the bus stop, around 9:20 p.m. This is where a bus driver tells Misty that the Spanaway route is done for the night. There's also the tip from a woman named Tammy, who called into a TV show to tell Diana that she'd seen a girl matching Misty's description walking by a 7-Eleven around 10 p.m. We go to check that one out and learn that the 7-Eleven is all the way back down Meridian, basically where we started. This makes me question the tip.
I think a sighting at 7-Eleven at 10 p.m. is kind of unlikely.
This just doesn't make sense. Why would she be here? The caller said the girl was heading south on Meridian towards a highway on-ramp. And technically, it is headed in the direction of her home in Spanaway, but still another 10 or 11 miles away. There have been some swirling suggestions that Misty decided to walk all the way home, but now that we're here where she would have been making that decision, that just seems ridiculous.
There's no way she would have tried to walk home.
No, I don't think so either.
It was either she got a ride or tried to hitchhike. Seems like.
Jesus. I don't think that's that kid.
From everything I've heard, Misty was a really good, well-behaved young teen. By 1992, the idea of stranger danger was really drilled into kids that age, my age. Hitchhiking, popular in the 70s and 80s, had become recognized for how dangerous it was, especially for girls and women. We can't be completely sure, of course, but I just don't believe she would hitch a ride with a stranger. Tessa and I hop in the car to head home and continue to discuss the possibility that Misty might have tried to hitchhike.
It doesn't seem terribly likely, but again, with 14-year-olds, their decision-making skills are not known to be well thought out, you know.
I mean, especially if she, had called and couldn't get a ride any other way, and she's like, I'm going to sleep on the street?
I'm going to get
what
in
am I going to do?
Is the main thing she's thinking, kids are always afraid to get in trouble. So the idea of a 14-year-old Misty in 1992 hopping into a strange dude's truck is pretty unlikely.
No matter how many times I go through it or how many possible scenarios I think through, I keep landing at the same place. Misty got someone she knew to agree to come pick her up. And top of that list right now, for me, is Trina's friend, Michael Reiner. I've done some more digging on his history, and what I've found makes me realize he's pretty suspicious. When Michael Reiner was 16 years old, a juvenile complaint was filed against him. Juvenile records are sealed, so I don't know the complete scope, but based on Sean Robinson's reporting, I know that the juvenile complaint accused him of abducting an 11-year-old girl and raping her at knife point, and using a cigarette lighter to further threaten her. According to the report, 16-year-old Michael offered this 11-year-old girl a ride in his car. Charges were never filed. This was 7 years before Misty disappeared. When questioned by the police, he denied it. Again, charges were never filed. But if Michael indeed abducted a girl and raped her at knife point when he was 16 years old, this is pretty advanced. There's something else. And again, this is according to Sean Robinson's reporting. Apparently, several of Michael's friends told police that Michael was a, quote, four-wheeling freak addicted to stump jumping. Some of his favorite trails were the logging roads near Enumclaw and Highway 410, end quote. Obviously, this could be relevant if it places him so close to the location of the jeans, plus the locations where authorities found the bodies of Kim and Anna. Remember that question I was asking myself earlier about who might have a reason to be out in this particular direction on Highway 410? Someone who might know about this section of secluded logging roads. Well, there's one answer. We know from police notes reviewed by Sean that when Trina told Misty that Michael could give them a ride home, Misty declined. I bring this up with my producer as we're driving home from the fairgrounds.
Now, the fact that she didn't get in the car kind of substantiates that, right?
Unless
she does.
She did.
Unless she did.
Right. This is the mind-bending challenge in a cold case like this, with so little physical evidence. After so many years, there are so many rumors and narratives that have been built around this story.
That's the whole thing about these cold cases is you really do have to go back to day one as though it's never been investigated.
Yeah.
Because if you assume that anything from the original investigation is correct or was vetted carefully, then you're going to end up with the same dead ends. You can't use the same roadmap and not get lost.
My understanding is that Misty didn't get in the car with Michael Reiner. But I don't know that never happened. What if Trina never told police the full, true story? What if Michael picked them both up? What if Michael picked up Trina, dropped her home, then went back for Misty? Or what if Trina lied or held back details in her second statement and he actually picked them both up that night and something went sideways? As we're approaching Tacoma, my phone gives a short buzz, a notification that there's an email in my inbox. It's Trina. This can't be right. She writes me to say that she's willing to talk, and what's more, that she's more than happy to answer any questions I have. I mean, holy shit. This is someone who has not agreed to speak with media for an official interview since, as far as I can tell, December 1992. We make a plan to meet at her house the next day. Previously on Who Took Misty Copsey.
I mean, the problem with this is she could be anywhere, and you don't have anything. You have a bunch of weirdos, but there's bottom feeders all over that area.
Trina eventually made it home from school, called my mom. My mom asked her, "Where is my daughter? Do you know where my daughter is?" And she says, "I don't know."
I tried many times in many ways to reach Trina, and she did not want to do it. And I understand, because I think she feels enormous guilt and enormous sadness, and probably unfairly blames herself for something someone else did.
My mom would say from time to time, she knows more than what she's telling us. I know she knows more than what she's saying.
From ID and ARC Media, I'm Sarah Cailean, and this is Who Took Misty Copsey? A few days into my trip to Washington, I'd finally reached Misty's best friend, Trina, the friend Misty went to the fair with the night she disappeared. Trina has not granted an interview to the media since right after Misty disappeared. But by some miracle, she's agreed to talk to me. We'll meet at her house after work, and I spend pretty much the entire day checking the clock, watching the minutes tick by. I'm really worried that at any moment, Trina might call and back out. Every time my phone buzzes, I have a tiny heart attack. She's done so with reporters before, like Sean Robinson. As the last person known to be with Misty the night of her disappearance, Trina is such an important source of information. Perhaps the most important source of information, at least of people I have any shot of talking to on this trip. And as I drive up, I'm imagining all the different ways this conversation could go. Trina could stonewall me. She could be defensive. She could be evasive. She could just straight up not answer the door. Her account of what happened that night, as given to the police at the time, changed. What if she's still hiding something? I know that in 1992, she was hanging out with a 22-year-old man named Michael Reiner, a man with damning accusations against him, including a violent sexual attack on a different minor. Michael denied that accusation. Still, with everything I learn, Michael Reiner is inching higher and higher on my list of suspects. I have so many questions for Trina, and I'm honestly not sure I'll get any of them answered. An hour and a half later, my producer and I pull up at Trina's house. The car that drove by us last time is parked in the driveway. At least she's home. I walk up to the door and ring the bell. As soon as Trina opens the door, my nerves melt away. Trina opens the door with a warm smile. She's barefoot in a comfy, oversized sweater with 3 friendly dogs at her feet. It's remarkable how much she looks just like the girl I've seen in those photos palling around with Misty more than 30 years ago. The same curly dark hair down to her shoulders, now tinged with gray, and a distinctive, slightly mischievous glint in her eyes, though now behind glasses. I still don't know how candid she'll be, but her energy is not defensive. It's actually very inviting.
Yes.
Trina leads us into the carpeted living room, past a portrait wall of family photos. The dogs continue to run circles around our feet, including a puppy, just a couple months old. As we start to settle in around the dining table, Trina tries to give the dogs bones to distract them.
Like, he normally eats it on the carpet over here. That's not yours.
It's no use. No matter what she tries, the dogs insist on bringing the bones under the table and sitting directly at Trina's feet. So please pardon the occasional chewing and chomping noises in the background. While my producer sets up the mic, I start to tell Trina why I'm here. What I really want from Trina is one thing: the truth. And the best way to get it is to make her feel at ease, lower any walls she may have built over many years of being questioned about this case. I tell her the same thing I said in my email, that I want to understand Misty. I want to actually get a chance to know Misty, who feels like she's been a little lost in the story of her own disappearance.
Part of the case, like nobody even talks about her.
You're gonna make me cry. Because you're right. She was lost as a person. Because people are, what happened?
Yeah.
Who else is involved?
Yeah.
That kind of thing. But as a person, she's no longer there.
What frustrates me about this is that these two ideas are not in opposition to one another. To understand what happened and who may have been involved, literally the solving of the crime, I must get to know Misty first. I know I say this a lot, but I can never overstate the importance here. The way the solution depends on knowing the person. Misty deserves this. All victims deserve this, as a way to bring them justice and also as a way to recognize their humanity. So I start at the beginning. How did Trina and Misty first meet?
I punched her. I think it was 6th grade because we were still in elementary where we had recess. And we were playing tetherball and the ball hit me. And she put her hand on my shoulder and asked if I was okay. And I got up and I punched her. And then I felt really bad and apologized the next day. She lived in the same trailer park as I did. So I went to her house and apologized. And she had a whole bunch of friends over.
Turns out it's Misty's 10th birthday. Misty doesn't hesitate. She accepts Trina's apology and asks Trina if she'd like to join the party.
I think I ended up staying the night there that night, yeah.
Misty and Trina instantly become friends. They just hit it off right away. Trina starts spending a lot of time at Misty's.
My home life was very abusive at the time. My mom was an alcoholic, and I didn't want to be at home a lot. I stayed at Misty's house all the time. I avoided my home as much as possible.
Misty's home in the Green Meadows trailer park community was a refuge for Trina. And when I asked Trina what she remembers about Misty's personality, I can see why.
What pops is how bubbly she was. She got along with everybody. Super friendly, kind, gentle soul. Very into sports. Basketball, baseball, loved it all. Loved the horseback ride. You could always catch her in jeans and a t-shirt. Just an all-around great person. She was one of a kind. Loved her mom, loved her dad very equally. Didn't talk bad about either one of them.
This catches my attention. I haven't heard much about Misty's dad, Paul Copsey, who went by Buck. But it sounds like he was a bigger feature of Misty's childhood than I realized. Honestly, that makes my heart happy, especially after all the police claimed about Misty having an unhappy home life. I did reach out to Buck, and he did not want to speak publicly about the case, which, of course, I will never push past.
I remember going to her dad's house. They lived in the mountains, and so I liked going there. It was peaceful, it was quiet. We could go play in the snow, we could ride horses, we could do whatever we wanted. Most of the time we stayed in the house taking pictures of each other. We would dress up differently and take a picture, change our clothes and put something else on and take a picture.
I remember going through this same phase with my best friend at that age around the same time. I still have some of the pictures we took dressed up in each other's clothes, posing like we thought we were hot shit. It's funny how experiences like that are kind of universal. Trina also tells me they loved New Kids on the Block at that time. Those pics of me and my best friend, yeah, I still have them in a New Kids Trapper Keeper. You can take the girl out of the early 90s.
Vanilla Ice.
Yeah.
1992.
Yeah. Most of Trina's memories of Misty include someone else, too. Misty's mom, Diana.
Diana was very affectionate towards Misty. They had a great relationship, very loving and fun. She was a tentative mom that worked a lot and worked whenever she could. So a lot of times we would be alone. It would just be me and Misty while her mom worked, and her mom took on several jobs during that time. She wore a lot of makeup. A lot of makeup, and it would take her 2 hours to get ready and put her face together and do her hair. I remember her sitting in the living room with as much natural light in the mirror and putting on her face all the time.
Trina says she was spending so much time there, she even started calling Diana Mom.
I called her Mom because she was Mom.
This is exactly the kind of information I mean when I talk about really getting to know a victim and the details of her everyday life. In Misty's case, I see more and more pointing to a stable, secure home life that would be very unlikely to drive a kid to run away. Running away, which does happen, to be clear, is about escaping, It's about the lesser of two evils. Diana sounds like she was a busy working mom a lot of the time, but it also appears that she was doing her best as a mom, and the home life for Misty was good. Unlike, for instance, Trina, who says she didn't really have a mother figure, and in fact turned to Diana to fill that hole. As Diana stepped into that parental role for Trina, that meant, at times, Diana had to lay down the law.
She was also strict to the rules. Definitely, if we were out of line, we knew it, and she would call it out. Not an abusive mom, but if you were in trouble, you knew it. And so we just didn't get in trouble as much as possible.
Misty's brother, Colton, told me once that Diana was soft and loving, but that she could be a gangster too. She had that side of her. It was best not to mess with Diana Smith. In the spring of 1992, Misty and Diana moved out of Green Meadows.
Green Meadows was at the bottom of a hill, and they moved to the top of the hill into a duplex at that time.
This is the duplex in Spanaway where Misty and Diana are living in September of 1992. Even with more distance between them, Misty and Trina remain attached at the hip. Trina remembers meeting up to go to a grocery store nearby.
We would go get donuts and eat the whole entire dozen.
Not long after Misty's move, Trina moved too, to a town called Sumner, in the opposite direction.
My mom woke me up one morning and said, "Put everything in your suitcase, you're leaving," and dropped me off. To me at the time, it was a random lady. I had no idea who she was.
This random lady was Trina's new guardian, a woman named Marlene. The more I learn about Trina, both how hard her teen years were and how grounded and open she is now at 48 years old, the more empathy I have for what this entire ordeal must have been like for her. What it's still like, actually. It's clear that it's all very fresh, and the pain of it is still right at the surface for her. In online discussions, I've seen people question if Trina knew more than she's let on. She's been vilified. I feel terrible about that, and even worse about having bought into it to some degree myself. So this is the backdrop on September 17th, 1992, when Misty and Trina decide to go to the Puyallup Fair. That afternoon, Diana and Misty come to pick up Trina.
She changed in the car from her school clothes to play clothes, and then her mom dropped us off. The day was a great day. We were together, we were having fun. I can't remember what we did first, but we rode rides. I remember one particular ride that we were in a bucket seat, and it was in a cage, and it went around, but you spun as it was going around. And I was absolutely terrified, but she was laughing the whole time. Like, I could still see her rocking back and forth, making the car spin.
Trina's been smiling as she talks about their afternoon at the fair. Then she stops and wipes her eyes.
I miss her. And I know she's not there, but I don't ever want to rehash the feeling of being with her the very last time and not knowing it was going to be the last.
We're now getting into the hardest part of my job. I'm okay with crime scenes. I'm okay with diving into the minds of the most horrible people in the world. But asking someone to open up their own wounds, to get deep into the details of the worst thing that ever happened to them, this feels like an invasion. I know it's critical to ultimately helping them have some answers and maybe even some peace, but it always feels ghoulish, and I feel enormous guilt over it. Here, what I have to figure out is if there's something Trina's not revealing. Not necessarily out of malice, not because she was involved. I do not believe that at all. But maybe out of guilt or fear or even a detail in her memory she didn't realize was potentially important. I ask her to walk me through the night, from the moment she and Misty realize it's time to leave the fair.
It was probably 7:30, 8 o'clock. And I remember it getting dark. We had school the next day, and we went to the main gate where there was a bank of payphones. And then we decided we'd go and call our rides.
Call our rides? I need her to clarify. This seems to line up with what she told police, as in that she and Misty called Ruben and Michael before calling Diana to say that they'd missed the bus. I've never been sure which version to trust. There's Diana's version, in which Misty said she'd take an 8:40 p.m. bus. And there's Trina's version, in which they call Ruben, and when he says no, they call Michael. My producer, Tessa, reads my mind.
I thought the plan originally was that Misty would get the bus home, and then she missed the bus.
No, the original plan was our friend would pick us up that drove. And that was Ruben.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. It's not news to me that the night of the fair, Misty called Ruben Schmidt for a ride. Diana told reporter Sean Robinson that when Misty called her around 8:45 p.m. saying she had missed the bus, Misty suggested she could try calling Ruben for a ride. Diana said she explicitly told Misty to try to find someone else, knowing that Misty was fully aware of the fact that Diana did not approve of Ruben hanging around her daughter. When Diana gets home from work the next morning and Misty isn't there, she immediately turns to Ruben for answers. Ruben also admits that, yes, Misty called him, but he says he didn't have the gas to go pick her up. Trina's story is different in a significant way. Trina is saying there was never a plan to take a bus. Misty's plan all along was to call her friend Ruben Schmidt, and that Ruben had previously agreed to give Misty and Trina a ride home. I asked Trina to help me understand something.
Is there a chance that she was not upfront with Diana about that? Because what Diana has said was that Misty had shown her, like, I've done the research, I can take the bus, I know it's this route, and I will take the bus home.
I don't remember any of that, mostly because we don't have bus routes like at the fingertips like we do now. How would she know what bus to take? I don't remember us saying we're going to ride the bus. For Misty and I, we knew we were going to call Ruben. Okay. The entire time.
The bus route point is a good one, but there were ways to get the information. A person just had to work a little harder for it than we do today. But it's also possible that this was a fib Misty told Diana to get permission to go to the fair. Even the most well-behaved kids do this. All of us told little fibs here and there to get our way. I try to push on this a little further to clear up whether or not Diana knew the plan was always to call Ruben, or if Misty and Trina weren't exactly honest with Diana about their plans. 30 plus years later, she's just not sure. Either way, she remembers that when they call Ruben, he bails on them.
Ruben said he didn't have enough gas, didn't have enough money. I had money I could give him. He could have that for gas as long as he could come down and pick us up. No, couldn't do it.
Ruben's out. So Trina suggests someone else, Michael Reiner.
Why don't we call him? And at that point, it was a pager, so I paged him. And then on the payphones, there was always a number that you could have people call you back on. So I paged him with that number to call me back.
For those who skew a little younger in age, Trina has done a pretty straightforward job of explaining it. There was often a little strip of paper under clear plastic with the number of that particular payphone just above the number pad, so that someone could have people call back. Because calls from payphones were more expensive than from a house phone. Obviously, this worked for paging people, too, when we got into the beeper era.
I don't remember if Mike actually answered or said he couldn't make it or what happened. I know that we called Ruben back, told him how to break into Misty's house to get money, and then we could give him whatever else we had to get wherever he needed to go.
Let me take a second here to explain the general geography of the area we're talking about. The friend's house where Ruben is staying and the duplex where Misty and Diana live are about 3 miles from each other in Spanaway. Spanaway is just over 10 miles southwest of the fairgrounds in Puyallup. So it's plausible that Ruben didn't have enough gas or money to get gas to drive those 10 miles to Puyallup. But he might have been able to drive 3 miles to Misty's house to get some money out of her piggy bank. And I can see how a couple 14 and 15-year-old kids might think this is a positively genius idea. As I've said before, teenagers will go so far not to get in trouble with their parents that they'll sometimes actually get themselves into even more danger. Especially with a mom like Diana, who Trina tells us was no nonsense. We didn't get in trouble. So, yeah, I believe that even a well-behaved kid like Misty would have told Ruben how to get money from her piggy bank. But their pleas are unsuccessful at that point still.
Still, the answer was no.
This, Trina says, is when they finally called Diana. They're stuck, stranded, their plans have fallen through. They need help.
I don't remember the conversation that we had with her mom. I just remember her mom being very angry and figure it out. Finally, at some point, we leave the fair and we walk a couple blocks down the street to where there is a bus depot. I had $10 and I gave her the money that I had. And we talked about her getting on the bus and I would walk home.
Trina's guardian's house isn't exactly around the corner. It's just over 3 miles away on foot.
But it was definitely shorter than Puyallup to Spanaway.
So Trina gives Misty the $10 in her pocket and they part ways.
I remember giving her the money and saying our goodbyes and leaving her at the bus stop. Is the last time I saw her.
I asked Trina how she was feeling in that moment. Was she panicked, scared?
No. I thought she'd get the bus. I'd walk home. I wouldn't get in trouble for lying to my guardian at the time. Even leading up to the very end, it wasn't a scary thing. We were upset that our friend bailed on us and was not picking us up. But at that time, no. I definitely thought she was going to get on the bus and we'd talk the next day.
This story makes a lot of sense. I don't get the feeling that Trina's being evasive or hiding something or struggling to come up with answers to my questions. But one thing isn't adding up. In Trina's second statement to the police, she said she walked part of the way and then Michael Reiner did come pick her up. I asked Trina about this, and she explains. Michael did call her at the payphone when she paged, but he also said, "No, I can't come get you." About a mile into her walk, Michael finds her on her route and picks her up for the last 2 miles or so of the journey.
He saw me and pulled into the parking lot, and then I realized it was his car. And obviously, I walked into the parking lot and got into his car with him. And he was going to drive me the rest of the way home. We stopped at the river. We had intercourse in the car. He drove me home. We talked for a couple minutes and I got out of the car and then went into the house and he drove away.
Like the payphone stuff, this might sound a little ridiculous for our younger listeners. She pages him. He says he can't come, but then he just starts driving and hopes he'll find her. This is another one of those things that might sound like it's tough to make sense of. But in the pre-cell phone era, we often picked meeting points and had to, actually stick to our plans in order to meet up with people. Sometimes we did have to drive around looking for a friend we were meeting. It doesn't strike me as far-fetched that Michael would have changed his mind and then started driving the route Trina would likely walk home and try to find her. My producer chimes in to clarify something.
So another thing, and again, I'm like trying to clear up some stuff that feels like perhaps it's been a game of telephoned around.
Yes.
Is that Michael was coming to pick you up and Misty said, like, I don't want to get a ride with him.
Yeah, she hated him. He got my virginity. She did not like him at all. He was older. She did not like him because of my relationship with him.
But he never put the moves on Misty or anything like that.
No.
Yeah.
She was protective of me.
Yeah.
She didn't like him because of me. And to her, he wasn't good looking. Long hair, smoker, no way. She wouldn't smoke. She wouldn't do drugs. She wouldn't have adult relations. To her, he was a creep because he took my virginity and we were still having relations. Not because of what comes to light of the history that I had no idea about.
Yes. Michael's history. That previous accusation of a sexual assault of a minor. Again, he was a juvenile when it reportedly happened, and he denied it happened. But it was allegedly a violent sexual assault of a younger girl, one that started when he tried to get her into his car.
I understood he's a pedophile. He wanted to conquer virgins. I knew that I was one of several women that he was with in a day. I knew that. And I was okay with that. What was in my mind, I have no idea. But we talked about it. We were openly talking about things like that. It was him that wanted to... How many times could he have sex in a day with how many women? But I didn't know about the other minor. I didn't know he got in trouble for that.
Trina was 15 years old. This was being groomed. Michael was taking advantage of a girl who was destabilized, living in an abusive home. This really is textbook stuff.
He was supplying my cigarettes. He was supplying attention. He would take me out to coffee, which was away from my house. And he was giving me the attention that I was not getting at home.
This explains why Trina lied to the police. Why, at first, she told them she walked all the way home. No mention of Michael picking her up. Knowing all this context, it makes perfect sense why.
I was protecting Michael. I didn't tell them about our sexual encounters. I didn't tell them that we went to the river and had intercourse. He was older. I was under the age. I was protecting him. I didn't want him to get in trouble. And that's why I lied.
I don't think I was wrong to have questions about her account when I was getting it third hand from media portrayals of information taken from police reports. But now, face to face, my reservations have completely melted away. All the questions were little puzzle pieces I have been missing. But now they've all dropped into place and the picture is clear. Trina is telling me the truth. I'm confident of that. So now, with all this and knowing why Misty disliked Michael Reiner out of a sense of protecting her friend, not because he had behaved inappropriately towards her personally, it also clarifies the picture around him. He wanted to conquer virgins? Gross. A devout girl like Misty would be right up his alley. Is it impossible he dropped Trina off by her 10 p.m. curfew and then went back for Misty? No. But he told police he went home after dropping Trina off. Does that mean I can completely rule him out? No. Personally, I think it's a bit far-fetched to think he might have gone looking for Misty. Misty could have been anywhere by then, and it sounds like she hated him. No way she'd call him back again for a ride. She probably didn't even have his number. But these are not definitive reasons to rule him out. These are my personal opinions. If I hear of any other reasons to pursue Michael, I will. But right now, from what I've learned about Michael, I'm growing increasingly suspicious of someone else. Someone whose number she did have. Someone she did call. Ruben Schmidt. It's finally time to get to it. What does Trina know about Ruben? On Friday, September 18th, Trina goes to school like usual. She and Misty are in different schools at this point, so to her knowledge, nothing is awry.
I went to school the next day, came home. The answer machine was blinking, played the message, and it was Diana freaking out. Where's her baby girl? Where is Misty? And it was several messages, cursing and screaming and freaking out on the phone. I immediately called her house and realized that she never made it home.
I ask what was going through her mind.
Probably what's going through my mind right now. How? Why? What happened? She was so sweet and so young. What happened to her?
These are the thoughts of a grown woman. At the time, Trina wasn't thinking about Misty as young and vulnerable. She was clinging to hope.
She'll call me as soon as she gets home. Never got that call.
This is all Trina knows for months. Her best friend has disappeared. Her friend's mom is freaking out. The police aren't looking for her. No evidence has been found, no suspects interrogated. Misty is just gone.
Life continues, and so I had to continue going to school and kind of get updates from her mom if her mom would call me and let me know.
5 months later, the jeans are found. The police finally begin to actually investigate the case as anything more than a runaway. Finally, for the very first time in an investigative capacity, the police talked to Trina, the last person known to be with Misty that night.
I do recall them bringing pictures of her clothing. The jeans, the sock, the rolled up pants. Those were exactly what she was wearing. Those were the jeans and those were the socks. I remember seeing the jeans and knowing exactly that that's what I knew it was hers. I knew they were not on her anymore. And something happened to her because they're not on her. And they were dirty and they were in the ditch and somebody threw them away like they threw her away.
Trina still can't believe the original investigators didn't talk to her for so long.
I don't think they cared. I don't think they cared at all. Being the last person to see her, why wouldn't you want more information from me?
Trina did not make any attempt to contact the police herself. Again, she was 15 years old. If the police had bothered to speak to her sooner, Trina could have told them that their whole runaway theory was absolutely ridiculous from day one.
Her mom and her had a really good relationship. There would be no way she would run away. There would be no way. And if she ran away, she would run away to her dad's. They had a relationship. It wasn't a bad relationship anywhere around.
Police contacted Misty's dad. She never came to his house, as far as anyone knows. He didn't exactly live close. I don't have an address for him at the time, but Trina says he lived, quote, up in the mountains.
And not to tell me about it? No, absolutely not. There was no reason to run away. She wasn't being abused. She wasn't being harassed. She loved school. She loved the sports that she played in. She loved her mom. They had a great relationship. They were best friends. They were really close. She didn't run away. Something happened to her.
I ask how what happened to Misty and the police mishandling affected Diana. Trina starts to cry. After a long silence, she responds.
She turned to the bottle, and I don't blame her, but she was drinking before it happened. But she called me so many times drunk and yelled at me that I knew something, I did something.
Trina looks devastated as she says this. She tells me this went on for years, that Misty's mom would call her at all hours of the night demanding answers that Trina didn't have.
And I finally just I had enough. My mom was abusive. I didn't need her being abusive, and I don't blame her. I was just as innocent.
Trina cut ties with Diana, and they never got back in touch. It was a loss Trina felt profoundly. She's long wondered how Diana's drinking impacted the way police handled this case.
If she called me a million times, yelling at me, she probably called the police a million times and lost the respect. But again, she's trying to find her answers. They didn't do their due diligence and didn't treat the case like they should have. And then to find out that she passed away, it's horrible to know that she went to her own grave not knowing. She hit that bottle hard. And the answer's not at the bottom.
There's no other word to describe all this but intense. This is the first time the tragedy of this story really cuts me deep. Tragedy that radiated out of this incident, impacting Diana, but also Trina. The fact of the matter is that if the police had jumped into action the moment Diana reported Misty missing, even if it was too late to find her alive, maybe they could have gotten answers, resolutions for Diana, and she wouldn't have taken her anger and uncertainty out on Trina. The ripple effects of Misty's loss might not have spread so far. Maybe Diana did have a drinking problem, and it really appears to have impacted the way the police treated her. But again, that is absolutely no excuse for the investigators' actions and police letting critical evidence and suspects slip through their fingers, including a person who clearly should have been on their radar from day one. Ruben Schmidt. My conversation with Trina has led me to feel pretty sure Michael Reiner did not do this. And it's led me to feel more certain that I want to ask Trina more about Ruben Schmidt. I ask how Trina and Misty even met 18-year-old Ruben.
Through a mutual friend, Dee Dee Miles. Dee Dee hung out with Ruben a lot. We always hang out on Dee Dee's front porch. We would sleep out there. We would make ice cream out there. We hung out on the front porch. Intense. And he had a car. I didn't care for the guy, but that's because I was interested in somebody else. I honestly didn't know that Ruben and Misty had a relationship further than acquaintances, more than a friendship.
Just to be super clear, I ask if there was anything romantic going on. Trina scoffs at that idea.
God, no. She's so innocent. She wore the chastity belt. She wasn't gonna give up anything until she got married. I gave up mine early, and she got so mad. Oh, she was mad. She went to church. She was a good girl. She was not gonna partake in that, not even a kiss or anything.
Were you under the impression, though, that Ruben liked her?
I think Ruben liked anything that walked, anything that was under 18.
I reached out to Ruben to verify this. He did not respond. This was something Diana obviously clocked in him and made her dislike him immensely. I'm sure her dislike and distrust was only made worse when she reportedly overheard him telling Misty that he got horny just looking at her. Apparently, Misty wasn't the only one on the receiving end of Ruben's problematic attention. Trina lists 3 other teen girls by name. I'm withholding their names for privacy.
I don't think they were as a hookup, but he definitely hung out with them. It's a different world back then, and you can see it now, but back then you couldn't see the grooming. He ended up raping after Misty disappeared.
Sean Robinson reported on this accusation, noting that Trina's friend filed an incident report in early 1996. She was 18 years old. 2 weeks later, she backed out of pursuing an investigation and, as is the case far more often than not, ultimately did not pursue charges. She told law enforcement that she was undergoing counseling relating to rape.
I know he raped her. She told me. I don't know about the case of Ruben being pressed charges. I do know that he raped.
Yeah.
I asked Trina if I can contact this friend. This is a significant allegation, and I'd like to substantiate Trina's memory. Trina tells me that she passed away, so I can't confirm anything with her. But if the friend told Trina this, I'm inclined to believe it happened. Knowing all of this goes a long way towards cementing Ruben Schmidt into a viable suspect. Ruben was eliminated as a suspect by original investigators, and even in more recent investigations by Puyallup PD, still no charges have been brought against him. If such an obvious suspect is never charged after all this time, the police must have a reason, right? I think it's time to lay out everything we know. Previously on Who Took Misty Copsey.
She got along with everybody. Super friendly, kind, gentle soul.
Western Washington was a veritable killing field for young women. I don't think people can even wrap their brains around how many serial rapists and predators were out running around. It's insane.
She changed in the car from her school clothes to play clothes, and then her mom dropped us off. The day was a great day. We were together. We were having fun.
For years, my mom felt like people thought she was crazy. Every time she would even talk to the Puyallup Police Department, it was like, you guys think I'm crazy, and I'm not crazy.
The original plan was our friend would pick us up that drove, and that was Ruben.
From ID and ARC Media, I'm Sarah Cailean, and this is Who Took Misty Copsey. After meeting with Misty's best friend Trina, I feel fairly confident that she's not holding anything back. And while I can't rule him out completely, I also feel pretty confident that Michael Reiner did not play a role in Misty's disappearance, based on the way Trina described their time together that night. Still, there's a sea of sharks circling around Misty, including the man in the yellow Chrysler Cordoba. In March 1993, an anonymous caller reached out to the News Tribune, saying that during the fair, he had seen a girl he thought was Misty getting into a yellow Chrysler Cordoba with a man who the caller recognized, a man who turns out to be a convicted sex offender. The man's name has never been released publicly. So that's one possibility. Then there's Robert Leslie Hickey, who abducted and raped a 15-year-old girl off the main street near the fairgrounds just a few months after Misty disappeared. There's the infamous Green River Killer, who was at large in Western Washington in the early 90s and was known to dump bodies near where Misty's jeans, socks, and underwear were found. There are too many others to even name. At that time, the Pacific Northwest really was a cesspool of unnamed serial predators. But talking to Trina certainly raised some serious red flags for me about one person in particular, Reuben Schmidt. Reuben's the 18-year-old who Misty called repeatedly for a ride home the night of the fair. Trina told me unequivocally that she and Misty had always planned to call Reuben for a ride home. The girls followed the plan, and according to Trina, Reuben bailed on them, said he didn't have gas or money to get gas. Trina says that she left Misty waiting for a bus home to Spanaway. We also know that around 9:20 p.m., a bus driver spoke to a girl matching Misty's description and told her, "Sorry, kid, you're out of luck. There are no more buses going in that direction tonight." So what if Misty, now alone and truly stranded in downtown Puyallup late at night, called Reuben again? Desperate this time. What if he finally caved and went to pick her up? There's a reason I haven't dug too deep into Reuben as a suspect until now. Namely, the fact that he's such an obvious suspect. The original Puyallup detectives did look at Reuben as a person of interest, and they seemingly ruled him out, or at least never pursued charges or anything close. I'm not just talking about the original investigators in 1992. There was also a more recent investigation of Misty's case led by a Puyallup police detective named Jason Visnaw. I reach out to him when I first arrive in Washington. After a busy week, he responds that he's happy to meet. A few days later, I head to the Puyallup police station. We sit down in a conference room. Jason isn't the lead detective on the case anymore. He's been promoted to captain, and he brings along the detective who is now leading the case. This is the first time in years I've been working on a case completely from the outside. I've gotten spoiled in a lot of my consultation work where I'm there at the request of the police in charge of the case. In Mobile County, Alabama, I'm a sworn special deputy, and even Cherokee County in Kansas welcomed me with open arms to assist in a case there. I have, I think, a nice collegial relationship with Captain Visnaw, but I am under no illusions that here in Washington, I am anything other than a civilian, maybe even a bit of an interloper. This has been a nagging concern for me, and it gets worse as Jason starts telling me the story of why he got involved in Misty's case in the first place.
Probably around 2006 or 2007, the Tacoma News-Tribune had been submitting public disclosure requests for the case file. And the initial response was, no, this is an active investigation. And then TNT is saying, are you sure? Because we don't see anything being done.
That TNT reporter asking for the case file is, of course, Sean Robinson, the fishing vest-wearing investigative journalist we met a few episodes back. And as we heard from Sean, the city of Puyallup ultimately sided with Sean, giving him exactly 8 hours to review and make copies of anything he wanted from the entire case file.
Which was a terrible decision, really detrimental to the case in one way, but a positive thing in another way, because the article that was written by Sean Robinson, it really highlighted some poor police work and drug the city and the police department through the mud.
True, but fairly so. The police work on this case was truly abysmal. So when Sean's article dropped like a bomb in 2009,
department leadership decided, whoa, we need to do something about this.
What they did was to assign Jason to the case, exclusively.
Which is really unheard of in law enforcement because our detectives have so many cases that they're working.
Puyallup PD isn't exactly the NYPD with thousands of officers and a huge dedicated cold case unit. So this case is a big deal. By 2009, Jason had a good decade of experience as an officer, but not much in the way of homicide investigation experience. So Puyallup also calls up a retired, longtime homicide investigator to work as a consultant. Their first step is to clean up the original case file.
I took pictures of the actual case file when I first began because it was a mess. It was just a few binders and a whole bunch of loose papers just thrown in some boxes. Everything was paper.
To have any hope of organizing this mess, PPD gets Jason his own war room of sorts, a giant conference room in City Hall.
And we had rows of long tables in this conference room. We took every piece of paper out of this case file, and every single piece of paper was laid out.
It's a massive effort, but finally, he has the entire case file laid out, a step-by-step record of the original investigation. And once he does, the issues are unignorable.
Understanding that law enforcement has come a very, very long way and is a far cry from where we were in 92. That said, the overwhelming opinion of the investigators at the time that she disappeared was that she was a runaway. By all accounts, she was kind of a latchkey kid because her mother worked a graveyard shift and Misty was left to fend for herself. I think the investigators took that information and the information that her mother was reported to be an alcoholic and just decided that her home life must have sucked and she just took off. They didn't do a lot of legwork to say one way or the other. They did get a tip from another student who claimed to have received a phone call from Misty like a week later. And so I think they just took that and said, oh, there you go. There's the evidence we needed to say, she's a runaway. She's out there somewhere. The mind-blowing thing to me is that she was with a friend the night she disappeared on September 17th, 1992. Nobody talked to that friend until February of 1993. That is the biggest concern with the original investigation, in my opinion.
I appreciate that Jason acknowledges the issues with the original investigation. That isn't always the case. Some departments will twist themselves into pretzels to defend the indefensible in cold case review. With all this information gathered and organized, he realizes he can't take anything for granted. He needs to start from square one.
We spoke with every single person who might have had anything to do with the case. We spoke with people who weren't spoken to in 1993. The whole thing is just frustrating to come back and try to do things that you wish had been done in the first place because memories have faded, brains have been fried on drugs, and people just don't remember things that they would have known initially.
This is pretty much always the way it goes in cold cases. It's the hardest thing about working them. All the best intentions or new advancements in the world can't turn back time. And we can do a lot to try to make up for past mistakes, but we can't ever really erase the big ones. So they get some hazy recollections that don't carry as much weight as their original statements. Did all of Jason's efforts turn up anything new? Anything to help point the investigation in one direction or another?
We definitely learned some things that were new. We learned some things that we debunked some things that were documented in 1993 that were just not true. Did not happen the way they were said to have happened.
Intriguing, but vague. He won't say more. I try a different topic. Forensic testing of the genes. Jason acknowledges PPD's uncertainty about whether they really were the ones Misty was wearing that night.
We did a lot of forensic work, a lot of lab work to try to confirm that they were hers or were not hers, and we still haven't been able to confirm one way or the other.
But when I ask about the actual results of all that forensic testing...
that's probably going a little too far. Probably can't really talk about that evidence any further.
According to both Sean Robinson's reporting and my own examination of the handful of forensic testing documents Colton was able to share, there were a few interesting findings on the clothes recovered from the side of 410. I want to be careful not to divulge anything that may jeopardize future investigation tactics, but I can say that there were human hairs found on the clothes that were tested, and results showed these hairs did not come from Diana or Misty, nor did they match any profiles in CODIS, the National DNA Database. Over the years, some have used that to discount the genes as being Misty's. I have no such inclination. As all my favorite criminalists repeatedly point out, hair is so transient. It could be anyone's from anywhere. It's meaningless as evidence for elimination. There were also numerous fibers found on the jeans, the socks, and the underwear, and state labs identified these as coming from the interior carpet of a particular make and model of vehicle. That information has not been made public. I know the make and model, but for investigative purposes, I am not going to share it. There were also paint flecks found on the clothing, which were identified as nail polish. The hair, fibers, and paint flecks were tested in 2006 to see if there were any links to the Green River Killer. They were also tested in 2009 in the wake of Sean Robinson's reporting to look for DNA profiles. I was hoping Jason would help me suss out if any testing has been done since. Most importantly, MVAC testing. Taking one last shot, I ask if there's anything that really sticks in his head, a potential witness he didn't get to talk to, or some nagging detail that keeps him up at night.
Sure, there are things like that I'm not going to mention what they are. Yeah.
We're all kind of laughing because at this point, it feels like we're playing a game, lobbing questions at Jason to see which ones he'll swing at and which he won't. He is a worthy adversary. I get it. I'm not working this case for them, and while I wish it were different, I completely understand and respect the way he's handling the questions. All the same, the vagueness coming out of PPD is deeply unsatisfying. It's the same reason Sean Robinson pestered the department for the case file back in the mid-2000s. They can swear up and down that they're working on the case and it's an active investigation and they know critical information. But what good is that if the case is still just sitting cold 30 years later? At what point do you decide the possible benefits outweigh the risks of trying something completely different? The result is that, at least as far as Jason's willing to say on the record, anything is possible. Nothing and no one has officially been ruled out.
There's nothing out of the realm of possibilities in my mind. To me, there's no one who was floated as a suspect that we could absolutely rule out. Every person that's brought up like, oh, look, this bad person was in your area at the time. And Hickey, perfect example.
Robert Leslie Hickey is the man who abducted and raped a teenager from Puyallup, then threw her over an embankment just a few months after Misty disappeared. He went to prison, but after he got out, he did almost the exact same thing again. When Jason says this, I feel the slightest shred of hope that he might start sharing more.
Could he have abducted and killed her? Absolutely.
But he's quick to clarify that in his mind, the list of suspects doesn't end here.
There's a number of people that were at work in this area during that time frame that could have done this. And the biggest challenge is that we don't have Misty. Even Ruben Schmidt, I wouldn't say absolutely not. He's not a suspect.
Even Ruben Schmidt? I do have a tendency to overanalyze language, but something about the word even makes it sound like Ruben is some way out of left field possibility.
We don't have any solid information to link him as a suspect either.
Jason says they did talk to Ruben as part of the reinvestigation. They even got a DNA sample, but there's no word on if it was ever tested against the genes.
So there's DNA evidence on the genes. We can only do a direct comparison. We can't enter that into CODIS.
If I understand what he's saying, however vaguely, the DNA on the genes is only a partial sample, meaning it can be used for comparing to a known sample, but it's not a big enough sample to enter into a national database. Again, though, Jason won't go further. In other words, he won't answer my question as to whether they checked Ruben's DNA profile against the DNA found on the genes. Presumably, if they did, it was not a match because surely they would have acted on that information. But I am still wondering if they've done MVAC testing. Jason won't answer that one on the record. Frustrating as this interview is, I don't think Jason is trying to be antagonistic. I think he's just worried about jeopardizing sensitive information. Jason put a lot of time and effort on this case, and I think he truly wants to get answers.
Being assigned to this case in 2009 and spending so much time on it and hoping for a positive outcome, the idea is that someday you'll have resolution. And now, being so invested in it and looking at retirement and not just leaving with something undone, but having Misty's mom pass away before any kind of resolution, it's heartbreaking.
We agree on that for sure. And on something else.
Somebody out there knows something that they're not telling us, and hopefully at some point somebody tells us something that we need to know.
Indeed. Jason hasn't given me anything specific, but after speaking with him, I'm even more convinced. I need to get a lot more answers on Ruben Schmidt. Luckily, there's someone who is happy to talk about all things Ruben.
Nobody knows for sure whether Ruben comes and picks her up.
Sean Robinson, the journalist who first reviewed the case file. And Sean is an open book. I asked Sean to take me through Ruben's movements, actions. There are so many rumors swirling around this case, I want to really break down what we know and what we don't about Ruben Schmidt. Sean starts from the moment Misty discovers there are no more buses home to Spanaway that night. The question is, what happens next? Does Misty call Ruben again and beg him to pick her up once more?
Does he go to pick her up? It's just not clear. We just don't know.
What we do know is that the next morning, Diana gets home and Misty is nowhere to be found. Her first move is to call 911. Her second is to call Trina. Diana's third move is to call Ruben Schmidt.
She wants to know, where's my kid, where's my kid, where's my kid? Ruben Hedges doesn't know.
He admits that Misty called him, but says he didn't have the gas to go pick her up. That's it. Later that day, Diana calls Ruben's house again, and someone else picks up.
Diana talks to Ruben's roommate, James Tinsley.
Just to clarify, because the word roommate is a little misleading. James was a 14-year-old friend whose family was letting Ruben and several of his siblings stay with them at the time because they had been kicked out of their apartment. In any case, James picks up.
And he says, I don't know, him and his uncle went to pick up Misty.
The mysterious uncle. Since first hearing rumors of an uncle, I've wanted to know more about who this is. So I started digging into Ruben's family history, trying to basically build out a family tree through public records and old newspaper articles. It's not an easy task. Turns out Ruben has a big family. I've pieced together that his mom had at least 13 children. One died in childbirth. I found an article in a local newspaper archive from 1984 about Ruben's mom being discovered living in a station wagon with 6 of her kids while expecting another baby any day. 10-year-old Ruben was one of those 6 children. Ruben has lots of uncles, as well as a handful of significantly older half-brothers. One of his half-brothers is a guy by the name of Clint Garrison, who, I find out, is serving 106 years in prison for a series of brutal home invasion rapes in the Puyallup and Spanaway areas in 1994. Clint is 9 years older than Ruben, a half-brother from another father. I wonder if, in a family this size, Ruben might loosely call Clint an uncle because of the age difference. With a record like that, I wonder if Clint could be the quote-unquote uncle who Ruben went with on the night of the fair. I bring up these older half-brothers with Sean.
As I understand it, they're actually half-brothers.
There's 3 of them.
Yeah, and one of them I'm very interested in.
One of them is a home invasion rapist.
Yeah.
Who could not have done it. He was incarcerated.
He was incarcerated.
He is not the one.
Turns out Sean's already determined that Clint Garrison was in prison at the time of Misty's disappearance. So that means we can rule out whether Clint was with Ruben the night Misty disappeared. There are 2 others, Mark and Eric Garrison. I've learned from a source I cannot name but who is close to the family that Mark exhibited a pattern of some seriously problematic behaviors. The source shared personal stories of interactions with him that are concerning. He also has 6 convictions on his record, including felonies before and after Misty disappeared. He has twice been convicted of violating domestic violence court orders. These raise red flags for me in terms of criminal psychology and behavioral analysis. But no one has explicitly given me tips about him being involved in her disappearance or about anyone other than an uncle. So for now, I can rule him out. As for Eric, I found 12 convictions on his record, a combination of felony and misdemeanor charges for robbery, burglary, theft, and criminal trespass, going back to 1989. While not great, these are not nearly as concerning as violations of domestic violence court orders. My source did not say a single word about Eric, his behavior, or any potential involvement, so I am failing to connect him to the case. Plus, it could also be that this uncle was Ruben's actual uncle. I turn back to the Schmidt family tree. Ruben has at least 2 uncles on his dad's side and at least 2 more on his mom's side. His mom's brothers have not been in trouble with the law as far as I can tell, so I rule them out. All this reminds me of something Misty's brother, Colton, told me. He said that not long after Misty disappeared, Diana had a chance encounter with Ruben at a convenience store. When Diana tried to speak with him, he turned and ran out of the store. Diana saw him hop into an orange pickup truck and speak rather animatedly with an older man in the driver's seat, who then sped off. Diana never knew what to make of it, but she felt sure that whatever was said, whatever sent the pair of them tearing out of the parking lot, had something to do with Misty. She didn't know who was driving the pickup truck. I've heard through sources, who I cannot name for safety reasons, that one of Ruben's uncles drove an orange pickup truck, his dad's brother, Uncle Don Schmidt. And this makes me wonder, is Uncle Don the person who Ruben got in the truck with after running into Diana? Is Uncle Don the person who Ruben left the Tinsley house with on the night Misty disappeared? If so, were Ruben and Uncle Don in an orange pickup that night? It certainly seems possible. And to me, the clear next step is to further investigate Ruben Schmidt and his uncles. Colton tells me that back in 1992, when Misty first disappeared, Diana felt the same way. For months, she said the cops needed to look at Ruben. Sean confirmed this.
Diana, who's like, Ruben, you need to look at Ruben.
Then, in February 1993, the search party finds the jeans, and the police start taking the case more seriously. As they dig into the case, they investigate Ruben, and I'm sorry to say, as I learned more about their investigation, I simply could not believe how it went. In March 1993, Puyallup PD Sergeant Herm Carver talks to Ruben's boss. They work at a barbecue spot. According to Sergeant Carver's notes, Ruben's boss, quote, feels Ruben knows something, talked a lot about Misty, end quote.
Ruben, who is young and immature, brags about things that he might know. It's all this hearsay stuff. Oh, yeah, I know where she's buried. They're wrong.
The boss tells police that Ruben had made some suspicious comments about Misty and the jeans that had been found. Specifically, the boss described a lengthy conversation that he had with Ruben about Misty and shared the following quotes from Ruben. Yeah, I know about it. I know exactly where she is buried. They found the clothes, but she is buried 6 miles from there. They're off by 6 or 6.5 miles.
Is this stupid bravado by a teenager? Can't discount it.
Or does Ruben know something about where Misty's body is? Ruben's former boss has since died. I cannot speak to him myself, but he confirmed this account to the News Tribune in advance of the publication of Sean's 2009 investigative series, The Stolen Child. And Sean reported on what happened next. After speaking with Ruben's boss, detectives head to the barbecue joint to talk to Ruben. When he arrives and sees the cops, Ruben runs. Eventually, they're able to talk to him. Ruben tells them about the calls from Misty, the fact that he didn't have the gas to go get her. It's all pretty consistent with what he'd told Diana. As far as those suspicious things he said to his boss, he tells police he was just trying to get his boss, quote, off his back. But then he says more. And now it gets interesting. According to Puyallup PD officers' notes, Ruben says he sometimes has blackouts and thinks he had one that night. He can't remember anything that happened after Misty's last call. He does remember driving out to his grandmother's farm the next day, a farm that just so happens to be way down Highway 410, a farm that just so happens to be around 10 miles from where the jeans were discovered. From an investigator's perspective, it's not just fishy when a potential suspect in a case pulls out the blackout card. It's almost always regarded as complete and total bullshit. It's just that much worse when that person also admits that he drove out to his grandmother's farm, which just so happens to be in the exact same direction where critical physical evidence was discovered. When I drove out 410 to see the spot where Misty's jeans, socks, and underwear were found, retracing the route from downtown Puyallup, I kept asking myself, who would have a reason to go all the way out to this specific area, so far from Puyallup? Well, now I have one answer to that question. But Sean Robinson tells me that in 1993, Ruben Schmidt initially told police that the day after Misty disappeared, he made this drive, but can't remember why.
He does say, yes, I drove up to my grandmother's place in Buckley, which is just dense woodland, forest land, and I don't know how I got there or what I did, and I don't remember. Sometimes I have blackouts. I'm like, okay, he's saying he drove out there. At the same time, we're hearing repeatedly that he was telling Misty, I don't have enough gas. I don't have enough money for gas. How does I don't have enough gas and I don't have enough money translate to I can drive 30 miles or whatever it is to Buckley, to Grandma's farm in my gas-guzzling Chevy Nova? He got money and gas somehow, somewhere.
This is a really good point. If Ruben managed to drive the 30 miles out to the farm, either he was lying, or he found a way to get gas, or he got a ride from someone else. Maybe an uncle in an orange truck. Either way, for Sean, this still leaves one big open question.
Did he give her a ride? We do not know. Did he tell the cops, I drove up to an area that is not that far from where these jeans were discovered? Yes, he did. Did they polygraph him about his statements about, oh, they've got it wrong, she's buried 6.5 miles away? Yes, they did.
Right. The polygraph. According to Sean, after telling the police his story, Ruben asks the cops, can a polygraph or a hypnotist help me find out if I did anything that night? They oblige. Sergeant Carver writes in his notes, Ruben proves to be an unusual polygraph subject, nearly fell asleep on numerous occasions, very little galvanic skin response. Another detective writes, quote, the results were inconclusive but leaned towards being truthful. However, Schmidt was putting himself to sleep during the actual test, which may have altered the results. Schmidt was awake and alert prior to and just after the examination. It was apparent that he was trying to manipulate the results.
Hypnotize himself is too strong a word, but if he just understands it's based on your heartbeat and your tension and you just have to stay calm and breathe deep. And
well, it's also been months and months that he has thought about it since then. So just the natural anxiety response you would get thinking about something like that would have begun to have diminished.
But we don't know.
Polygraphs are not the most reliable tool in a detective's kit. They're not admissible in court. But back in 1993, there were plenty of people, including detectives, who put a lot more stock in them. The Puyallup detectives seem to have followed the thinking of the time. Instead of pressing on Ruben's absolutely bizarre story, the detectives turn their attention to someone else.
They discover this business with Trina and Michael Reiner. And then they're like, oh my God, that's the guy. That's got to be the guy. That's got to be the guy. Understandable that they would look at him. He's hanging out with a young girl. He was in the scene, in the moment. And you can see from the records that the Puyallup cops were elated at that time. They thought they had it. Even when Diana was still talking about Ruben, they were like, no, the one detective, Herm Carver, was like, Ruben did not do this, and pounds his fist.
I have tried to verify Sean's account of Herm Carver's behavior. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to reach Herm, and no one at the PPD is able to verify that this is exactly how it went. But we can say with certainty that for the next several months, the cops are laser-focused on Michael Reiner. They talk to Trina about him, ask if she thinks he might have gone back to the fairgrounds and found Misty. She says she doesn't know for sure, but doesn't think so. They speak with his friends. They have an undercover cop buy his car off him, and they search his car in April 1993. They send samples to the crime lab. According to Sean, they decide to hold off on speaking to him until they get the results, but the results take a while. In July 1993, they interview Michael Reiner. The next month, in August, they polygraph him. According to investigators' notes, as Michael Reiner passed the polygraph, he is eliminated at this point of being involved. The lab results from his car soon come back, and they showed nothing of evidentiary value to Misty's case. With no other leads, the police then turn back to Ruben. In September 1993, nearly a year after Misty disappeared, Puyallup PD officers finally speak with Ruben's so-called roommate, James Tinsley. Sean reviewed James's statement to the police, and it's fascinating. James tells police that Misty called Ruben looking for a ride that night, but Ruben, who was 18 years old, had a girlfriend with him, a girl who Tinsley allegedly reported to the police was only 13 years old. James reportedly adds that the girl was jealous of Misty. She didn't want Ruben to go, so he said no. But then, eventually, the girlfriend left. And according to James, Ruben did the same. 5 or 10 minutes after the girlfriend left, Ruben also left the house. Again, I reached out to Ruben to verify this. He did not respond. Sean published pieces of James's statement. The officer asks, "Did Ruben say where he was going?" James, who was 15 years old at the time, responds, quote, "No, he just left. Just weird because he usually either tells me or he takes me and he just left. Got in his car and left." The officer asks if James remembers when Ruben came back. James responds, quote, "No, I can't give you an exact time. It was sometime kind of late on that night." He estimates that it was sometime between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. The officer then asks if Ruben ever said where he'd gone. James says no, and then adds, quote, "I didn't ask him, especially after we found out she was missing. It was embarrassing." According to Sean's reporting, James said that Ruben didn't seem concerned about Misty's disappearance. He said he thought Ruben could be capable of kidnapping and killing somebody. He added that Ruben had, quote, "a really, really short temper." There's so much to unpack here. The 13-year-old girlfriend, the really, really short temper. Why didn't James share all of this with Diana the day after Misty disappeared? Why didn't he tell the police what he did tell Diana, that Ruben left with his uncle to go pick up Misty? Why didn't Ruben tell police what he told Diana, that he went to a party? And the timeline. James says Ruben came back sometime between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. According to the Puyallup PD officers' notes of their first conversation with Ruben months earlier, he had told them that he drove out to the farm the next day. Fine. But in another set of those same officers' notes, they write that Ruben had, quote, "had a blackout and woke up at his grandmother's property near Enumclaw." And in yet another set of notes, the officers say the same thing, that Ruben, quote, "told us that he woke up at the farm the next morning." So which is it? Did he drive to his grandmother's house the next day, or did he wake up there the next morning? If he woke up there the next morning, how does that line up with James saying Ruben came home sometime between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m.? I'm not sure what to make of any of it. I attempted to find James Tinsley to see if he would speak with me. As I searched, I came across several drug-related arrests and 2 convictions. Sean Robinson reports that when police attempted to speak with James during their reinvestigation of the case, James's mind was drug-addled. This, combined with the cases I found on his record, tell me that a conversation would likely add little value at this point. So, all we have is James's original statement made in September 1993. At that time, he was a 15-year-old kid, and I don't know of any accusations made by anyone then that he was using any substances. His memories are relatively fresh, the details at least reasonably reliable. So I think they're worth taking as seriously as we would any other witness statement. While James's statement raises questions, there's one thing of which I'm sure. Ruben left the house the night Misty disappeared. Now, one might think that the obvious next step would be to search Ruben's car for evidence. Unfortunately, the police can't do so, because on June 24th, 1993, according to state records reviewed by Sean Robinson, Ruben's 1974 Chevy Nova was, quote, crushed at a wrecking yard.
Was she in the car? We don't know, because by the time they got onto this, the car had been sold and scrapped, and there was no way to search it for DNA. So they never got the chance. They can't prove she was in the car.
It's possible that Ruben's Chevy Nova had nothing to do with the case, even if Ruben was involved. Regardless, it's still odd that he decided to have it destroyed after police turned their attention to Michael Reiner. And not searching it sooner is a failure on the part of the police at the time. If the car did hold any answers, they were lost forever in a junkyard somewhere in Western Washington. The detectives at least get one thing right. They drive out to the farm with Ruben. And while there, they start to understand why Ruben keeps saying the search parties are looking in the wrong spot. Sean published pieces of the police officer's notes. They wrote that Ruben thought the clothes were found near a bridge about 6.5 miles from the farm. In reality, they were found slightly farther from the farm, about 8 miles as the crow flies, or about 11 miles driving. They wrote, quote, this was interesting, as he had told his employer, Rodriguez, that Misty's body was actually buried from 6 to 6.5 miles from the clothes, which would put it in the area of his grandmother's farm. End quote. Rather than searching the farm, though, the detectives decide to simply give Ruben another polygraph test. He passes. The detective writes, it appears that Ruben Schmidt was not involved in the disappearance of Misty Copsey. He, however, has no alibi as to his movements during the evening of her disappearance, as well as no memory. He claimed that he had a blackout. He acknowledges that he left the residence of James Tinsley, but does not remember what he did. Investigation to continue. Investigation to continue. Except it doesn't. This effectively marked the end of Puyallup's investigation of Misty's case. This is so frustrating. Over the years that follow, according to his criminal records, Ruben has been charged with multiple offenses demonstrating concerning behavior, including domestic violence and restraining order violations. Behavioral patterns matter, and they should have carried a lot more weight than a passing result on a polygraph, particularly when potential manipulation was noted from the first test. Still, it would be a mistake to focus entirely on Ruben. There are too many variables, and there were too many active predators working in the immediate area, targeting girls just like Misty. None of them can be written off just because there's one dangerous young man in her life.
When you think about Misty, the eternal problem is no body. So you're stuck with maybes. You're stuck with could have beens. Could it have been Gary Ridgway? Yes, it could have been. If this ever gets solved in some way and we ever find Misty's remains and it turns out that he did it after all, I will not be surprised, because it's absolutely possible. I wrote about how this area was sort of a shark tank for predators, and he's the shark. He is the big one, but there are others.
Is it possible Misty got snatched by one of these random predators? Yes. But at least for his part, Sean doesn't think that's what happened.
Because I still live in that area, I will drive past the fairgrounds and that 7-Eleven that's still there, and I go and pick up my mail right at the spot where the phone booth was, where she made the phone call, and I'm like, God, I just wish I had a time machine and I could just see what happened and whether she was picked up in a green Nova or a Cordoba or something. I mean, I believe she would not have gotten into a car with a stranger. I'm not saying it's impossible that somebody like the Green River Killer could have just snatched her, but I don't think it happened that way. I think she saw someone she knew, and that's my best guess.
It's clear that Sean Robinson sees this as so much more than a story, that he truly cares about Misty, about Diana, and about what the injustice of it all means to his community. I agree with Sean. It's possible Misty was nabbed by a total rando, a monster who stumbled upon her that night. But it is far more likely she was picked up by someone she knew. Everything we know about violent crime aligns with this. And after everything I've just heard, I think there's a damn good chance that the person who picked her up was Ruben Schmidt. I asked Sean for one more small favor. Where exactly is this grandmother's farm? The one that Ruben admitted going to the night Misty disappeared.
Like, if we're going to go out there and poke around, I want to see the land.
You know, they went out there.
By they, he means Jason Visna and Puyallup police during the reinvestigation. As I understand it, again, mostly because Sean Robinson reported it, in September 2010 and May 2011, Jason organized a search of the Schmidt farm. About 45 acres of land, combed by volunteers and cadaver dogs. I asked him about this search, and he said they didn't find anything of substance. Sean pulls up a map on my computer and starts zooming in on an area down Highway 410.
You go that way, and you're going up toward the jeans. You go this way, and it's like this weird little turn, and it's like right in here.
Okay. Now that I finally have the location, I've got to go see this place for myself. My producer Tessa and I are sitting in the car, pulled over on the side of the road as I start searching land records. I'm trying to figure out who owns this Schmidt family farm today. I'm no stranger to knocking on random doors unannounced, but I'd like to know whether I'm about to meet Ruben Schmidt's grandmother or someone else entirely.
Parcel and sales search. Hang on, let me try again.
I admit that doing this on my hotspot, crammed behind the wheel of a Jeep, isn't exactly ideal. Eventually, I figure out that Ruben's grandparents, Fred and Vera Schmidt, owned the property until Vera died in 2012. Fred had died years earlier. It looks like the property sat mostly unoccupied for a few years. A couple named Aaron and Lindsay bought it in 2016. This is all the information I need.
I think that we just go.
Okay.
I plug in the address we got from Sean Robinson. I can't help feeling a bit of deja vu. Up until the very last few turns, it is the exact same route we took to the spot where Misty's jeans were found. We follow the same route, turn for turn, eventually finding ourselves on Highway 410. After passing through the small downtown of Buckley, we make a turn and find ourselves in more open farmland, eventually turning onto the road the farm is supposed to be on.
Is this private? No, it's a real road. Okay.
This is remote.
It's very remote. The road is paved but very narrow. A wall of rocks and sky-touching evergreens on our left, and a steep drop-off into a ravine on our right. Also thick with trees. A farmhouse comes into sight just ahead of us.
Oh boy. Is it that?
I think it's that.
I think it's that. Oh my God.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's it.
We can see a white farmhouse, an old barn to one side of it, and a collection of small outbuildings peppered around the property. Down a steep hill, there's a loud, rushing creek. And of course, lots more trees. It's really quite beautiful, quite peaceful. But it is eerie. It's also very isolated.
It's so private. They could do whatever they wanted. They can take all the time they need to effectively dispose of remains in any number of ways.
The farmhouse seems to be new, or at least a major renovation of what would have been here for all the years the Schmidts owned it. The barn and most of the other little buildings look quite old. Definitely at least as old as this case. Is there anything of evidentiary value hidden in them? What about that creek below the property? where does it lead? And how much of this rugged terrain has been properly searched? I drive down the steep driveway. No one seems to be home, so I park, walk up to the door, and tuck my business card under the doorframe. As we're driving home, Tessa starts searching posts in a Facebook group dedicated to Misty's case, looking for any information about the Schmidt family and this farm. Suddenly, she gasps. We switch on the recorder.
This was posted in 2014. Someone named Halim Khan posted, "Does anybody know how I can get in contact with Misty's family? I am the nephew of the man believed to be the suspect behind her disappearance."
I've done a pretty deep dive into Ruben's family tree, and it's a complex one, no doubt, but I've never seen a nephew named Halim Khan. This guy claims that he's been told many times to keep his mouth shut, but clearly he's not doing so. He goes on to say that his, quote, mother and uncle know more than they'd like to tell the police. Tessa keeps reading.
Okay, so then the administrator of that Facebook group says, "What are your mother and uncle's names?" And he says, "Julie and Ruben."
Ruben's nephew, the son of his sister Julie. I've seen the name Julie within Ruben's giant family tree. This supposed nephew goes on, saying that his mother had some involvement.
She knew where and how Ruben ended up at my grandmother's house the night of the disappearance. She helped Ruben hide out at my grandmother's house, and then when people questioned him, she coached him to pass the lie detector test.
Clearly that means there are family details that are not part of the same story that's been told over and over and over again through 10,000 games of telephone. Clearly, there's more than Ruben has ever told the police, and I'm determined to figure out what he's keeping so close to his chest. Previously on Who Took Misty Copsey.
She got along with everybody. Super friendly, kind, gentle soul.
Does he go to pick her up? It's just not clear. And we just don't know.
Could he have abducted and killed her? Absolutely.
From ID and ARC Media, I'm Sarah Cailean, and this is Who Took Misty Copsey. After everything I've learned about Ruben Schmidt, the 18-year-old friend who Misty called for a ride home the night she went missing, I truly cannot understand why police haven't gone after him harder as a suspect, especially the original Puyallup Police Department detectives. Those investigators knew that Ruben made incriminating statements to his boss, things like how far off they were in their searches. They had Ruben's roommate, James Tinsley, telling them that the night of the fair, Misty called looking for a ride home, and shortly thereafter, Ruben left the house without explanation. And when Diana spoke to Tinsley the day after Misty disappeared, he explicitly stated that Ruben left to go get Misty. What's more, Ruben openly admitted to those officers that he went to his grandmother's remote farm the day after Misty disappeared, but said he blacked out and couldn't remember why he drove there. He added that he'd been having blackouts since he was 5 years old. The farm just so happens to be about 15 miles from the fairgrounds, on the way down 410 in the direction of Misty's jeans. I drove by what was once the Schmidt family farm. It would indeed be a perfect place to dispose of a body. It's not a big open field where someone would easily be spotted, where a pile of fresh dirt might be obvious. It's more of a homestead, a secluded spot in the woods framed by a winding creek and massive evergreens. Driving from Tacoma, where I stayed while in Washington, it's about a half hour down a major highway, then another 10 minutes along a slightly smaller highway lined with strip malls. I passed a Lowe's and a 7-Eleven up on a hill, a Mexican restaurant, and a gas station just before a four-way stop. The bustling businesses gave way to farms and a small local pub for a few minutes, and then I nearly missed a right turn onto a densely wooded road. There's not much reason to turn on this road short of visiting one of the few houses along it. All of that has my antenna way up when it comes to Ruben, who is now in his early 50s and still living in the area. On top of all this, my producer and I just found a Facebook post by a user named Halim Khan, claiming to be Ruben's nephew, asserting that his mother, Ruben's sister Julie, helped Ruben pass the lie detector test. In general, I have to be super careful with Facebook posts like this. The author could totally be some wacko who's obsessed with the case, just trying to stir up trouble. There hasn't exactly been a shortage of this variety in Misty's case. Still, I definitely want to track this person down to vet their story for myself. Unfortunately, Halim is a ghost. Based on ancestry records, I've figured out that Ruben did have a sister named Julie, but there's no Halim Khan. It seems to be a fake name. The Facebook post was from 2014, the profile long since deleted. I try internet data scraping tools, website archives, public records, nothing. That makes me even less sure about the credibility of the claims. I decide to text Misty's brother Colton to see if he's aware of this post or knows anything about it. He doesn't, but he tells me that he has exchanged messages with someone on Facebook with a similar story. A woman claiming to have info about Misty's case that Puyallup police might be interested in. He shares the contact info. I send her a text and she writes back. To protect her identity, I'm going to call her Jane. We have some back and forth over text. Jane explains her connection to the Schmidt family. Again, to protect her identity, I'm not including all the details. The thing to know is that starting in the mid-90s, she spent a lot of time around the Schmidt family. I vetted her background. Her connection to the Schmidts is entirely credible. Jane agrees to meet after work that same day at a diner in Seattle. We sit down at a booth in a quiet corner of the restaurant.
I know when you texted me, I was reading it, and I was like, I don't even know how to respond because there's so much that I just have never been able to say, because who do I say it to except for on posts, and nobody listens to that. So, yeah.
Jane says that even though she's nervous to speak about this, she feels like she can't sit by and do nothing.
This family needs closure. That's not fair to them that they have no closure and that her mom died without knowing what happened to her baby. Like, that's so fucked up. I can't even imagine. No, I can't. Same. And, I don't know Misty. I never knew Misty, but I'm invested and I feel for them and I want their closure. It's not fair. And that's just where I'm at. Yeah. Especially when I believed in my core that Ruben did it.
Okay. I can think of plenty of reasons why someone might think that, but what does Jane know that makes her so sure? She says it all started with a conversation with a member of Ruben's family who she knows well, a conversation she estimates to have taken place in the early to mid-2000s.
She mentioned it to me about, Ruben was the one who had something to do with that girl that was missing. And I was like, what girl that was missing? I didn't know anything about it, really. And then she told me, that he had showed up at her grandma's house in the middle of the night and was acting all sketch and weird. And she was like, why are you here? And I don't remember what she said his reasoning was, but I swear she said he was all dirty. He was covered in dirt and it was late. And then he went to sleep or something. And so she's like, I think that girl's here on the property somewhere.
Significantly, based on her own interactions with him, Jane was not surprised to hear that Ruben might have been involved in something like this. There have always been rumors of dark secrets in the Schmidt family, she tells me. And in her opinion, it trickled down from Ruben's mother, a woman named Olia Gunderson.
She's the ringleader, dude. She is bad news. She encouraged them. She taught them the life of crime and how to trick the system and how to get away with stuff. And she will lie and steal and yeah.
Olia is no longer alive, and while I always want to be mindful of casting aspersions on those who can no longer speak for themselves, the ancestry information, published articles, and court records all back up everything I'm saying. Olia had at least 13 kids, creating a sprawling family tree of Schmidts, Garrisons, and Gundersons. And the public records collectively paint a sordid picture. The very idea of having 13 children kind of boggles my mind. I wonder aloud how Olia ended up in such a position, but Jane says this was no accident.
Because the more kids you have, the more welfare you got. She knew how to work the system.
I know, but then that's just more people you have to feed. I have never
No, they just go out and steal.
I guess that many mouths isn't so many to feed if she didn't bother feeding them. And Jane says the kids often went hungry. No matter what I might think of someone individually, there is a generational tragedy bound up in this. It's easy to see Olia as a villain, but I remind myself of the importance of asking, what happened to Olia to turn her into this person? And then her kids, like Ruben. I'm not excusing any of his potential behavior or that of anyone else in the family. But it is heartbreaking to think of any little kid living like this. Jane describes Olia's kids running around, lying and stealing to feed themselves and their siblings, like a band of brats in a Dickens story. It's no surprise that some would turn out pretty messed up. It's hard not to have empathy for those young children, whatever kind of adults they became. And these traumatic experiences seem to have bonded them for life. Jane says that when she knew them, the Schmidt family moved like a pack, always getting into trouble together, always intertwined in each other's business, with Olia's house as the central hub.
The kids were always there. Every time I went to her house, Mark was there and Eric was there. Like, everybody was always over there.
Yeah, they're all up in each other's
Yeah. Always.
I ask what her interactions with Ruben were like.
Ugh. He was creepy. Very sketch. I never felt comfortable with him. He was very creepy.
She says Ruben would make lewd comments. He even put the moves on her a few times when he had a girlfriend in the next room. And it was obvious to her where he learned this behavior, from his older half-brothers, the Garrisons. There was Clint Garrison, the one who, I've learned, is serving a 106-year sentence for a string of home invasion rapes in the 90s. He was incarcerated when Misty went missing. It doesn't exactly take an expert to have started this investigation by checking that dude's whereabouts at the time. Then there was Mark Garrison. Mark hadn't gotten into quite as much trouble as Clint, but he was far from angelic. His own criminal record includes convictions for felony burglaries in 1977 and 2004, assault and malicious mischief in 1990, and 2 misdemeanor violations of domestic violence orders in 2004. This record landed him squarely in my sights.
He's trash. He was crude. He was just rude and crude and gross. And he just was always just nasty, just a piece of work.
The stories go on and on. My researcher found records showing that the Garrisons' grandfather pled guilty to 2 counts of, quote, indecent liberties with his 8-year-old daughter. In my various searches, I find records of members of the Schmidt, Garrison, Gunderson families in and out of prison, trouble with drugs, domestic violence, and restraining orders. I can barely keep track of the collective rap sheet. It was enough to make them infamous in the area.
Schmidt, Garrison, Gundersons, all 3 of them, the police all knew about them back in the day. I don't know how it is now, but I always felt that they had something on the police, and the police didn't pursue it.
Say more.
That's just my feeling. I don't know anymore. It was just, why wouldn't they, knowing their reputation, why wouldn't they pursue it? Unless there was some kind of leverage or something It's just my brain. I watch a lot of true crime, so I don't know.
To be clear, neither Jane nor I have proof of this. That is to say, proof that Ruben's family might have held some sway over local law enforcement. But I don't think this is a far-fetched notion. Ruben's story has always been super suspicious. And he came from a notorious family that the cops would have to have known about at the time. I can't help but ask the same question Jane's asking. Could the Schmidt, Garrison, Gundersons have had something over on the cops? Some source of leverage, which explains why the cops basically never pursued him? That feels like a question we may never get an answer to. But I think that Jane may be able to shed some light on some of my other questions. Questions about members of the family, Ruben's uncles, and the so-called Halim Khan. There's a key element of Ruben's involvement that I'm wondering if Jane might be able to help me clear up. The friend Ruben was staying with at the time, James Tinsley, told Diana that Ruben and his uncle went to pick up Misty that night. Remember, Ruben told Diana that Misty called, but he did not go pick her up because he didn't have enough gas. But Ruben's roommate told Diana that Ruben and Ruben's uncle went to pick up Misty. I asked Jane if she has any idea who this uncle may have been. She says no. As we know, there were a bunch of uncles in the mix. I bring up my hunch that because of the big age gap, perhaps Ruben might have referred to his older half-brothers, the Garrisons, as uncles. But she doesn't remember anyone calling the Garrison brothers uncles. Still, I can't help thinking that Mark Garrison's criminal record and conduct could line up with someone who may have been involved with a violent sexual assault, so I don't want to rule him out entirely. And then there's that Uncle Don with the orange truck that I've heard about. But for now, at least, the identity of this uncle who may have been with Ruben that night remains an open question. Jane says it has never occurred to her until now that another member of the family might have played a hand in Misty's disappearance with Ruben.
I figured that he did something and then, I need help, I did something, when they come running. Because that's how they were. If one brother went and, just like when Clint was accidentally released from the Pierce County Jail.
What?
Oh, yeah. So when he was in jail, Pierce County Jail, he was going to court for something, and I guess those charges got dismissed. And then I don't know how it works when they bring him back in to put him back into jail. Something got messed up. They saw that it was dismissed, and they let him go. And then it was manhunt, Pierce County, blah, blah, blah.
Jane recalls that members of Clint's family were hiding him. A 1999 newspaper article says Clint was found hiding at a friend's house in a nearby town. Regardless,
this is like a freaking soap opera with this family.
This culture that Jane describes of the family protecting each other at all costs, perhaps a product of the bonds that were formed so tightly during their impoverished, traumatic upbringing. It makes it all the more believable to me that an uncle might help Ruben commit or cover up a crime. That many members of the family might create a code of silence, a pact to lie if anyone ever asked questions. This reminds me of the Halim Khan post. How the post read that the author's mother, Julie, helped Ruben cover up Misty's death by passing a lie detector test. I mentioned the post to Jane.
There's just this one, kind of a blog post almost from years ago with this name, Halim Khan, who claimed to be,
I explained that I think this is a fake name, but that the person claimed Ruben's sister, Julie, was his or her mother. I asked if Julie ever had kids.
She had 2 boys, Derek and Clayton.
Jane says that a while ago, on Facebook, she saw a long, scathing letter that Derek wrote to his mother.
Addressed to Julie, and it was this whole letter about what a horrible person she was and just like this whole thing all out there. And I was like, wow, I don't know all that.
Jane pulls up the post.
Oh, yeah, it's a lot. There's a lot. Like, Dear Julie, and then it just goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. This is Derek.
What's Derek's last name?
I don't know.
Hearing this read, the style of writing, the word choices, the details laid out. If I was a betting person, I'd bet serious money that Halim Khan and Ruben's nephew Derek are one and the same. It's been several hours. The sun has long gone down outside. Jane seems relieved to have gotten this off her chest. I hope that she is relieved anyway.
This is one of those things where it's like, I don't know if you know how valuable what you know is, you know?
I never thought it was. I'm like, it's just hearsay. But I fully believe that you killed somebody and you're living your life, and this family's constant 30 years wondering what happened to their kid, you know, and their family member, and it's not right. So if anything I say can help bring them closure somehow, then let's rock it, because they deserve it. It's not fair.
Jane has helped me develop a significantly better understanding of the tangled web that is Ruben Schmidt's family. I'm grateful. And as we say goodbye, I know my next stop. I want to speak with Derek and try to find the family member who Jane mentioned. This is a delicate business. It can freak people out and scare off sources if I come in too hot, especially so many years later. So this approach will take some finesse and some time. Time I don't really have, at least not in this first trip to Washington. Of course, I can and will come back as needed, but there's one thing I'm desperate to do before I leave. I really want to get myself onto the old Schmidt family farm. And as luck would have it, I hear back from the new owners of the property, a couple named Aaron and Lindsay. They're happy to talk and say they can make time the following afternoon. The next day, as I'm pulling up the directions to the former Schmidt family farm, heading down Highway 410 for the third time in as many days, my producer Tessa gets to Googling.
This is interesting. A blog by Aaron and Lindsay.
Oh!
Established 2016.
It's a website that Aaron and Lindsay published about their purchase of this old farm. A blog about their work renovating the property and farmhouse, and some unusual activity.
We've had some pretty stressful events unfold at the farm. Looks like they've had a lot of break-ins.
That sound is me literally spinning around in my seat. Break-ins? On the property where Misty may have been buried? Excuse me? We can't get there fast enough. Aaron and Lindsay's blog turns out to be a gold mine. There are pages and pages of posts, including several posts about a series of mysterious break-ins. As we drive out to their house, Tessa keeps reading.
Okay, March 19th, 2017. There's a photo of a door that's been busted in.
Oh, yeah.
We drove out to the farm this morning to check on things and knew something was wrong as soon as we saw the gate to the driveway open. Someone cut the chain and lock with bolt cutters and kicked open the tool shed in the barn. Luckily, they didn't seem to get into the house, and we didn't actually see anything missing. There's so much junk there right now, nothing much of value to take. It was strange that they likely drove in. Why else break the gate? You can slip around it on the sides, but didn't take anything that could have had some value, like the crane sink or the barbecue or the riding lawnmower.
Maybe because this someone wasn't looking for something of monetary value. What if this was Ruben Schmidt or an uncle looking for something that ties them to a crime that had been committed or a body disposed on this property? I'm hoping this visit to the farm will help me answer this question. Will something in the barn look obvious? What are the chances something is still there, or that seeing the property will help me think through this in new ways? An hour or so later, we've made our way off the highway, past the strip malls, and onto the densely wooded road leading to Aaron and Lindsay's house. In the daylight this time, it's actually pretty stunning. Huge, moss-covered pines arch over the winding road with vines snaking down their trunks. Mist and sunlight seep through the dense trees. It's like something out of Fern Gully. We make a sharp right onto their steep driveway. Everyone calls it the farm, but the way Aaron and Lindsay's property is nestled in the hills and trees here, it certainly feels like more of a homestead. We park in their gravel driveway, and I step onto the front porch. Before I even knock, Aaron opens the door and shows us inside. If he and Lindsay are at all apprehensive about a homicide investigator sending them cryptic messages and asking to come to their home, they're not showing it. Aaron and Lindsay are warm and inviting. We take a seat on their comfy couches. There's a fire warming the living space. It's all so cozy and lovely. And suddenly I realize I have no idea how to even begin to explain to them why I'm here. Okay. What do you have any guess as to why or what case it was that brought your address to our attention?
Absolutely not.
Long, deep sigh. I start at the beginning. I tell them the story of Misty's case, starting with the night of the fair, Misty and her best friend getting ready to head home and starting to call their friends for a ride. Somewhere in those flurry of phone calls before they left the fair, she said she was going to get a ride with a guy named Ruben Schmidt.
Oh, interesting.
Do you know that name?
Just the Schmidt name.
Yeah.
But not Ruben. I don't think Ruben in particular.
Mm-mm. When they bought the property in 2016, they learned that the previous owners were a couple named Fred and Vera Schmidt, who had died years prior. The younger generations had apparently taken a few years to figure out what to do with the property and finally decided to sell it. I get back to Misty's case, how she was never found, how clothing believed to be hers was found about 11 miles from here down Highway 410, how Ruben Schmidt admitted to driving to this farm within hours of her disappearance. Which leads me to the reason I'm here, on their property, talking to them today. They did further searches for Misty's remains after those clothes were found there off 410. And Ruben told several people they're looking for Misty 6.5 miles away from where they should be looking for her.
Oh, interesting.
So it's real hard to say to somebody, there may or may not be remains on your property.
Wow.
But that's kind of where we are. It's an awkward moment. I'm worried Lindsay and Aaron might be super freaked out. Frankly, I wouldn't blame them one bit if they politely said, "Nuh-uh, get out of our house now, please and thank you." But they're totally understanding. Disturbed, sure, but calmly taking this all in.
You know, there's this funny... Tell them about what Kayla said.
So the first blog article that we did about the break-in, where we said there was nothing of value taken, there was a red shed that was broken into. The door panel was broken. Inside that, the only thing that was kind of rummaged through was an old toolbox, like wooden truck bed toolbox.
That was not yours.
That was not ours. We had not sorted anything out of that shed. It was all still stuff originally from the
They
property.
left the property as is. Like there was an old car on here. There was just tons of junk and stuff piled up everywhere. They just left it as is.
And I knew that this had been gotten into because it was originally sitting up in the rafters. I was kind of wondering what was in this, and it had been taken down and opened up and was completely empty. That, as far as we know, was the only thing that was taken on that first break-in. Shortly after that, we were walking around the property And two of our neighbors came onto the property and they said, oh, we saw somebody walking around the property. We wanted to come and check on it. And we said, oh, thank you. We just had a break-in. Their exact words were, oh, have you checked Linda's brother? I don't remember them saying the name Ruben, and I know that the family is larger. But their first instinct was that this break-in was related to somebody in the family.
I mentally check my family tree. Linda is Ruben's aunt. She has 3 brothers. Ruben's dad, who is deceased, and Ruben's uncles, Don and Tom. Of course, I have no proof that the Schmidts were involved in the break-in, and there was no evidence collected after the break-in. But Aaron reiterates that they hadn't even started renovating yet. To any outsider, it was just the old Schmidt house, sitting as it had been for years. The only difference was that on paper, it had recently been sold to new owners, as is, with all the Schmidt family junk on it. A difference that only someone in the Schmidt family would be likely to know. I want to be crystal clear. This is purely speculation, but it is speculation based on years of experience. I would be a fool to ignore the fact that these thieves acted upon the sale of the property, and it failed to result in anything of value vanishing from the property, but instead amounted to some rummaging in a hard-to-reach toolbox stored high on a shelf in a ramshackle barn. There aren't very many people who might have had an interest in stuff like that.
Did you have stuff that was theoretically of value that you would have?
Yes.
Okay.
Most of it in the house, but we had stuff just sitting out in there was a carport here. We had stuff sitting out under the carport, and as far as we know, none of that was touched.
So had somebody wanted to do the break-in just to make money, they would have had other ways of doing that rather than rummaging through one very specific box. How big? Is it one of these ones that would have filled up the full bed of the truck?
The ones that sit at the top of, like now they're, like the steel ones that, sit.
So it's like 5 feet across maybe.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The wheels in my head are turning. Is it possible this toolbox could have held evidence related to Misty's disappearance? A sweater or shoes, jewelry, weapons, a murder weapon? Again, pure speculation. This particular incident, which took place in March of 2017, was the first of several break-ins that Aaron and Lindsay had over the next few years. And just to be clear here, Puyallup PD never investigated these break-ins and may have known nothing about them because this isn't their jurisdiction. This is Pierce County, nowhere close to Puyallup. Eventually, after a couple break-ins, Aaron and Lindsay decided it would be wise to install security cameras, and soon after, they got another clue.
We had somebody walk onto the property. We have a camera out towards the gate. He looked up at the camera, waved, and then walked off. Less than a minute after that, a truck pulled in, loaded up a bunch of stuff, and left.
Do you remember if the truck was like a newer or like an old beat up truck?
It was kind of an old beat up truck.
Do you remember what color it was by any chance?
I think a reddish orange color.
A reddish orange truck. I've been told that Uncle Don drove an orange pickup. Could it have been a reddish orange pickup? If Don still had this truck, it would mean he had had it for more than 20 years. And while that at first sounds outrageous, it's completely possible. Cars apparently last a long time on the West Coast, where winters are not as harsh as other areas, and road crews don't use as much salt. Throughout my time in Washington, I've seen tons of seemingly ancient pickup trucks driving on side roads and highways. Lindsay and Aaron say these break-ins were not typical of the area. Not like their neighbors were having tons of break-ins, too. The break-ins seemed to be targeted at Lindsay and Aaron, or at this property.
And you're here on this little kind of spot here where you can't really see anybody, you don't see your neighbors up above, you don't see your neighbors down below. So you really are kind of in this isolated little plot here.
I wish that I would have known sooner about this, because it would have been great, like right after we purchased it, to have somebody come through and look through things. I mean, because we tore down the original house that was here.
So much here.
Got rid of, mountains of garbage, including boxes of family pictures. There was boxes of receipts, business records. Had we known that this was like even on anybody's radar, I think all of that just went to the dump, unfortunately.
That groan in the background is me reacting with physical pain, thinking about all the evidence that may have been lost. Of course, no fault of Aaron and Lindsay's. They had no way of knowing, but it still kills me to think of what might have been lost.
There was so much junk here.
Dump truck loads.
We'll never know what was in those dump truck loads of Schmidt family stuff that got tossed, or if a member of the Schmidt family returned to grab something of evidentiary value. But Aaron does share something else.
One thing I don't know if you're aware of, the property across the road from us technically has the same address, because it was originally owned by the Schmidts. And at one time, this was all part of the same farm.
Aaron tells me that he and Lindsay only own about 6 acres, but that at one time the Schmidts owned another 40 acres, which they sold separately. In my meeting with Jason Visna from Puyallup PD, he said that his team searched about 40 to 45-ish acres in 2010 and 2011. So that kind of lines up. Though property records that I've found suggest the Schmidts owned more like 55 acres in the early 90s. And in his interviews with the police, Ruben described it as a 100-acre farm. Suffice to say, the numbers are a little murky, but they leave me with one clear question. Could there have been more land the Schmidts owned in 1992, or at least land they had unfettered access to that was never searched, or not searched thoroughly enough for my liking? Which leads me to another slightly uncomfortable question. If my investigation continues to lead me down the path it's been leading me, would Aaron and Lindsay be open to my coming back to search more of the property? To my immense relief, they say yes.
I feel really sad for this family that has been grieving. Yeah. I think that's I'm a therapist, so I cry about everything. But I think that's a particular kind of grief when people don't get closure and they just continue to wonder year after year. And I hope that this family gets some closure. Yeah. I hope that they get some answers. Everybody deserves that.
We obviously feel for the family. And I mean, if we can help in any way, I mean, that would be great.
Lindsay isn't the only one in the room who cries about everything. I'm definitely tearing up at their kind words and how deeply they mean them. People often remark about how hard my work must be because I encounter the worst of humanity every day. And that is true. It can be a heavy lift emotionally. But the fact is, I also encounter this: pure empathy and generosity of spirit with no agenda. It is truly what gives me the hope I need to keep doing this. We say our goodbyes. Now I'm really out of time here in Washington. Early the next morning, I get on a plane and fly home. I've got my hands full, people to track down and contact, leads to follow up on. I'm beyond thrilled to have Aaron and Lindsay's permission to search the land, but where? After seeing the property, it's overwhelming. Where do I even begin? I'm back home in Philadelphia, trying to make sense of all this new info. I start making gentle outreach to people in the Schmidt family orbit. And I find myself up late at night, staring at Google Earth views of the farm, searching old property records, But I have no clue how to identify a potential dump site from 30 plus years ago on a 55-acre, heavily wooded property. I mean, I've investigated all kinds of cases, but my area of expertise is serial killer psychology. Speaking of which, there's a nagging question at the back of my mind. All signs are pointing me to Reuben Schmidt, no doubt. But the second most prolific serial killer in American history was operating in the Pacific Northwest at the time of Misty's disappearance. The Green River Killer, who was known to dump bodies a stone's throw from where Misty's jeans were found. I can't help but feel like I haven't fully eliminated the possibility that this was the work of the Green River Killer, or of one of the numerous other serial predators operating in the area at the time Misty disappeared. I decide to phone a friend who just so happens to be, perhaps, the best person on earth to help with this question. My mentor, Dr. Ann Burgess. Dr. Burgess is the real mind behind the so-called Mindhunter work at the FBI, the one who developed the science that makes up the foundation of modern violent criminal psychology. She is the reason I began this work nearly 30 years ago. And since reaching out to her for her help with the 1993 murder of Renee Bergeron in Alabama, she has become not just my mentor, but a colleague, and, dare I say, friend. Dr. Burgess was involved in dozens of cases like Misty's, including no-body homicide investigations in the 80s and 90s. And as I tell her what I know so far about the original investigation, she's not surprised.
This is not well done. I don't think that's any profound statement, but they did not investigate this. They chalked this one up to runaway. She's 14. She was out doing other things, you know.
Did you see that a lot at that time with this kind of like tween teen?
Oh, yeah, the runaway. Remember we did a whole pamphlet on juveniles because so many were just dismissing them as runaways and not taking the cases seriously. They still were missing and murdered, you know.
This is what I like. If it's a 14-year-old child, even if she ran away, she's in danger.
I know. I mean, it's just unbelievable how the bias, and that gets carried through, unfortunately, in the law enforcement.
Plus, Dr. Burgess says there was a serious lack of understanding about how to handle no-body homicides among police departments back in the day.
My memory is that you don't have many investigators that really know about this. They're just used to getting a body and answering it. The training of how to investigate a case without a body, how many places do it? I don't think that's on anybody's curriculum in terms of law enforcement. Certainly not back in 92.
A lack of understanding about no-body homicides, a culture of dismissing runaways, and a third element that created the perfect storm.
Well, the Green River, certainly Green River captured so much attention.
Naturally, Dr. Burgess is a walking encyclopedia about Gary Ridgway. She doesn't need me to tell her about his legacy in Western Washington.
I mean, that was a lot of cases there.
49 confirmed and proven, and he's claimed to have killed at least 85. Though it's actually impossible to be exact because Ridgway is believed to be responsible for many more murders than he ever admitted. Even once the police did start treating Misty as more than a runaway, maybe they kind of wrote her off as just another Green River victim. But Dr. Burgess says she doesn't think a serial killer like Green River makes sense in Misty's case. For one simple reason that hadn't occurred to me before.
If you profile it, this was someone that knew her. Otherwise, if it was just a serial killer and picked up, they would have just dumped the body. What's the sense of going to such detail to hide it? I mean, I think that's what's important about this, is that normally it would have been just discarded. That's what I would say, that it's a known relationship.
This is why she is the best, and I am still learning at her knee. For someone with no connection to the victim, no way to be traced back to them, it's simply a matter of disposing of the victim's remains somewhere that gives them long enough to get away physically. But if you know the victim, if people might suspect you, then you have to work a lot harder to make sure it's as difficult as possible to link you to the victim's death. The fact that Misty's body has never been found suggests the killer went to great lengths to hide it, unlike killers like Gary Ridgway, who tend to dump bodies where they are eventually found, less concerned about hiding evidence, especially back before DNA started to be reliably used in criminal investigations. I'm relieved to hear that Dr. Burgess thinks I'm on the right track, looking at people who knew Misty, like Ruben. Of course, that brings me back to my other big question. Where to begin with trying to find Misty's remains?
Well, you've got a case where you don't have the body and you need to find the body. You know you're going to find bones because it's been so long. And so who do you look for? And I don't know anyone better than an anthropologist.
It's like a switch is flipped in my brain. An anthropologist, specifically a forensic anthropologist. It makes perfect sense. Forensic anthropologists are experts on bones, analyzing bones, and some of them even specialize in finding bones.
They are using anthropologists in this way. I just think that it's a very useful new area, forensic anthropology.
I actually joked recently that of all the amazing experts I know in forensics, the anthropologists were the one group I didn't need to talk to, because without skeletal remains, there was nothing to ask them. But as Dr. Burgess explains, they're also experts in this niche world of locating and excavating clandestine graves, sometimes decades or even centuries old. This is exactly what we need for Misty, someone to help me find her, so that we can then determine who put her there. So where do I go next? A forensic anthropologist. And I just happen to have one on speed dial. Another member of the group Dr. Burgess and I founded together, Marion Davidson, a professor at Loyola University, a forensic anthropologist, and a forensic archaeologist. I call and ask how she'd feel about taking a trip to Washington. Her answer? Hell yes. Previously on Who Took Misty Copsey.
He was creepy, very sketch. I never felt comfortable with him. He was very creepy.
If it was just a serial killer and picked up, they would have just dumped the body. What's the sense of going to such detail to hide it?
I knew that this had been gotten into because it was kind of sitting up in the rafters. I was kind of wondering what was in this. And it had been taken down and opened up and was completely empty.
This family needs closure. That's not fair to them that they have no closure and that her mom died without knowing what happened to her baby.
From ID and ARC Media, I'm Sarah Cailean, and this is Who Took Misty Copsey? On my first trip to Washington, I met with a lot of witnesses and sources who might know something about the disappearance of Misty Copsey, including some who I can't name or include for safety reasons. There were many intense, emotional moments from those conversations, but there's one that has been playing on a loop in my mind ever since I got home. It's a moment with Misty's best friend, Trina, who went to the fair with Misty in September 1992. My producer, Tessa, and I asked Trina what she thinks happened that night.
Can I be truthful?
Yeah, please. Based on your instincts, if you had to guess, what do you think happened to Misty after you parted ways?
Ruben Schmidt killed her. Ruben Schmidt came down and picked her up and took her to Grandma's house. Grandma's house is right next to the clothing, within 10 miles. Ruben Schmidt doesn't remember what happened that night. Bullshit. I hate him. He did it. No doubt in my mind. None. Oh, I'm shaking. She's up there somewhere at Grandma's house or something close to that.
I told Trina that I'd made contact with the people who now own that farm. Trina started to cry, but she was also smiling. Her reaction shows the complexity of her feelings around Misty's disappearance.
She's there, and I'm so grateful that you know the people that own the farm. She's there somewhere. That's a big farm. But I'm so happy that you just said that. That makes me feel better. It's very unfortunate that Diana's not here. She tried so hard, and nobody would listen to her. I'm just glad that Diana's now with her daughter.
A few months have passed since my first trip, but my determination hasn't faded. If anything, it's grown stronger, more urgent every day. I'm frequently in touch with Misty's brother Colton. I so badly want to get answers for him and, indirectly, for his mother Diana. I have several reasons for suspecting that Reuben Schmidt may have been involved in Misty's disappearance. And if so, I have several reasons for thinking he disposed of Misty's remains at the Schmidt family farm. For one, there are the glaring red flags in Reuben's story about his whereabouts that night, or stories. Sean Robinson reviewed the police case file, and he reported that at first, Reuben told Puyallup police that he drove there the next day. In a later interview, he said that he blacked out and, quote, woke up there the next day. But in both versions, he said he had blacked out and couldn't remember how or why he ended up there. Right. There's also the fact that a pair of jeans, socks, and underwear I believe to be Misty's were found way down Highway 410 in a ditch on the side of the road, almost as if they'd been tossed from a passing car, not far from the Schmidt farm. Puyallup PD knew all of this. The original investigators drove Reuben out to the farm at one point, but then seemingly stopped pursuing him as a suspect based on polygraph testing that was questionable at best. Captain Jason Visna also knew all this. He's the Puyallup PD detective who reinvestigated Misty's case in response to Sean Robinson's reporting in the late 2000s. It piqued Captain Visna's interest enough to lead a 2-day full grid search of the Schmidt family property with cadaver dogs and search and rescue teams. He told me that they searched about 45 acres of land, but I think there's more to be searched. I've learned that in 1992, the Schmidts owned about 10 more acres. There are also mine shafts in close proximity to their property. A person dumping a body likely doesn't care about property lines. Why wasn't the surrounding area searched? Then there are a few things I've learned in my investigation that I'm not sure previous investigators knew about. There's the Facebook post by someone using the alias Halim Khan, who I now believe to be Reuben's nephew Derek. He wrote that his mother, Reuben's sister Julie, helped Reuben hide out at his grandmother's farm after Misty's disappearance. I've tracked down a possible address for him, and I plan to knock on his door when I'm back in Washington. Then there's the information I got from the woman I'm calling Jane, who I met with at a diner. She told me that a member of the Schmidt family told her that Reuben showed up at the farm late the night of Misty's disappearance, acting suspicious, maybe covered in dirt. I tried to reach that family member, who I'm also not naming for privacy reasons. Suffice to say, this person doesn't seem to want to talk to me. At least, not directly or by name. Just days after I returned from Washington in January, Misty's brother Colton received a surprising Facebook message. The message comes from an account using the first name Melissa, but this seems to be an alias. The message reads, quote, "Have the investigator find Julie Schmidt to get information about Ruben. It may help to find Thomas Schmidt, the brother of Ruben's dad, who lived with Fred and Vera Schmidt. Maybe he can help with locations on the property." End quote. The person writing the message notes, in parentheses, that Julie Schmidt is Ruben's sister and that Thomas Schmidt lives in a care facility. Now that's interesting. In another message, Melissa tells Colton, quote, "I want to help you. I am heartbroken that your mom did not get closure. I hope you understand that I'm not able to put myself in harm's way. I believe that she may be on the property. There are mining shafts on the bottom of the property where you drive in by the bridge. The water is to the right and the shafts to the left, covered with vegetation. The kids were never allowed to play there because they were open shafts covered with vegetation. Like I wrote, Butch may be willing to provide property details to help with possible locations on the property, and he lived there when she disappeared, / Ruben showed up there." End quote. I'm sorry, mine shafts? I figure out that Butch is Ruben's Uncle Tom, a brother of Ruben's dad. He had 2 brothers, Tom and Don. Again, the person who sent this anonymous tip said that Uncle Tom lived on the Schmidt farm in September 1992. I search for and find property records confirming this. I've heard that Ruben's Uncle Don lived there as well, but I have not been able to verify this with any official records. Regardless, the idea that at least one of Ruben's uncles lived on the farm gives me even more reason to focus on that land, especially the mines surrounding the farm. Who would know this land better than someone who had not only grown up there, but was living there at the time of the events? The Puyallup police searched about 45 acres of this land back in 2010 and 2011, but as far as I know, they did not search the mines. Given the tips I've received about specific locations on the property and the potential that Ruben's uncles lived near those areas, I'm concerned that the Puyallup police search may have missed critical areas. Maybe even the most critical areas. At the suggestion of my mentor, Dr. Ann Burgess, I've reached out to a forensic anthropologist named Marian Davidson. She's a professor at Loyola University, a forensic anthropologist, and a forensic archaeologist. I know her a bit through my cold case consulting work with Dr. Burgess. When I tell her about the mission, Marian is instantly on board. We set a date and book our flights. We're going mine hunting. On a perfectly crisp, clear morning in April 2025, I am back in Washington. This time with forensic anthropologist Marian Davidson in tow. We're driving down the SeaTac Strip straight to the Schmidt family farm. For this first day, I mainly want to walk the old Schmidt family farm and surrounding area with Marian so that she can get an idea of the landscape, the soil, the layout of the farm versus adjacent properties. And, of course, start laying eyes on where these mines are supposed to be hidden among the heavy-growth forest, rushing creek, and steep, rocky hillsides. I'm very excited about the potential value of a trip like this, but it has all come together really quickly. From the airport, Marian and I drive right to the farm. The busy highway gives way to a 2-lane road. We pass a few working farms and then reach the small road that leads to the farm. I slow down as we approach the driveway, remembering it's a sharp right turn onto gravel.
All right, so this is the farm.
Okay.
I have all new people for you.
Aaron and Lindsay, the current landowners, are waiting for us outside. We make introductions, then Marion gets right down to business. We've got 2 days. There is no time to waste.
I want to see the mine.
Same. Marion and I have been doing quite a bit of research on the property, and we've discussed the tips I've received. In Marion's experience, any kind of overgrown mine could definitely be a dumping spot, for one very simple reason.
Why dig if you don't have to dig?
Digging is hard work. Even a shallow grave is backbreaking, time-consuming labor under the best of circumstances, and messy. Contrary to what movies might lead us to believe, if someone's trying to quickly and discreetly get rid of a body, it's a hell of a lot easier to use some kind of pre-existing hiding spot than to dig a fresh grave. For her part, Marion's been digging into the types of mines in this area. No pun intended. She hasn't worked a case like this one before. In preparing to fly out here, she did extensive research and spoke with colleagues all over the world who had excavated mines for clandestine graves before, so that she knew how to prepare and what to expect. From there, she researched the mines specific to Western Washington, the types, the sizes, the protocols for excavating. She is a research scientist in every sense of the term. And though she has questions that can't really be answered until we're on the ground, she tells me that she's starting to get a handle on what it might take. I am relying on her expertise completely, so now it's my turn to ask questions. What kind of mines exist in this part of Washington? What are we looking for?
Most of the mines out here were for coal. There are other things that can be mined, but it said most of them were for coal, and most of the entrances looked huge.
Big enough for teams of people to walk into them. Now, this is just Marion's general research on the area. The tips I received talked about mine shafts, specifically the kind a person could fall into. Maybe we're looking for a combination? We start walking. From what I've been told about specific mines that may have been close to the farm and accessible in 1992, we need to head closer to the creek. It's down a steep hill bordering the edge of the original property. We walk along the road for about 5 minutes, curving to the left, then to the right as we work our way down. We're shrouded by enormous, tall trees on both sides. This is the kind of forest I've always imagined covering large swaths of the Pacific Northwest. When we arrive in the general area referenced in the anonymous tips, we're staring up at a hillside, so high and steep it damn near feels like a small mountain. We're definitely in the right place, but how can this be? How could anyone, even 2 people, successfully navigate this evergreen and thick brush-covered terrain straight uphill in the dead of night, carrying a body? Very helpfully, Aaron, the homeowner, actually found an old map of the mines.
He found this from 1932. These are the mines. And this is not a road. He thinks this is like the tunnel.
Oh, yeah. That's like underground.
So this is the bridge. That is the mine.
Wow. Side note, I'm definitely recruiting Aaron to my investigative team. As I'm looking over the map, Marion's already gearing up. This overlay map is showing a spot just southeast of us that actually has a small, flat area we can get to without too much difficulty. We think, anyway. And that appears to be the spot where a mine entrance was once semi-exposed.
So this is the bridge. It's literally like right up there. I want to walk up there.
Okay. We start climbing. It's not as steep as the other spot, but it is still completely overgrown, and it's difficult to get good footing.
Oh, fuck. Oh, you all right? Too short.
The terrain is tough. Luckily, and uncharacteristically, It hasn't rained at all in the previous few days, so it's not really muddy. But balance is still tricky because the brush is so thick I can't actually see the ground I'm trying to get a foothold on. At a certain point, it's just too hard to navigate at my height and without the right boots and gloves. Marion keeps going on her own.
Like, it should be literally, like, right there.
Marion is better equipped, and she makes it to the flat spot we're interested in. But even so, she too is concerned about taking a wrong step when she can't see the earth under her feet through all the thick growth and plant debris. After all, the entire reason we're looking here is that we believe there are mines with obscured openings that one could easily drop or drag something or fall into. She's moving pretty hesitantly, and I can't blame her one bit. Marion eventually comes back down, panting. No luck.
So all of the old coal mine photos are like, the entrances were like as big as a shed. They were huge.
Yeah, because they would go into, fully teams of people would go in.
Yeah, so now I'm just really curious because I can't, I thought we were gonna look up there and be like, mine entrances, and it's not.
It's frustrating that we've come all this way and can't even find the mines, much less any evidence that might be in them. But I'm not nearly giving up. I've also called in a favor with a local drone operator who has agreed to help out the next day.
I mean, it's going to be hard for the drone guy. There's a lot of trees. But to have him go up there and see if it looks like, is there another way to access it? Can we get up there without just straight up climbing through this shit?
For now, we head back to Aaron and Lindsay's property. We drink water, get some food, and start considering our next move. Marion asks Aaron about the property. What did this plot of land look like when they bought it? That's when he mentioned something offhand.
There's a large evergreen kind of bush that I think was right about in line with those trees, and the septic tank sat right behind it.
The septic tank? The Schmidt's septic tank? Aaron says yes. There was an old septic tank on the property when he and his wife bought it.
Right here was a about 8 foot by 5 foot by 5 foot concrete tank with a concrete about 2 foot in diameter lid that sat on top, but it was not secured in any way. And then when we did the process of building our house, I had somebody fill it with gravel. There's companies that will come and pump out all the sewage and stuff. Mm-hmm. We figured since this was going to be our drain field anyways, and it had been sitting vacant for 10 years or whatever, we just filled it in with gravel and then covered dirt on top of it.
The potential significance of this strikes me immediately, and the more Aaron describes, the more important I think it becomes. It is a dark and upsetting thing to contemplate, but it is also a reality that human remains being disposed of, hidden away in literally the last place anyone would go looking, happens more than we would like to believe. As Aaron is describing the location of the tank, the ease of access, and the fact that it had not been cleaned out, it is clear to me that we must, at a minimum, exclude this defunct cement box just below the surface of the earth, mere steps from the Schmidt family farmhouse's front door.
My dad and I were commenting on how easy it was to lift this lid off. And we were like, oh, don't fall in there, because it was definitely big enough for multiple people.
What does that mean to you?
It means I want to dig it up.
Quick research tells us that human bones will not fully decompose in a septic tank, even after 30 years. So if Misty's body was dumped inside of this tank, evidence of her remains may still exist there. Answering this question means getting to the bottom of the old tank. I ask about first trying GPR, ground-penetrating radar, technology that sends radio waves into the ground. Waves then bounce off anomalies in the soil and can show disturbances or items underground without having to dig.
The only issue with GPR is it's not really ground truth unless you dig it up. It'll show differences and consistencies in the ground or like anomalies, but you can't really know for sure what that is until you dig it up.
In other words, even if the GPR shows anomalies, we'd still need to dig it up to see if those anomalies are bones.
It wouldn't be super difficult to do a couple test pits here and see if we can find the outline of the septic tank itself.
Just as I'm starting to imagine Aaron and Lindsay's beautiful yard riddled with test pits, Aaron seems to read my mind.
We're planning on doing some landscaping later in June. So if it was something where you said, okay, we have to dig a giant hole here, it's not the end of the world because we're going to be bringing in some topsoil and other stuff over this later this year anyways.
Better now than June is what you're saying. Yeah.
I'm genuinely taken aback by how willing Aaron and Lindsay are to support this search, whatever it looks like. It's a kindness we are incredibly lucky to have encountered. And so with Aaron's blessing, we start digging.
I'm just trying to get the topsoil off because once you do that, everything else is so much easier. I just want the topsoil loosened.
Do you remember how deep it went down?
I mean, it was at surface level, but when they filled it in, they did have excavators out here, so it would have been very easy to put excess stuff on top.
We're looking for any sign of gravel, a sign that we've hit on the old septic tank.
I just really want to make sure that is not, that it is a rock, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Before we go too far in a direction for no reason.
We dig for more than an hour with no sign of gravel.
We're not hitting nothing.
Yeah. Here's some gravel here.
Yes!
In the ground.
Gravel.
Gravel in the ground.
That was in the ground, that was not on the surface.
Aaron strikes gold. And by gold, I do mean a septic tank.
All of this is gravel.
I want to be as realistic as possible here. I'm not hacking away at the ground, covered in dirt, expecting that at any moment we'll find Misty. But I also cannot ignore the most basic facts in homicides. Most victims are killed by someone they knew, and most killers want to be rid of the remains as quickly as possible. This math means that we must eliminate the most readily accessible spots connected to the most obvious individual before doing anything farther afield. If Ruben did this, and if Misty was dumped somewhere on the farm, I don't know it's here in the septic tank. But it will have to be eliminated at some point, so it might as well be right now. As Marion starts trenching out the area, Aaron asks me a question about Ruben.
Do you happen to know if Ken Schmidt is one of his uncles?
Interesting question, but no. I tell Aaron that according to my research, Ken Schmidt was Ruben's father. He died in 1987 when Ruben was a young teenager.
Because the old truck case kind of a thing that was rifled through in that very first break-in has the name Ken
Schmidt on it. Yeah, I saw that.
A few days before the trip, Aaron had sent me a picture of the empty wooden toolbox after the break-in. When I spoke with Aaron and Lindsay on my last trip, they had told me about a series of break-ins at the property shortly after they bought it, but before they'd moved there. Most of them seemed like run-of-the-mill burglaries, but the first one was different. It was very soon after Aaron and Lindsay had bought the property. They'd barely even started work on tearing down the old house to build their new one.
We were bringing all of our stuff out here. We're like, we're going to get started on this building project. And so, yeah, we had thousands of dollars worth of tools sitting out here. None of that was taken.
The only thing that seemed to be disturbed was this roughly 5-foot-long truck bed toolbox. Aaron could tell instantly that it had been rifled through.
Because it was kind of sitting up in the rafters of the barn. They took it out of the rafters, and onto the floor, and it was sitting open. The fact that they went into the barn and opened up this red truck box kind of a thing seems very odd.
Very odd indeed. Especially a new detail that Aaron just mentioned. One I should have clocked when he sent me the photo, but I missed it in the flurry of preparing for this trip and fielding all the anonymous tips. The toolbox was red. Misty's jeans were found with red paint chips on them. Could this be where those paint chips came from? Sean Robinson reported that police and state lab officials determined the chips were likely nail polish. But that was years ago, and we don't have the paint chips to examine. It's possible that testing with newer technology might yield different results. I also asked Trina about red nail polish and whether she recalls Misty wearing red nail polish. She says pretty unequivocally that Misty did not. What if these paint chips were actually paint from a toolbox? What if Misty's body was in the truck bed for transportation, or her clothes were at some point stuffed into that big red wooden toolbox?
When I was looking at it the other day, just disturbing it briefly, there was these little tiny red flecks of paint that chipped off into my hand.
Damn it, I hate being on the outside. Of course, there's a strong chance the state officials are correct, that the chips are indeed nail polish. But what if that was a mistake, given the huge advancements in forensic technology over the last decade or two? This is something the PPD can potentially act on now. Puyallup police could do a paint sample comparison. As Aaron and I are discussing this, Marion continues uncovering the edges of the septic tank. Eventually, after more than 4 hours of digging, we can see the full outline. It's getting late in the afternoon, and this seems like a good stopping point for the day. Having uncovered the tank, we're feeling hopeful that we can get into it tomorrow. We'll be back bright and early. Marion will keep digging, quite literally. I'll be digging too, in another way, trying to see if I can find Ruben's uncle, Tom Schmidt, or Ruben's nephew, Derek. I'm determined to dig deeper into the mystery of Ruben's actions and the potential that an uncle was with Ruben on the night that Misty disappeared. The next morning, Marion and I head to the farm. It's a long day of digging. I've joined her in the dirt and rocks now, and as daylight turns to dusk, we're about 3/4 of the way into the septic tank. The manhole-size opening is now fully exposed, and much of the dirt has been removed. Marion and I can both fully stand inside the tank, but there's nothing gross, just lots of dirt and very large rocks. This is not an easy task. We take turns in the tank, filling a 5-gallon bucket with earth, heaving it up to the other one above ground for emptying, and then filling again. The tank is deeper than we anticipated, which only makes me that much more certain that it would have been a place to hide a body. We dig for more than 8 hours. We remove loads and loads of dirt from the septic tank, trying our best to get to the bottom. Eventually, muscles aching and light dwindling, we call it for the night. On our drive back to Tacoma, I hear from our researcher. She says that Ruben's uncle Tom is living about 15 minutes from the farm in the nearby logging town of Enumclaw. The next day, I drop Marion at the farm, and I go to see what else I can find out about Ruben and his potential actions on the night that Misty disappeared. My first stop is his Uncle Tom's apartment. To my utter surprise, Tom opens the door. Well, open is a generous term. He cracks the door just enough to hear what I have to say, and we talk through that crack for about 15 minutes. The conversation doesn't do anything at all to convince me of Ruben's innocence, nor does it confirm any involvement. Tom does, however, tell me that his brother Don, the uncle who owned an orange pickup truck, is dead. A researcher confirms that Don died in 2021. That leaves me with the so-called Halim Khan, who wrote Facebook posts about Ruben's sister, helping Ruben cover up his involvement in Misty's disappearance. Again, I believe this is Ruben's nephew, Derek, and I found a possible address for him in Washington. I have a street address for an apartment complex, but no specific apartment number. I drive over to the apartment complex, hoping a receptionist or property manager will have more specific information. I hit another dead end. I speak with someone who works for the property management company. She will not confirm or deny any resident addresses. I leave a note with my name and number and ask that she pass it on if any such resident lives on this property. This is one of the most challenging aspects of cold case work, especially when attempting to solve a case from afar. I have limited time on the ground. I need everyone to happen to be home on the day I happen to show up. And more often than not, they're not. It's frustrating. I also try the phone numbers listed publicly and ask local authorities to try to make contact. I have no luck, at least not today. Still, the day is not entirely lost. As I start to drive back to the farm, my cell phone buzzes. A new text message. It's Marion telling me she has definitely reached the muck at the base of the septic tank. By the time I pull down the driveway, she's packed up, standing next to a massive pile of dirt. She can conclusively state there are no human remains in the tank. It's disappointing, of course, but we both agree that it was crucial to know for sure so we can turn our focus to the mines. Our drone operator got some very useful footage, which, along with the tips, the maps, and the areas Marion walked on foot, will allow her to compile a comprehensive report on where future searches should be conducted. We've narrowed it down to a handful of specific locations, and this can be of real use to the people with the resources and the right equipment. Marion promises to send her report by the end of the month. We will take it as far as we possibly can from the outside, and then we hope that the police responsible for this case will be receptive to all we've uncovered in the past 4 months. Until then, there's another person I want to see while I'm in town, Misty's brother, Colton. I want to tell him where I am in my investigation at this stage. Colton invites me over to his apartment to chat. I tell him about the search over the last few days, about my conversation with Jane.
She gave us a lot of really good information. And
I tell him about Derek, a.k.a. Halim Khan.
And we're trying to get that person to chat as well.
I tell Colton about the mysterious uncle, how I've been able to definitively eliminate Clint Garrison, Ruben's older half-brother who was in prison in September 1992. His half-brothers Mark and Eric Garrison can't be as definitively eliminated, but it does seem that the people who said an uncle was involved would have known Mark and Eric were Ruben's older brothers, and therefore would not have referred to either of them as uncles. That leaves either Don or Tom.
And so it definitely felt like this is probably, the shortest distance between 2 points in this case.
Colton tells me he's been bothered by the question of the uncle for years. It was something that had also dogged his mother, Diana. Which uncle was Ruben with that night?
I knew about the Garrison family. I had been stuck on the Clint Garrison idea. Yeah, I couldn't place a name to that other person. So I had that same dilemma that my mom had of, which one is it? Who is it?
Yeah.
So if we're going to get closer to a more definitive answer, I think that's the biggest puzzle piece that's not there.
At least we're closer to answering that question.
I mean, essentially what we have are people who have been sitting in plain sight the whole time.
Colton is listening intently, but doesn't seem surprised by this. that the cops would have overlooked witnesses and potential suspects who were sitting right under their noses for 30 years. I explained to Colton that Marion and I are each drafting comprehensive reports of our respective work on the case, and that as soon as it's all ready to go, I'll ask PPD to sit down for a meeting. I feel like if we get information that I'm like, no, this is solid information, I will share it with the police. That's my responsibility. What they do with that information after that is totally on them, because they're the only ones who can actually move the case forward.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely it does.
Colton thanks me for the answers I've gotten so far and the ones I'm still pursuing. I promise that my work is not done, that my cases remain my cases until they are solved, no matter what. I've worked many cold cases. They all share one thing in common. Even with answers, it is never really over for the loved ones left behind. In Misty's case, Colton and his family know this better than anyone. On this second trip to Washington, Colton says there's one more person he thinks I should talk to, his and Misty's cousin, Jenna. I've been wanting to speak with Jenna. Colton had told me that she and Misty were very close. She wasn't available the first time I was out here, but she is now. We get in the car to drive over to Jenna's. Along the way, Colton tells me that our work together has already helped him start to see a way forward.
I've never really thought about I guess ending the story. It's never really occurred to me. It just kind of seems like, well, we're just gonna keep pushing. And then it's like the idea of it came to me the other day. It's like the first time I've ever really thought about what if we find her and this is over.
When Colton told Jenna what I'm doing, she said she'd really like the chance to talk about Misty. Misty as a person, as a girl, not just as a victim. And Colton says he'd like to know what Jenna remembers too.
Obviously didn't get to know my sister, and it would be kind of nice to know how she was.
I couldn't agree more.
Misty, she was my favorite cousin. We're 3 years apart, so I was 11 when she disappeared. She was 14. Sorry. I am a little sensitive, so I apologize. Misty was really awesome. I looked up to her so much. My mom would tease me. I idolized her because she was really confident and she's good at sports. She was really good in her academics, and I struggle with all those things. And I just thought she was the coolest.
Jenna remembers visiting their grandparents together as kids.
We used to go out back, and there was a little creek that ran through, and we thought it was fun to build little bridges and jump across. And my grandma had a spare room with an old antique radio, and we would just jam out in there. And she loved music, and so did I. So we would sing, and just any song she liked, I liked. And she was a huge New Kids on the Block fan. And we'd talk about who was the cute ones. And like I said, I idolized her. She was so cool. And she was tall, and I've always been short. So I just would be like, she's so cool. The height made it even cooler, When the time came of her disappearance, she was in that phase where I wasn't so cool anymore. So I would do anything just to get her attention. And I wanted her to come over. And my mom had to gently be like, well, she's a teenager now, Jenna. And, she loves you, but just kind of chill. Because I wanted to hang with her.
I ask about that time period when Misty went missing, what Jenna remembers. She says that she feels she's blocked out a lot of the details, which is very common with trauma. Plus, she was only 11 years old at the time. But she does have vague memories of that time period in the immediate aftermath.
I remember frantically making flyers and going out and handing flyers out. We went to a mall and we were handing flyers out, talking to people, hanging them up on all the poles and things around town. It was just I remember frantic. This is before social media, and this is before you had cell phones. So it's, You're like driving to each other's houses and driving together to places. And, this is just crazy.
Jenna was in 5th grade, too young to be part of the adults' conversations, but old enough that everyone in her class knew what had happened.
Everybody at school knew what had happened, and I did have a classmate. He was my friend, so I don't know if it was intentional or if he really thought this, but he came up one day, Jenna, oh my gosh, I found your cousin. And I remember like the anxiety level going through the day. I wanted to call my parents. I wanted to know what was going on. And then when I got home and I said it to my mom, I think she was like, what are you talking about? And had to do the letdown conversation of that's not true. And then I was really hurt and upset. So that was pretty upsetting.
Even at 11 years old, Jenna could see how Misty's disappearance affected her Aunt Diana, Misty's mom. Jenna's dad was Diana's brother.
I do remember my aunt urgently wanting help and not being able to get that because she kept being told she's a runaway, and she kept urging them to listen to her and wanting people to listen, wanting the police department to listen, and they just wouldn't.
Through my investigation, I've come to understand how much this impacted Diana, but I've always wondered, how did the rest of the family react to this treatment?
Everyone was like pissed off. Like my dad was super pissed, and they were looking on their own. My aunt and my dad would go out. My aunt would go out with different people. Like there was a lot of looking on our end, but not in the time frame where nothing was being done.
The time frame when the police insisted over and over, despite all the evidence, that Misty was simply a runaway.
It's infuriating. I get the idea if you're not somebody related or you don't know. I get where your mind goes there. But we knew Misty. She loved being at her mom's. She loved being with her mom. And she wouldn't have ran away. They were really close. From what I remember, she didn't seem to have that relationship where you feel like you need to lie and not tell your mom things.
Jenna feels like investigators got her Aunt Diana so wrong.
I do feel very angry because for one point, let's just say she was this horrible person. Does that make Misty any less important? It doesn't. Does it matter? But to speak on her directly, she was not a horrible person that she was painted out to be. She was wonderful. And, everyone makes mistakes. I know she has had mistakes. And, there were times where she did drink or whatever. And who wouldn't? I'm sorry, but if my child was taken, I think I would probably do worse. And so it just makes me want to scream from the rooftops, this isn't true, and just get defensive. But I know then that just makes you look worse. It's something you can't control. And it's unfortunate that my Aunt Diana had to pass away and have that on her name when it's unjust. And I'm proud of her for holding her head up high and just keep going like she did. She's always been just my loving aunt. She was there for everything for me. She taught me how to drive because it was a little stressful when I was learning with my parents. She was at every prom, send-off, everything for me. And I feel like that would be really hard if I were to put myself in her shoes. I always felt, so grateful that she did those things for me. But really bad that she didn't get to do them for Misty. And that just shows you her heart to be able to do that, and knowing you can't do that with your own daughter. She was a very loving person and very strong. For her not to go completely off the deep end, I'm so proud of her. Because I don't know if, you don't know unless you're in someone's shoes if you could manage. And she was hanging on by a thread, but she did it. And she never ever gave up hope about finding what happened to Misty. And I guess that kept her going.
Listening to Jenna, I'm flooded with images of all the things Diana lost when she lost Misty. Getting to help do Misty's hair for prom, talking with her about early crushes and comforting her through young heartbreaks, going to sports games, seeing her off to college, finding out what Misty wanted to do for her career, An entire future ripped away from her along with her daughter on September 17th, 1992. Jenna also lost a great deal.
I feel like I was robbed of what would have been one of my best friends, and that's my own selfish feeling outside of all the obvious things, like for my aunt and, Colton and my family. That's my selfish thing that I think about. My husband's 4 years older, and I just feel like we would have just all been really close, and would she have had kids, and just all the things, every dance, every, getting my driver's license, my wedding, all these things. I just always thought of her and thought this should be her too.
I ask what resolution would look like for her.
My thing really is I want Colton to be able to move in his life and have answers. He's young, and this has been so many years, and he's wonderful. He won't ever give up on the fight, but I want him to be able to get those answers that he's been working so hard for.
This makes me feel profoundly sad, but also profoundly hopeful. The tragedy of Misty's case has been hanging over this family for more than 3 decades. Colton is an old soul, but he's a young man. He's 26 with a long life ahead. He shouldn't have to live it mired in this tragedy. Diana spent years fighting with Puyallup police over her daughter's disappearance, and Colton has told me he feels a responsibility to his mother to keep up the fight for answers, for as long as it takes.
Obviously, we want this so badly, and not just for Colton, for the whole family, but I look at Colton the most because he is young, and he has been doing so much to get the answers, and I want that,
I believe we are closer to those answers than we have been in years, but we still don't know where Misty is. I hope with every fiber of my being that if we all keep at it, it won't be much longer before we're able to answer the questions. Who took Misty Copsey? And where did he or they put her? And bring the person or persons responsible to justice. Who Took Misty Copsey is produced by ARC Media for ID. The network executive producer is Meredith Russell. This series is hosted and written by me, Sarah Cailean. Our senior audio producer is Danielle Elliott. Our producer is Tessa Ryan. Executive producers are Zachary Herman, Doreen Razam, and me. Co-producer is Lindsay Agee. Score is by Travis Bacon. Sound editing and mixing is by Dean White. Assistant editor is Andrew Solomon. Audio engineering and editorial feedback provided by Josh Wilcox at Brooklyn Podcasting Studio. Forensic research and fact-checking provided by Jennifer Leahy. Archival footage courtesy of KCPQ TV Seattle, Fox Television Stations LLC, trademark and copyright 2013. All rights reserved, and curator Tegna King.